Welcome to the Uncrowned watch party for UFC 330 with your hosts Eric Jackman and Connor Burks.
What is good? Welcome in to the UFC 330 Uncrowned watch party presented by Kalshi. We are back. I'm sure you missed us. It's been a long time away, 2 weeks without seeing you. I am one of your hosts, Connor Burks. More like Rocky today, more like Rocky Balboa, buying into the Philadelphia theme. Joined alongside me, big old tub of cream cheese. And I ain't talking about his physique, that's New York Rick. Eric Jackman, baby. We are back. We got Joel Alvarez taking on Chidi Njokuani in the featured prelim. They're entering round 2. I'm not gonna lie, I had to run to the bathroom before we went on the air, so I didn't see round 1.
It was close.
Okay, so you don't have a score for it?
I don't. Chidi was doing good work with the leg kicks, and Joel was going up top.
All right, well, let's lock in for this one. This was one of my people's main events of this card. You always got to have several people's main events. This is definitely one of them.
It's been pure striking so far. It's been fun. I don't know what the judges are going to favor more, the work to the legs that Chidi's been doing or this work up top that Joel has been doing.
Both these dudes are huge, man. Alvarez.
The fact that Alvarez was 55er is nuts.
And Chidi's a big welterweight too, man. Both these guys are massive in here. Been a pretty fun prelims to this point.
Not bad. Some good finishes, some fun action.
Massive underdog win for Jeremiah Wells in the curtain jerker. I saw a stat. I think it's the 4th biggest betting underdog in UFC history. Man, shout out to these lights. My head is shining tonight, huh, people?
How about those gloves? Give us a little bit. Like
these are the YIATA 6. This is how you got to throw a punch with these things on. Hey, come on, put them up. Put up your dukes. That's how I feel with these.
the YIATA 6 is fucking great. Woo.
It feels like Rocky. How about these shorts, huh? These things are sick.
Pretty nice. Pretty nice.
All right, nice jab from Chidi. Joel Alvarez, man, obviously struggled in his welterweight debut against Yaroslav Amosov, but
That was a level above this.
a level above, yeah.
Yaroslav is a guy who I think is going to be fighting for the title soon. It's been a little bit of a tit for tat, right? Like that's kind of been the fight. Nobody's really put together, a few punches and bunches yet. It's going to be interesting to see, but Chidi is really sticking on those leg kicks, There we go. Now he's starting to throw.
I was going to say, it's leading to the combos up top for Chidi. Commentary team really pointing to how bad that leg is getting beat up. I mean, Alvarez is such a violent finisher. Like, he's normally out of there by this point in the fight. Kind of feels like the activity's going down for him. There's a combo from Alvarez.
Alvarez seems to be hunting for that one shot, right? Like, obviously, he's used to the explosive kind of finish. And Chidi is just chopping at the leg, not letting him have it.
2 minutes to go here, round 2.
Yeah, Alvarez has to go for broke a little bit more, in my opinion. He can't just sit back and let Chidi chop him down.
This feels like a fight that Alvarez really needs to win as well. Trying to find a new home at welterweight. Got the good test in Amosov.
He's not really making Chidi do anything other than the leg kicks, which is very rare for Joel. Like, he's usually the one pressuring people into making mistakes. Right now, he's just letting Chidi kind of fight his fight.
Oh, man. Leg kick into the body kick for Chidi. Combo just missing there for Joel Alvarez.
It's an interesting fight. Commentary saying that Chidi's outclassing Alvarez. You see, now Joel landed something good, got his attention.
I mean, he throws with vicious intent each time. So, like, he's always live to land one, but Chidi obviously knows how to hang tough.
The length that he benefited from at lightweight is not present here, right? Like, he's fighting a guy
who's
who's
bigger than him.
just as big and just as long. And so the advantage that he had down there at lightweight is now, granted, Chidi is a very big welterweight, but that advantage that he had is not there right now. So it's interesting to see how his game is not really like adapting as well.
Yeah, Chidi big as fuck. Yeah, here we're seeing the replay. Yeah,
oh, nice head kick by Chidi.
.40 leg kicks for Chidi.
Crazy.
His best in his UFC career.
Credit to Joel for even just still standing after that, but he's kind of letting him stay in the range.
All right. We'll see you round 3, something that Joel Alvarez is not typically used to. A reminder, if you're trading on these fights tonight, this show is brought to you by Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the United States. Here's what makes Kalshi different. You are not playing against the house. Kalshi is peer-to-peer trading. You buy yes or no contracts on whether something will happen, and you're trading directly against other users. Think of it like buying or selling a stock. The line isn't set by some algorithm working against you. Public opinion sets the price. Kalshi is CFTC approved, federally regulated, which is why it's available all across the country, including California and Texas. Download the Kalshi app and use code UNCROWNED. It'll get you up to $25 when you trade $25. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade what's next. You can see it right there.
Let's look at the odds as we enter round 3 here.
Wow.
The
Chidi at 75%.
Yeah, the odds drastically flipped in favor of Chidi and Jukwani. I'll say they've been very close rounds. I certainly favor the activity of Chidi, but it's not like he's really like pulled away either.
I definitely think that round 2 is Chidi.
Yeah, it was Chidi's round, but it's just been a very like.
So at the very least,
close.
The very least, a close round 1 could have gone Chidi's way, and it feels like he's got the momentum. Let's find out. Round 3 underway.
He could very well be up 2-0.
Oh yeah,
could be 1-1.
If you're Alvarez, you got to just go for broke.
He has
something that he is.
He's
not unfamiliar.
Being very measured here in a way that is not like his normal fighting style.
Gee, using those kicks well, man. Not just going to the legs, but also to the body, throwing up to the head as well. It kind of just feels like Alvarez just sort of throwing 1-2s, maybe mixes up an uppercut.
It's possible that the leg is just compromised off that, right? Like it's possible that his movement that he's normally using is just compromised off getting hammered and hammered and hammered over and over again in the legs.
Corner was telling him to go for the wrestling.
Well, here's where
just a second there.
When he's exploding in like that and closing the space, he's doing better. But when he's staying on the outside, he's just getting picked apart.
There we go, tie up against the cage. Chidi flips it. 3:48 to go. Yeah, I mean these tie-ups are not what Joel is looking for.
No, he needs a finish now at this point.
A takedown. Getting some boo birds from the crowd. This is not the fight that I would have expected people to be booing.
Yeah, it's just not as it's not been quite as explosive as I initially expected it to be.
Ooh, man. Wow, nice. Joel throws a spinning elbow. Nice knee by Chidi off the break. Nice jab by Chidi as well.
See, he's just been standing at this range most of the fight, and it's just all there for Chidi.
About 3 minutes to go here. Another nice jab from Chidi. Jab by Chidi. Yeah, Joel's got half a round to make something happen. Joel, massive favorite going into this fight as well, like minus 350. Those legs are just getting taken out from under him, man.
He's hunting that one shot. Even on the combo, he's trying to walk him onto something, a hook from out of nowhere.
It's only the 5th time in 28 professional fights that Joel Alvarez has gone to a 3rd round. Ooh, nice right hand by Chidi there.
He's just, Cormier called it the distance. Chidi has just stayed at the exact distance he needs to win this fight. And Joel, uncharacteristically, just hasn't really like pressed him.
God, fucking look at that. 85 strikes to the body and the legs by Chidi. Doesn't look like Joel's taking much damage, but man.
That leg is going to, tomorrow.
Oh yeah, dude. I think right now.
They're suggesting that they'd like to see Chidi kind of press on the gas. I don't necessarily
like
agree there. I think he's kind of got this one in the bag now. I would like to see Joel try to do something here.
Now remember, this was supposed to be Jeff Neal against Chidi and Jaquane. Joel stepped in, 3 weeks?
Yeah, they said he was in camp with Islam, actually. Yeah, not a lot happening here, but...
Even if it was 1-1, which I'm not, I said I was in the bathroom for that first round, it's 2-1 Chidi just by watching these 2 rounds at worst.
At worst. Probably 3-0. Not a great run at welterweight so far since.
No. Had the Vicente Luque, I said debut earlier against Yaroslav Amosov. The Vicente Luque fight slipped my mind. Won that, essentially sent Vicente Luque up to middleweight, or the start of that. And then the Yaroslav Amosov, and now this Chidi one, which he was a big favorite in. The Yaroslav was a much closer line fight. This was one that people expected Joel to
Which in
win.
hindsight was very silly, like Yaroslav.
Yeah, man. Even when he beat Vicente Luque, I don't know if you remember that one, but it got kind of weird. He was the one that he went to the decision with him. It felt like he
didn't want to finish him.
Yeah, it felt like he could have finished him multiple times over.
That one, he was always in control the whole time, though.
Yeah. Yeah, so Joel Alvarez left with some questions here after another poor performance at 170. I don't think he can go back down to 155. I think he's just too big. But now when he doesn't have that massive size advantage...
Is he too big? He might be one of those guys who, and Kevin Lee's an example of this, right? Who was always a massive lightweight, but was just a little too undersized at 170.
Yeah.
He might be in between. Because like you look at Chidi has height and thickness on him that he can't make up. I will say that looked to me more like a strategic loss than it did necessarily him being out-physicaled, right? It's not like Chidi did anything in there that was a size or strength kind of based thing, other than maybe pumping that jab and keeping him at bay. But Chidi is always going to do that. That's the game plan. That's the style that he has.
230, 27s, and 129, 28.
Won first round on
won the first round on one judge's scorecards. Man, I saw a lot of the rhetoric, being like, man, favorites have had a crazy run in the UFC lately. That's at least 2 dogs on the prelims that won.
Favorites have been on an incredible streak, like just
not like main events, but like just like chalky favorites overall.
Like big favorites.
Yes, have been winning. Joel Alvarez goes down as a -300 or bigger, and
Mackenize Dern walk-in.
Mitabek Oralbai goes down as well.
That's right, Oralbai.
Mackenize Dern making her way into the building. Looks calm, cool, collected. Looks ready to defend her strawweight title.
Nice win there by Chidi. Shout out to Chidi.
A great win. Actually, in the prediction pals, my pick was Joel Alvarez. So the prediction pals, may they rest in peace. Our streak comes to an end.
We hardly knew you. Here is Gillian Robertson.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. I cost it. Look, 4-4, we'll take that all day. 4-4, we will take all day.
We're still doing all right.
Man, they timed that out perfectly to finish. Take us right in to that 9 o'clock start on the main card. It's 5 fights.
What an endorsement. It's 5 fights.
It's 5 fights.
Okay, how about this? 1 to 10, we're going to rate them.
Okay.
Barboza, Esteban Rivovic.
Like And the fight that I want to see most in the world is a 10?
10.
This is a 3?
Okay. Mansour Abdul Malik and Dustin Stoltzfus.
1.5?
Yeah, that one's pretty low. Turner and Fernandez.
3?
Dern and Robertson.
5?
Okay, can I
1.5?
convince you to go higher on that one? Let me tell you.
I'm always open to anything.
Let me try to convince you here. Let me sell you on that one. Mackenize Dern.
Okay.
Maybe not the strawweight champion that everybody expected, right? Certainly, like, if you ask most people, they're going to say Zhang Weili is still the best strawweight on the planet. You're not going to get many people who are saying that about Mackenize Dern. So not the champion that people expected or maybe even necessarily wanted. But as far as all action, right? As far as somebody who always brings it in a fight, as far as somebody who shows grit, toughness, determination, never quits on herself, is always coming to finish fights, like Mackenize Dern is very high on that list. I'm a big fan of her fighting style. I'm a big fan of her will and effort. And then Gillian Robertson on this recent run, which maybe we can talk about the records of this run momentarily, has just been a killer, has been a finisher, has the most finishes in, I believe, women's UFC history.
I believe that's correct, and then tied for the most submissions with Charles Oliveira.
Crazy.
I believe that's correct. But yeah, she's been taunting Mackenize Dern all week, being like, oh, she's chasing after my submission record, which has been, she's the BJJ girl and everything like that. This thing fucking stays up for hours on end, and then we start the show and it falls over. I did want to point out what you just said. I still think Zhang Weili
is the best strawweight.
Despite her not fighting right now, I think she's the best strawweight.
I agree with you.
That is fighting today. Secondly, the run that Gillian Robertson has been
let's talk
on
about it.
Is a combined, her last 5 opponents are all on losing streaks of at least 3 fights, and they are a combined 0-19 in their last 19 UFC fights.
I saw this circulating.
Poliana Viana, 0-4. I saw it circulating, and then I had to go confirm it for myself. Michelle Waterson, 0-5 in her last 5. Luana Pinheiro, 0-4. Marina Rodriguez, 0-3. Amanda Lemos, 0-3.
Yeah. I don't have much to say. I think Gillian Robertson is very good.
She's definitely good. She's definitely violent.
I don't think this is... What I mean by that is I don't think she is a product of facing people who are not good fighters, right? I think she has shown her level, and I don't think Mackenize Dern is like a huge jump up from the level of competition she has faced. And so I'm interested to see how this goes. If I'm giving a rating, I'm at like a 8 on this one.
8?
I really want to see this fight. I'm very excited.
What fight do you want to see the most in the world right now?
Oh, like not on this card?
Correct.
Joshua Van and Alexandre Pantoja. That's my number
your 10.
1. That's a 12. With the shit talk that we got in the press conference, and just the like surly, angry Pantoja, and the like heel Josh Van, who's just like, shut the fuck up, old man, like get out of here. I'm at a 12 for that one.
Well, I was going to say Josh Van is playing a great heel.
He is
role in
killing
this.
it.
Like the fact that the way that he got his belt was by injury of Alexandre Pantoja, and now he's just like, yo, man, fuck you. This is my belt.
Yeah.
Keep walking, old man.
It's the best. It's a 12 for me.
Okay, all right.
I am very... Look, don't get me wrong. As I said, I still think Zhang Weili... That belt is Zhang Weili's. There's no part of me that believes that either of these two is better than Zhang Weili. I would like to see the winner face Zhang Weili. But I am excited because I think this can be a fun, stylistic fight. And quite frankly, like, we just need to see some women's fights. Like, they have just been absent from the UFC product.
Fair play.
And this is going to be a fun one. This is going to be a fun, good one. I'm interested to see if Gillian can hang with Mackenize. I think it's going to be fun. Anyway.
Okay, you've bumped me up from a 5.5 to a 6.
Fair. Main event.
10.
Me too.
Yeah, I mean, it's the pound for pound number 1 getting another test at welterweight.
Yeah.
We need to find out if he is as good as we think he is at 170, if he can hang in this division. This is a properly sized welterweight in Ian Garry. I know there's been the whole, like, is he wearing big shoes? How big is the height advantage? He is bigger than Islam Makhachev. Like, any way you flip it, he's bigger than him. I don't know what the official measurements end up being, but he is bigger than him. The fact that he's going to attempt to defend a second division belt. I believe he would join a group of just 5 fighters if he's able to do it. Ilia Topuria tried to do it against Justin Gaethje earlier this year and failed. I want to say
Cormier
did it. John Jones did it. Amanda Nunes did it. And GSP didn't do it.
Pereira
Pereira is the...
Wait, did he have a middleweight defense? He had to, right?
No, he didn't actually. He didn't.
Okay, so not Pereira.
It was...
So who are the...
It's...
Cejudo?
Cejudo? I think it is Cejudo.
Okay, let's see.
Either way, he's adjoining the elite of the elite if he's able to accomplish that. And then on top of that, potentially break Anderson Silva's record of 16 consecutive UFC wins, set that record with 17.
Cejudo is one of them, yes.
I think it's Cejudo, Nunes, Cormier, and Jones.
I mean, that is the names of like some of the best fighters in history.
That's pretty fucking good company to be joining. And you're breaking Anderson Silva's record.
And what's even crazier is you lost early in your career and then still went on to do that.
Yeah.
Because typically that's going to be early in the career if you're going to do it.
Yeah.
He's in the late stages of the career and pulling off this type of record.
Also, I don't even know if it matters. I don't know. I just haven't seen anyone talk about it. He would match Khabib's win total, 29.
Yeah. He will always have that one, though, that Khabib was able to escape without.
Goddamn Davi Ramos.
Davi Ramos. Okay.
We know it's Adriano Martins, don't worry.
A question for you. I feel that with a win here over Ian Machado Garry by Islam Makhachev, that 1, Islam is the best lightweight ever, and 2...
Do you think it cements him as the best lightweight ever by getting a second win at welterweight?
Only in the sense that he has proven his greatness. Like, I already think he has the best lightweight resume. I don't think Khabib stayed around long enough to have gotten that. The BJ Penns and the other guys, like, you can kind of make the arguments for whoever you want. I think it cements him his overall greatness and just kind of like eliminates any part of the other parts of the conversation. So I already thought that. But what I think it actually does that is relevant to the larger conversation is puts him in the category of GSP, Anderson Silva. Though nobody will ever touch John Jones in my mind. I just don't think it's possible. I don't think anybody can do what John Jones did. I think he will enter the conversation with some of the guys like that. I think I'm ready to start having a conversation about Islam Makhachev amongst the Anderson Silva, GSP, the like next upper echelon tier.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to argue. He'll be 18-1 in the UFC with, what will this be, 6 title fight wins now?
And names on his resume, including Dustin Poirier, 2 over Volkanovski, now over Ian Machado Garry. The Charles Oliveira, and dispatch these guys. The knock on a lot of these guys ends up being like, they didn't fight anybody who was in their prime when they fought them, right? Or for Volk, they'll say, oh, he's a featherweight coming up. There always will be an excuse. Ian Machado Garry is in the prime of his career, in a weight class up from where he did most of his work. There can be no excuses if Islam wins this fight. There are no caveats if Islam wins this fight. This will be a definitive legacy-defining fight if he can win it for me. Yeah,
I mean, it would truly be unbelievable. It's undeniable that he's in that class of athlete. But he's been saying all week, judge me when it's over. Judge me when it's over. And that's what makes it even more fascinating is just like, how far can he take this? He keeps talking about 20.
20 would be insane.
I think, was it Daniel Cormier this week mentioned like, oh yeah, if he wins, he might just retire. I saw someone say that this week, that he might just retire. And I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. He keeps talking about 20, like all of this.
I've thought that we were short on time with him for a long time. I was very happy to hear him say 20 in that press conference because I've long thought like he could go any day now. What challenges are left for him? You know, it's like...
If he got to 20, that would be 4 welterweight title defenses.
Even crazier. Imagine what the 20 would be. Because we're probably talking like Carlos Prates. We're probably talking Michael Morales. We may be talking...
And then throw in whatever next up-and-comer in there as well. It'd be
nuts.
He would also be, at that point, he would be 32-1 if he was able to do that.
Yeah. You're talking about the level that is just below John Jones. You know, like
you're getting to a level of, like he's... And then people always make the argument because of the things that come along with John Jones as well, It would be crazy, man. Yeah, so like the main event is a 10 out of 10. It's a 10 out of 10. I can't wait to see what happens. And then on the flip side of it, if Ian Garry fucking wins, takes out the pound for pound number one fighter in the world.
Massive.
A dude that gets so much hate becoming the champion at 170.
Ian Machado Garry would be uniquely positioned to win this fight because nobody is a better self-promoter than Ian. Now, granted, he's not everybody's flavor. There was a lot of this week people saying like, it's like turn the channel type heat and that Ian Machado Garry, they're not, the biggest fans of his. But like him or love him, he is very good at pushing the narrative. He is very good at getting attention. He's very good at just inserting himself into the conversation. If he's able to say, I'm the next evolution, I'm the new UFC welterweight champion, plus I beat the number one pound for pound guy, it's going to be a massive thing for him to be able to tout. And he's gonna ring that for all it's worth. So yeah, like no matter who comes out of this, there are massive implications for it.
Also, I saw a lot of talk out of Irish media this week, sort of being like, "Where's the support for Ian Garry? Like, what's going on?" Like,
and Pizzi's been on this for
oh yeah. I do wonder if he is able to become welterweight champion of the world. Have the Irish flag draped around him and everything like that. Will that Irish support, will that home country support come for him?
So, I've been thinking about this a lot, and as I said, Ian gets heat, right? But a lot of the heat is directed upon him, like from people who assume things about his family life and think they understand it. At the end of the day, he really is just a very, very talented, kind of like low-key family man. He's not really, there's not really like anything that you can kind of point out and say like, here's the demons in the guy's closet. Now, granted, we don't see everything, right? Something may come out at some point. But what I'm saying is right now, his public persona is just being like a little bit of an awkward, very family-oriented guy.
A lot of people don't like the Jeff Neal stuff and the Neil Magny
that's
stuff.
So long ago. That's so long ago. And it was, even that was like in the interest of promotion. There's not really any like huge warts, and he can be a role model. So I think that if he's able to get a championship, I would imagine that the Irish fans could get behind him. But as Pizzi has continued to point out and always kind of like said, like there has been something, whether it be a downturn in just the general support of MMA or him in particular, they've never really gotten themselves to him. Maybe Eddie Hearn can help as well. Maybe Eddie Hearn, his partnership with him.
Let's go back to the prelims. We'll obviously be talking about the championship fights mixed in all throughout the night as we lead up to those, as the broadcast is doing a breakdown of the championship fights right now. I guess we're not
moving on to the next
rush
one.
to get on to the main card. 9:15. All good. Let's start with that curtain jerker. Jeremiah Wells down 2 rounds to none in the third round, as I think a plus 720 dog. I saw people with actual bet slips plus 1,200 to win by finish. Gets it done. Standing ninja choke on Miktebek Orolbai.
Was that, so that was pre-fight? Or that
Pre-fight. Pre-fight, he was plus 1,200.
I can only imagine what live would look like.
God, could you imagine?
Yeah, impressive win against the guy in Orolbai that I think a lot of people are high on, right? Like he's one of those names that continues to be, on the list of top prospects. So to be able to do that, yeah. And then it seemed like he retired, and then we see a backstage interview.
It didn't seem like he retired. He literally took his gloves off and was like, "I'm retiring." And then he's like, "Well, I'm not actually retiring. I'm just tired of them giving me up and coming guys. So stop doing that, and I'm not going to retire." So
not retired.
Big win for him. 40 years old, I believe. Jeremiah Wells, always in unbelievable shape. The only 39, turns 40 in October. The only Philly representative. There's the live odds right there. Wells versus Ulu.
Look at that flip, huh?
What is that? What is that name that they have for it?
It says Orolbai, it's just a different spelling.
Orolbai Ulu.
Is that a name that we're not, like, is that a
It does
suffix?
say underneath Miktebek Orolbai Ulu, so maybe it's just a...
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. Looks like he got up to like over 90% there. But yeah, unbelievable comeback win for Jeremiah Wells to get that done by finish. Neil Magny, speaking of finish and turning back the clock, man, the perennial gatekeeper strikes once again. Ramiz Brahimaj, if he can't submit you,
He can't win.
Yeah, he's probably not going to win.
Yeah.
And Neil Magny made him pay, man.
Neil Magny, most wins in welterweight history, and continues to just
Continues to grow, man.
further that record.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone's ever going to catch him. Climbs to 32-14.
Woo!
He's approaching
Shout out to
50
Neil Magny.
pro fights. How many does he have in the UFC now? Over under 35?
What'd you say is over?
Tonight was his 38th
Yeah.
UFC fight.
Yeah.
Fuck me. There's few things in my life that I've done 38 times.
He is the classic UFC Hall of Famer who was never championship caliber. Like, he's a classic, like, this guy is a defining character in UFC history who was never a championship level fighter. The Jim Millers, the Neil Magny's, the Cowboy Cerrones, like, there's just these guys.
Riddle me this, though.
Now, Cowboy actually fought for titles.
Of those 38 fights,
Yeah.
what is the best Neil Magny fight of all time?
The Mike Malott one was pretty fucking great.
Mike Malott wasn't bad. Mike Malott
was pretty fucking great.
Shout out to the Haitian sensation. Is there
They continue to just feed him these, like, you're right.
always hit my fucking funny bone on these chairs.
You remember, like, you were talking about Jeremiah Wells being like, stop feeding me prospects. Neil Magny is the feed me more prospects because I'm going to continue to beat them guy.
You got someone that wants to get in the top 15? Send them my fucking way, all right? I'm Neil Magny, okay? I'm the Haitian sensation. And look, man, if you're going to mention Neil Magny, you got to mention that, what was it, 2014 to 2015 run?
The 7-0.
The unbelievable February 1st, 2014 to May 16th, 2015. I'm not sure there was a better fighter on planet Earth than Neil Magny.
Shout out to Neil.
He ended up going 7-0.
Crazy.
And finished 5 of those wins. Shout out to Neil Magny. Picked up a couple bonuses on the way. I mean, he fought Damian Maia at that point. If he had won, honestly, won his next 3 fights, had a 10-1 run at one point in the UFC.
Crazy. Shout out to Neil Magny, man. He just deserves a ton of credit and respect.
Big pop in the control room for Neil Magny when he got it done. I know this one you were highly anticipating, Lucas Fernando and Rafael Tobias.
I was, yeah.
You know, obviously off of Dana White Contender Series.
Yeah.
Lucas Fernando getting the knee and follow-up strike knockout.
That knee was pretty sick.
It was nasty.
Had him doubled over, yeah.
I want to skip one fight to go to something even nastier. Dante Johnson knocks out Eric McConico in 90 seconds. Vicious, violent KO.
I mean, it does not get cleaner than that. Like, one hitter quitter, eyes rolled back, violent fall. McConico just really didn't have a chance there.
I saw so many people on Dante Johnson by KO this week. I was like, feels kind of sketchy how many people are betting that. And
they were right.
Oh, yeah. They nailed that one. Tresean Gore picking up the unanimous decision win over Vicente Luque. It looked like he was going to finish him a couple times, but ends up going all 15.
Luque didn't look good. After seemingly kind of like bouncing back, like we continue to point to that Atlantic City performance as like the low. He seemed to kind of recover, and then this one was another just absolute stinker. Like, he did not look good.
He got the win over Kelvin Gastelum, but man, yeah, it's been a tough run. Couple Anaconda choke wins, but yeah, I don't know. At this point, Vicente Luque, he's kind of that brain melter too. He's only 34 years old.
Yeah.
It's absolutely crazy. And then Charles Johnson with the comeback win. The Scottish Twister, I'm hearing reports that it was the first Scottish Twister in UFC history. I feel like we're seeing a Scottish Twister every other week.
I thought we saw
see it
one
in the PFL recently?
We've seen him in PFL. I thought we saw one in UFC too. Maybe I'm crazy. Caposa would know. But I thought we had seen one.
And then Chidi Njokuani beating Joel Alvarez, obviously. We just watched that one with you. Esteban Ribovics has made his way into the octagon. The Argentine Dagger.
Wait, what?
I'm just kidding.
That's
Santiago Ponzinibbio.
Yeah, Ponzinibbio.
I was hoping Ball Knowers would catch me on that one. Shout out. What do we got going on in the chat? Connor Burks, did you see Jaden Newman leaks, big bro?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, boy. That's,
Hank with the stank asking that one.
Oh, boy.
Hank's
trying to get us. Hank's trying to get you in trouble.
Melsik Bagdasarian.
Oh, my God. Edson is very emotional here.
Wow, Edson Barbosa.
Crying on his way to the octagon.
Absolutely tearing up. People saying pray for him.
He is a tri-state guy, like he's a Jersey area guy. Maybe maybe he's got some friends and family in the crowd and is getting emotional because of that. Maybe this is one of the last times we see him. Who knows? But it's going to be interesting to see why he was so emotional. I'd like to hear from him after.
Sammy from Sweden checking in. 318
Sammy.
over in Sweden. Appreciate you, Sammy. They're saying cream cheese, Rick. What up, boys? GC, you cooked on that poster, big dog. Thank you, Sam.
Can we talk about the Philadelphia cream cheese thing for a second here?
I mean, how sick?
It's sick. I love the outfit. Big fan. You guys know it's not from Philadelphia, right?
Where's it from, bro?
New York. It was invented in New York. They wanted to call it Philadelphia because the area was known for their dairy products. And they were like, we'll just call it Philadelphia and people will buy it.
So what you're saying is even the best things that are produced by Philly are actually produced by New York.
Exactly.
Got it. Shout out to Josh the intern.
Shout out to Josh the intern. Shout out to the costume. I mean, it looks like you're sitting in a tub of fucking Philadelphia
Also,
cream cheese.
the interns, how about that intro, bro? Woo!
Yeah, man, for sure. That was fire, dude. That was fire. That's one we'll be
Frank
talking
really
about for a
cooked
while.
with that one, huh?
Shout out to Frank. Frank, how you doing back there, bro? Frank bailed, man. We all pulled up to the office.
Oh, did I just hear Nick?
Crickets.
Hey, what's up, Nick? Nick filling
Shout
in
out to
for us,
Nick.
dude. Saving the day. We all pulled up to the office in the Winnebago today, blaring, "The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town." And then Frank called us and was like, "Yo, man, I'm not coming in. Fuck
He didn't
you
get
guys.
the memo. He didn't get the memo.
I'll be back on Monday."
Yo, oldest fighter on the card feels like unnecessary. Why are they gonna do my boy Edson like that?
What is going on with his eye? Can anyone tell me what is happening
know.
with his
Yeah,
right
I've been
eye?
thinking that, but I thought it was maybe uncomfortable for me to ask.
I know I don't want something serious to be wrong, but like,
Yeah, his eye's been messed up all week. I know.
it's been messed up for like the last couple weeks. It looks like me when someone takes a picture after I've had a couple beers, and I'm just like, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it scar tissue? Did something happen? I don't know.
Also, it makes his eyebrow kind of look like he's doing the rock
Rock?
a little bit as well. Bruce is roaring. 9:22.
We had a bit of like a holding pattern there between these fights, huh?
I don't know
what was that?
I don't know what the fuck was going on, man. You know who wouldn't do this? PFL.
Nah, PFL's flying through the
We
card.
went to PFL New York, and bro, before they could drag the body out from the last fight, they were like, "It's time for the next fight." I was like, "Wait, what the fuck? We're already starting this one?" I was in the arena for like 90 minutes, and then I was gone.
Shout out to Dakota Ditcheva. If you haven't seen our Uncrowned film that's on the channel right now, it's quite good.
Tap in. Great one.
And we had the Cain Velasquez one also debut while we were away. So
Tap in. Another great
lock
one.
in on those two. But after this.
Yes. Obviously, we have live fights on right now. Don't change. Don't turn that dial, as they say. I mean, how about
Somebody's got to explain the eye.
There we go. Yeah, someone explain the eye. I feel like my punches look worse in these gloves. I feel like I kind of look like Tyson Fury.
He has worn those shorts before.
I got to pull them even up higher.
Now, are those actual gloves or props? Like, is there any?
I got the cheapest ones off of Amazon.
But they're supposed to actually be gloves?
I hope not, because not only are your hands going to break, but the guy you're punching is going to die. All right, here we go. Barbosa Ribovics underway.
Ribovics and Barboza. This should be fun.
Oh, for sure. Ribovics, massive favorite. He's trading at like he's trading at 84% on Gauchi. Crazy. Edson Barbosa, not to be confused with Helwani Barcelos. I'm only saying that because I'm the one that does that.
Edson's, what do we think of Edson with the hair? Do we like him better without the hair or with the hair?
I love the bald. As
Yeah,
a
me
bald
too.
man.
He's
Couple
always looked
nice
good
shots from
without the hair.
Ribovics there.
Ooh,
Oh, man,
ooh.
that right hand landed for Ribovics again.
I will say, Edson's always good for a scrap. He'll plant his feet and throw too.
Oh, spinning kick for Edson Barbosa there. I mean, yeah, Edson Barbosa, one of the best highlight reels in UFC history. He's when it goes well for him, it looks.
I'm
fucking
surprised
cool.
he's willing to stand in the pocket like that, though. 'Cause
Yo, these dudes are scrapping. I'm enjoying this minute into round one.
Ribovics' speed is going to be the difference here, I think. Yeah, it looks like the eyes opened up with some scar tissue. Maybe that was it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually bleeding bad. That's a great point. Circling.
If you give Edson a moment to kind of plant his feet and figure something out, he can throw a nasty kick.
Oh, both these dudes are landing. Rivovic's landed a jab that snapped Barbosa's head back.
I mean, you can see the speed difference immediately. Like, Ribovic just looks like...
He looks nasty, man. He looks fucking clean.
And he's walking him down like...
Oh, overhand left.
And the power difference already.
But, man, Barbosa's landing some good shots as well.
Yeah, Ribovic is just in his face. I don't think this goes much longer. Yeah.
This motherfucker, Ribovic, looks clinical out here, dude.
Oh, nice shot by Edson, though. He just does not respect Barbosa's hands.
Keep switching stances, Ribovic. Ooh, throws a head kick, misses. Ah, John Anik pointing out. They must have heard me, bro. We got the pipeline, you know? Yeah, John Anik pointing out how, oh, man, nasty overhand left. About Barbosa's eye looking weird, and I think to your point, it immediately got opened up with scar tissue, and now it's bleeding. Oh, nasty knee by Ribovic. Barbosa kind of hate that shit, though.
Yeah, Barbosa is really willing to kind of exchange punches here. He's not going to win that battle. Not at this point.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, the speed of Ribovic and the power is just a little bit too much for him right now. The damage has slowed, I will say. He's landing less. Oh, nasty knee. Right as I say that. Crispy left hand from Ribovic as well.
He's being methodical. He's not making any mistakes. He's not walking into anything. But I just don't... Ooh! Nice body kick by Edson. Ooh. Yeah, Edson is just... Everything that Ribovic lands is just like knocking him around.
He ties together like 4 or 5 punch combos.
Yeah, Edson's eyes looking messed up pretty bad now. The spinning back kick doesn't land this time. I actually didn't think Edson was going to make it out of this round, but now he might. He's kind of short on time. But I'd be surprised if he makes it out of round 2.
Minute to go, round 1. Ooh.
That's his best weapon, clearly, right? Like the kicks to the body, the kicks to the legs. Ribovic's just laughing. Feels like something explosive is coming.
Oh, uppercut barely just like glances off Barbosa. Head kick coming up just short.
He keeps going to that head kick, but I think if he just sticks with the hands, he can get Edson out of here.
Superman punch from Ribovic. Oh,
nice shot
nice
by
right
Edson.
hand by Barbosa. Ribovic eats it.
Edson's kind of just shelling up. He's not moving too much. Ooh.
Dude, nasty combo, ends with an elbow. Barbosa falling over. Oh, man. Ribovic with some huge shots.
He's going to get out of this round.
Oh, barely survived.
Very, very man. Not good ending. 10-9.
Yeah, 10-9. Ribovic, no question. Yeah, they're pointing out in the chat, big digs to the body. No doubt there. Someone said UFC 330 started? Hell yeah. It's on right now. Oh, shit.
He's got a nasty gash on the foot.
Oh, my God.
Oh!
Yo, Barbosa's leg is, there is a valley on his shin right now. It is a river of blood.
No. Don't go back out there, please. No. Please don't.
Yo, his shin is open. Oh, man.
His eye is all
eye's
puffed up.
fucking bad. Yo.
Yeah, I know Edson's a warrior. Do we need to, though?
At 40 years old?
Do we need to? I mean, we'll eat our words right now. He's going to land the fucking wheel kick, the Terry Edom wheel kick now.
With the fucking busted open shin.
Yeah.
Here we go, round 2 underway. Rivovic's immediately
Right back
foot on the
on it.
gas. Overhand right. Yo, that shin is cut up bad. Leg kick for Rivovic. Oh, nice one too.
He just leads him into these hooks that just, they batter Edson. He's just kind of like getting pushed around with them. Look at those.
Yo.
He's fucking.
That left hook that he just threw could have killed me.
He tried to stomp him.
I can't decide how, like, the leg has to be affecting him, but I can't decide how much it is.
Ribovic is kind of like getting away from the combos and just going to these like winging hooks.
Oh,
He needs to just push on the gas and just punch.
that straight left was
Edson
nasty from Rivovic.
is not there anymore. He just needs, yeah, there you go. Just throw stuff out there.
Oh,
Uppercut.
nasty
There he
uppercut.
goes. Big digs to the body.
Yeah, big digs to the body, elbow right off the break.
Edson is just wobbly.
Yeah, dude, he's struggling. Oh, man,
yeah.
huge right hand.
All right, this is going to be the
God damn, elbows up against the cage.
Oh.
Oh, dude, he is brutalizing Edson
We
Barbosa.
don't need any more of this.
Barbosa is wobbling
need
bad.
this. Edson.
Oh, Herb
okay.
Dean calls
okay.
it. Yeah,
Good,
yeah.
good stoppage
yeah.
by Herb. there.
Fucking hell,
Good
yeah.
stoppage
There
by
you go, Herb.
Good
Wow.
stoppage by Herb there.
What a performance from Esteban Ribovic. Man, he just brutalized
that-
Edson Barbosa.
That was a young killer versus a guy who just is past it. Does not have it anymore.
Oh,
Esteban is very good, man.
yo. Yeah, a massive favorite for a reason. He looked fantastic. Striking was crispy, fast, powerful.
I'm glad we didn't see Barbosa just go completely out there. I'm happy that got stopped.
It was looking like he might.
It was about to
Looking
happen.
like he might, man. Woo! Man. Kowloon City sends a $5 super chat. He says, Edson with 9 Fight of the Nights in his career, plus a couple
Crazy.
performance bonuses. Guy has been scrapping since early 100 cards. Major respect
Yeah.
for whatever comes next. Here, I hear that one, brother. That is 100% true. Respect to Edson Barbosa. Absolute warrior, but at this stage in his career, and a young guy in Esteban Ribovic. Oh, my God, that elbow crushed his nose. Whew. Yeah, if you're saying early stoppage, you don't care about Esteban, or you don't care about Edson Barbosa.
Yeah.
That was a rifle stoppage. I think Barbosa, he shook his head, but I think that was more of like a.
He also stepped off the stool with a fucking chasm on his leg. He's never gonna say it's the right time, but that was the right time. Oh, here we go. I think they said Edson was taking the glove.
Whoa.
So now it makes sense. Now it makes sense.
Is
why
it
he was
Jeremiah
so-
Wells-esque?
No, I think this is actually done. Now it makes more sense why he was so emotional. He might have known that this was going to be the last ride. And if it is, as Kowloon City said, incredible career, tons of Fight of the Night bonuses. I was there at his debut, UFC 123. Like, this dude has been around doing highlight reel shits forever. Has been around doing highlight reel shit forever. Shout out to Edson Barbosa.
Someone in the chat calling for Ribovic versus Ewing. Shout out to Ethan Ewing.
What is Ethan Ewing up to? Wasn't he booked for something? Did he have to pull out of that?
I'll tell you right now, man.
I think he got booked, but then I think he had to.
That's correct. He did have a fight, and he posted on Instagram or something a whole long thing about how he had to pull out. He tried really hard to stay in, but the doctors told him it was too bad.
He was supposed to fight Fareed Basharat on International Fight Week. We will see the professor again. 2-0 in the UFC. But we're not here to talk about Ethan Ewing. We're here to talk about Esteban Ribovic, who just got a very big win over Edson Barbosa. And it appears that Edson Barbosa has laid down the gloves. And by all accounts, will be retiring from the UFC. Man, we just kind of got the Paramount loading screen tonight, huh?
Yeah, what's up with that?
So, struggling to sell ads? What's going on?
I thought you wanted to see some more Dutton Ranch ads.
Anything's better than this, huh? Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Like, fucking hell. And then we come back halfway through the announcement.
Okay. I want to make sure I wasn't going crazy there. Ethan Ewing is a bantamweight. Why would he be fighting Esteban?
It's actually a great point.
Yeah, like he was fighting Malcolm Womaker. Like he's like a
right.
small guy.
Enough out of the chat thing. Osman Rivich says that Edson Barbosa is his idol. Said fighting with him is an honor.
Edson's crying.
Edson very emotional.
Good stuff by Esteban there.
Joe asking him if this is bittersweet to knock out his idol like that.
He actually said something very poetic there. He said, when you fight in the sport, one day that's going to happen, where you fight a guy who's your idol and you have to kill him, kind of.
Rivik's pointing out that his last fight is not his best, but he wants to fight close to the top 15. 5-3 in the UFC now.
He looked incredible.
And I remember when he debuted, he's already got 8 fights in the UFC. Time flying, man.
Super composed performance. Here we go. We're getting Edson now.
Looks like he's got his kid in there. Maybe his dad?
No, that's Alex Davis.
Oh. Whole crowd standing
huge
up.
Standing ovation.
Let's go. Standing O for Edson Barbosa.
Esteban cheering him on too, trying to get everybody up. Yeah, as I said, he's long time trained in like New Jersey. He's a tri-state guy.
Says he gives his best every single fight. Second most knockouts by kick or knee in UFC history. 6. Yeah, if you've never watched the highlight reel, I highly recommend it. He says thank you, nothing else to say. Joe Rogan thanks him.
Lays down the gloves.
Lays down the gloves. Joe Rogan said, have a nice life, man. He literally just said,
see ya.
He just
Enjoy the rest of your life, man.
All right, enjoy the rest of your life, man. Oh, they're showing his kids in the crowd. They're crying. Wait, no, isn't that his kids in the
I think these
octagon?
are his kids, yeah.
Who was that in the crowd crying?
Maybe a relative, a friend.
Man, 8th in total fight time in UFC lightweight history.
Had a great career.
All right, second retirement of the night. Jeremiah Wells.
First, I actually believe, I know this is going to be controversial, I actually believe Edson Barbosa is going to stay retired.
I don't think we're going to see him fight again.
Okay, actually I'm lying. He's going to go to you know what? I'm lying. I think we will see Edson fight again.
GFL?
Just not in the UFC.
The duo we all know and love, Matt Hughes and Yusuf Zalal.
Shout out to the Flying Hawaiian.
Hey, Shane Victorino in the house. Chris Weidman. Paul Felder.
And daughter? Yes.
Hey, Mark Wahlberg.
Yahya Abdul-Mateen, legend. You ever see Wonder Man?
Nah.
Fucking great.
And there's Sean Brady. And Joe Pfeiffer. And all the guys that should have been on this card.
Yeah.
How about Dana White getting asked the question?
Who's Joe Pfeiffer fighting? Does he have an assignment?
No, I don't think he has one.
I feel like the momentum off the...
Who's Sean Brady fighting?
Is he? I don't know. I think he wants to fight too. It would be a good time for Sean versus Bilal, no?
Sean Bilal too? Brady Bilal too?
Yeah. Does Brady have a booking?
Take their powers to sparring and training?
No. He has a wrestling match against Jordan Burroughs for RAF next weekend. So that's why he's probably not fighting here.
Yeah. Makes sense. Makes all the sense in the world. You read the Declaration of Independence lately?
Do I look like Justin Gaethje to you?
I kind of get what he's saying, Gaethje, with like, I didn't, like,
You gonna read that?
I mean, the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. And then it's just like, bro, people were kind of clowning on him when he was like, yeah, man, I can't really read that shit. This is like, it is tiny font, bro.
You gonna read that?
You can see that Hancock on there, though. Big John Hancock.
What's the map say on the back? The map on the back.
We need the invisible ink, don't we?
Yeah, we need some heat.
Yo, National Treasure, all-time banger movie. If I ever see it on TV, I will ride
Stop
it
and
out.
watch it?
I will stop and watch it. Yeah, man, I mean, this thing is tough. Like, I'm not a great, like, cursive, it's got to be the right person. It's just like... When in the
Connor
course
reads
of,
the Declaration would be a fucking great segment.
I mean, when in the course of human events, it becomes, fuck, we're already lost. Necessary for one people to, also, like, I'm thinking about fighting Elliot Taporia, and like, there's cameras on me. I ain't reading this shit at all. To dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another.
So what you're saying is you stand with Justin Gaethje.
I stand with Justin Gaethje. God damn. Whoever wrote this, they were cooking though. This is some nice handwriting.
The at the very bottom it tells you. These are the guys.
Yo, John Penn, shout out. Button Gwinnett. I feel like he doesn't get enough love for signing the old declaration.
You have the signature that John Hancock does,
And yeah, John Hancock, fucking hell of a signature, man. Rightfully so, the guy's famous for that thing. That thing is...
You see that one, the other ones are
Also,
just kind of like, shit.
I'm not gonna lie, man. People overrate how big he did it. He just signature mogged them.
Who's this?
Lewis Morris.
That's a pretty
You're
nice
saying that
signature,
people are lying about the size of the Hancock.
Yeah, dude, look at that. It's not that big. It's just a fucking great signature. He
The size is in the eye of the beholder, you know?
Let's see, who else is on here, man?
People say it's big, you know? It doesn't matter if it's actually big. As long as they tell you it's big.
What is this show? What are we doing?
Yo, William Ellery. Yo, whoever the fuck, who is that? Steph Hopkins?
Shout out.
Whoever that is, either he was nervous as fuck or he has the worst handwriting of all time. John Hancock saw him and was like, what the fuck are you doing, bro?
Famously had Parkinson's.
Oh, shout out to him.
People who tune in to watch UFC fights with us getting a fucking signature breakdown of the Declaration of Independence is...
John Adams? Is that Sam Adams?
This is just troll shit.
Did Sam Adams sign the Declaration of Independence?
Yeah, man.
Yo, there were a lot of motherfuckers in there. They tell you it was the founding fathers. I see Benjamin Franklin's signature's kind of ass too. Where's George? Did George sign this shit?
Yeah, man.
Yo, Thomas Jefferson just going with T. Jefferson. I respect that.
You like that one?
Yeah. Here's George Wythe. Yeah, man, you can go see this down in
Islam Arrival.
Philadelphia. Islam arriving. Wow. He's been very
You think he's ever read the Declaration of Independence?
He's kind of been dressing like a like mid-level like C-suite exec always.
He's gonna have a golf shirt on.
Yeah, golf shirts, nice like.
Ian coming in with the fam.
Downs. Ian arriving with Son and Layla. Now this is what I'm talking about. Is this the Bill of Rights?
Oof.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a perfect union.
What did you think this was?
Is this what is this? Bill of Rights?
I think that's the
Constitution, no?
the
Constitution?
preamble to the Constitution there.
Well, it's the entire Constitution.
The original Constitution.
This is the Bill of Rights. No, actually, these are the originals. We stole them. Police are on the way right now.
God, this is
Is this the Bill of Rights?
extremely tough to read, but I think I'm just old and my vision.
Is this the
sucks.
10 Commandments?
Yeah, we got the what's it called? The tablets coming.
Yo, I know you can't see it, but whoever wrote Congress fucked up that first S bad. There was no erasers back then. You kind of just stuck with it.
Shout out Eric Nixick doing the backstage
They
interview.
could have just restarted. It was the first word on the page, you know? They could have just been like, we're not too deep into it. Let's just go again.
Yo, their cursive was on point. Shout out to John Adams, Vice President. Fucking hell, man. Article the first. After the first ammunition required. First article of the Constitution, can you guys name it? There shall be one representative for every 30,000. Feels a little bit outdated now. Article the second. All right, well, it's all about the Declaration of Independence. Is that Dustin Stoltzfus? Big D Stoltzfus warming up here. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Luta Livre black belt, man. 16-8. Big opportunity here on the main card of UFC 330 for Dustin Stoltzfus. Taking on Mansour Abdul Malik. Main card worthy fight? What's up in the chat, man?
Maybe this should have been the opener. What do you think? I feel like it's a main.
No, it's not main card.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Main card. People saying no 14th Amendment on that bit, huh? GC put a shirt on? Nah, man. I'm Rocky Balboa tonight. We love the Declaration crumpling ASMR. Yeah.
The papers do crumble nicely. The sound.
Why no James Tahuna drop? Because Frank bailed on us and decided not to come. What is Frank doing tonight? I feel like we should FaceTime.
I was saying to Nick earlier, I was like, he's like, you know what Frank's doing? I'm like, when Frank doesn't volunteer, I do not ask.
Someone said Rick's edible just kicked in.
Yeah. Did I mess up the mic there?
All right, so one fight in.
No. One?
One fight into the main card.
Was that just the first fight of the main card? Am I crazy?
Dude.
Yeah, holy shit. Why are we 45 minutes in and we only have one fight?
Yo, these lights are doing me no favors, man. I look like that picture of Glenn Powell as the president, like all oily and shit, shiny. Art Jimerson, one boxing glove here.
Shout out. That's a ref not many will get.
God bless. We got the St. Jude's commercials now.
Before we were getting just the Paramount music over and over, now we're getting these heartfelt
St. Jude kids cancer commercial, the postpartum depression medication commercials.
Yeah. It's all medical or Paramount holding music.
Or Bud Light. We need the boys to pound a brewski anytime someone retires. Well, I think we'd have one and pretty much go it. Someone says, did I miss Rod Talk? No, that's coming between the featured prelim. Actually, that's coming after the co-main event. Pound
Did I miss Rod Talk? I mean, we kind of actually had Rod Talk earlier a little bit. We kind of did that.
Man. Rick looks warm as hell.
Warm?
Yeah. GC, my super chat. Oh, fuck. Did you send one in, Sammy? Yeah, you look good, GC. Tight, solid 10. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Did we get a super chat? What does the super chat say? Sammy?
Sammy's 334 in Sweden when he sent in his super chat. Now it's 349 maybe?
What'd he say?
He said it was welcome back, 334 here in Sweden. Long morning.
My man, Sammy, thank you,
Sammy,
brother.
you're the man, brother. GC looks naked. Yeah, pretty much I am. It's not a great look. Jordan saw me in the hallway and thought I was actually shirtless.
Is this one of the weirdest walkouts ever?
Why?
Kind of
Dustin Stoltzfus is walking out on the main card of the
Well,
UFC.
there's that, but he also kind of just like stumbled through at like varying speeds and like wasn't doing anything. He was just kind of like walking. It was very bizarre. He looked lost, basically.
Dustin Stoltzfus adorning the iconic red and yellow shorts we've learned to know and love. Taking on Mansour Abdul Malik.
Was this your 1.5?
Yeah. This is, if I'm at the crib, this is like, I'm like cooking some chicken in the pan. Yeah, Mansour Abdul Malik, 85% on Kalshi right now. Yeah. South Africa in the house in the chat, man. Shout out.
Somebody
A lot of South African flags.
saying, did I misread?
The fight is starting, yes. Dustin Stoltzfus has entered the octagon. Someone wants to know what milligram edible did you eat, 5 or 10?
Is that, what's a like regular dosage on that?
A 5 milligram. Beelzebub says, y'all are making my night being back. Beelzebub, you're making our night with your $9.99 super
Thanks
chat.
for hanging with us, man.
Thanks for watching it, man, because this one's tough.
I'm a fan of
boobs.
What?
We're attacking those. We're getting rid of them.
I'm a fan of Mansour. I think this is going to be a good showcase for him.
He's a very interesting cat. Watched him fight at UFC Atlanta. Was a weird one.
And it going with Malik.
Yeah. GC looks like he's made out of skin. Yeah. We're all made out of skin, man.
It's the largest organ I've heard. Did you know that?
People forget. Yeah, oh yeah. Hear it in every dermatology. Commercial. Love the commitment to the costumes. Appreciate you, Nico Sanathi Dow. How do you pronounce it?
Well, what's that on the back of Mansour's shorts?
Mansour Abdul Malik.
He's got toilet paper hanging off there? What is that?
No way. Is Mansour Abdul Malik a real shitter?
Nick Six's helping him out. Oh, is it his jockstrap or cup or something has like a string loose? Okay. Nick Six like, let me help you out here.
Guy's built like a fucking brick shit house.
Yeah. Train
Absolutely.
at 85%, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Danielle Cooper just fell asleep for 10 minutes, not gonna lie. Maybe we'll just fall asleep for 10 minutes. See where it takes us. Yo, I know not everyone's seeing this right now. No one's seeing this, so there's no point in me saying it unless you're in New York. The New York lottery commercials are high level, man. I see a lot when I'm watching Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune. They put good production value into these.
I've never seen this before.
Gotta tap into that 730, bro. It's
Nice budget.
Pretty high quality production for a local lottery.
It reminds me of almost like Starburst from back in the day, or
Yeah.
like just a little bit weird. What the hell was I gonna say? Ah, fuck it. I don't even remember.
Supersure.com? What the fuck is that?
Wake up, Danielle.
Get up, Danielle. Imagine you fell back asleep. She's just like,
wake up.
Wake up, Danielle. Wake up. She's just, huh? What?
and it's to you reading the Declaration of Independence and me in a fucking tub of Philadelphia cream cheese, which is from New York.
Also, I can't stand up because I don't have any fucking pockets and everything's just falling off
Your
there.
back's...
Did they just say Dustin Stoltz was fighting out of Germany?
Yeah. He does rep that. But also, I think PA. Yeah, I think PA as well.
Yeah, we got the Liberty plushie. Shout out. And the...
And the big-ass Liberty Bell?
Yeah, so I'm on my mom's Amazon Prime account. And, like, I get a lot of this bullshit off Amazon Prime. And, like, she texted me and was like, did you order the life-size cutout of the Liberty Bell and the Philly cheesesteak advertisements? And I was just like, yeah, that was me. She's like, all right, they're going to get to your house on Tuesday.
She thought it was a scammer, but it was actually just you.
All right, here we go.
There we go.
Abdul Malik Stoltzfus underway.
Abdul Malik.
Yeah, Mansour Abdul Malik. And John Anik would know better than me. Yeah, they're pointing out how massive his back is. It is massive. Throws a quick head kick there. Leg kick for Stoltzfus. Leg kick for Abdul Malik. Was a little bit timid. We saw Abdul Malik in. Oh man, massive right hand.
He landed a
for
nice one there.
Mansour. We saw him in Seattle. Yeah.
Was that the loss to Yusri?
Yeah.
Yeah, Yusri's a different level in terms of straight striking.
I've actually been to 2 Mansour Abdul Malik fights.
Are those probably his 2 UFC fights, right?
Am I his biggest fan? I think we follow each other on Twitter too. Is this the birth of a friendship here? Oh, nice front kick.
Nah, actually he has quite a few.
What is he now? 9-1?
He has 9. He's 9-1-1.
Because of the draw in Atlanta. Yeah. Oh man. Oh, Dustin Stoltzfus opening up there a little bit. Respect. Low kick for Stoltzfus. Stoltzfus stance switching, throws a knee.
Bit of a feeling out so far.
The speed difference. Oh, man. Massive left hand from Mansour. The speed difference in these guys is crazy. Stoltzfus looks stiff. Mansour is just flowing. Oh, jab.
Snapped his whole head back.
If you're Stoltzfus, oh, man. There it is. Dustin Stoltzfus going for the takedown. On the back.
That's his world. That's where
I was going to say, if you're Dustin Stoltzfus, you need to get to this mat because it's not working out on the feet so far. Tied up on the feet right now. Stoltzfus trying to drag Mansour Abdul Malik to the mat.
Them talking about their time training together and Stoltzfus saying that he was able to take him down, but so far he hasn't been able to take him down yet.
Couple knees to the head for Stoltzfus, so Abdul Malik puts the knee down. Oh, now they're off the break. Stoltzfus lands a couple nice shots. Knee to the body. Okay. Ooh.
He really
Head kick grazes. Nah,
That's
you
with
can't
his
stop the
foot.
fight.
That's with his
Yeah, what are you
foot.
talking about? Stoltz was trying to say eye poke. Yeah, no shit, man. It was with his foot. Stoltz was immediately trying to get a takedown.
Actually, can you poke people with your foot?
Would it
is that
not
a
just count as a
stoppage?
kick? I mean,
I
if it
don't
happens as a punch, remember DDP Usman a couple weeks ago. If it happens with a punch, you
No,
just
but it
gotta
was
keep
his
going.
toes. If it's your toes, is that a
Fuck.
poke? I actually don't know the rule
Kicking
on
the
that.
motherfucker. It felt like Keith Peterson wanted no part of that nonsense. Leg kick for Dustin. Oh, man. Yo, Stoltzfus is landing some shots here. Oh. That's where Abdul Malik throws a head kick. Stoltzfus is in this thing. Oh, man, big double leg. Picks up Malik, slams him down. Stoltzfus on top with 45 seconds to go.
That's where he's going to control this
Fucking
fight if
hell.
he does.
Oh, man, is he fully mounted? Wow, he's got him in full mount. Oh, landed some nice shots here. Look at Dustin Stoltzfus.
This is a great
Malik gives it
end
the
to
back.
round.
Oh, man, he's trying to lock up a choke with 24 seconds. Oh, Malik
Malik
gets out
fighting
of
the
it.
hands well. Now he's
Oh,
flattened
dude,
out,
he's got
though.
him flattened out. Oh, man.
He might buck him off. He's a little high.
Fucking hell, 10 seconds to go.
Dustin's going for the Suloev stretch. All right, he gives that
Yo,
up.
big shots for Dustin Stoltzfus here to end round one.
Very nice opening round for
Massive
Dustin.
stuff, man. That just won him the round for me.
For sure.
Dustin
10-9
Stoltzfus,
10-9 Dustin.
10-9. Believe in the dog, baby. All right, man. So we saw, if you're looking at the
Nearly
odds right
50-50
there.
now.
It's essentially 50-50 after Malik was 85%.
Now he's down to 54. Stoltzfus coming back at 46. Yeah, Nixa giving him the right advice. He needs to put combinations together. He really needs to make Dustin feel him. Like he kind of just like coasted through that round. He didn't really put any pressure on him.
You talk about that Yusri fight, maybe messing with his confidence, the draw in Atlanta. Now you lose round 1 to Dustin Stoltzfus.
He's got a lot of talent. He's a very good athlete. He needs to start sharpening the skills. He needs to start putting this stuff together. Dustin is at a level where if you are a supreme athlete, you should be able to beat him. And so he needs to show something in this next round.
Yo, that body slam by Stoltzfus was sick.
Yeah.
He went airborne. That was amazing. All right, here we go, round 2. Let's see if Dustin Stoltzfus can continue that momentum from round 1. If you're one of the if you're one of those combo guys and you got Malik in your play, I don't know.
See, they're talking about it here. He's just kind of not doing much. He's kind of just leaving Dustin to do whatever. Honestly, not dissimilar to like Joel Alvarez earlier, where it was just like he was letting Chidi do what Chidi wants to do. Here, he's letting Dustin do what Dustin wants to do. He needs to make him uncomfortable. He needs to make him... There you go.
Body kick for Mansour. Nice jab.
Now Dustin has things to think about.
But man, nasty knees for Mansour. Big shots.
Clipped
now
him
Dustin
good.
changes levels, trying to get a takedown. Yo, if nothing, this fight there's been some exciting moments in this thing.
Dustin's good for a scrap like that.
Yeah, fucking
This is a great opponent for him.
Some big shots from Mansour, and it's almost like he welcomes the firefight.
Oh, yeah.
So he can open up.
No, Dustin will go to war.
Oh shit! They've ended up on the ground. Mansour on top.
He's gonna end up on top now.
Kind of grabbed his feet. Oh, now he's sort of.
Yeah, he's cradling him.
Yeah, I was gonna say cradling him. Looks like he's, the wife under the archway.
He should probably just let him off.
Oh man. Oh, now he's getting on top. Oh, landed some big shots here.
Don't even bother with anything down here. Just stand up.
Oh man, nasty hammer fist. Straight down on Dustin Stoltzfus' skull. Oh, another nice shot. Stoltzfus hanging onto one leg.
There was no reason to
Dear
stay
life.
in there. There was no reason to stay in there. Dustin got his leg off that. He just needs to just separate and punch. There you go.
Oh, nice elbow for Mansour. Oh!
He didn't have Stoltzfus threw a good punch, but doesn't have much on it. He's taking a little bit of a beating here.
He's got, if he's gonna have any success, he's got to go back to the takedowns. Nice level change.
Yeah, Abdul Malik overthrew.
Yep.
Really heavy with that. Here's where he can win this round back. Stoltzfus, this is. Dropping down.
He's in on a single. Mansour trying to stay up. Oh, spinning elbow for Dustin. Knee for Mansour.
All right, now they're back at range.
Oh, front kick for Mansour.
Yeah,
Dustin is nasty shot for Mansour. Dustin trying to change level, trying to get on a single. Feels like he's starting to look a little bit labored. Oh, lands some nice shots right there, though. Big right for Dustin Stoltzfus. Short uppercuts for him. Elbow for Mansour. Oh, shit. Did Dustin Stoltzfus just drop him?
No, he kind of just shoved him over.
He's trying to
Abdul
lock up
Malik
the guillotine here.
All right, he's going to have to readjust that. He can't get it from here.
Yep. Yeah, he should give up on
Give
this
up.
joke.
Oh, that's nice. Put the knee right across the neck.
Knee on the neck of Mansour. Holy.
He's a nasty motherfucker.
Stoltzfus is a grimy fuck. I love it.
Now he's trying to go knee on belly.
Oh, this is hell for Mansour.
The first round and the second round, both ending this way, is not good.
Oh, big shots from Dustin. Man. Yo, that might have really fucking hurt Mansour. He's trying to get up now. Oh,
can he get it?
Stoltzfus trying to get a choke in. He's under the neck. He's under the neck. He's squeezing. Dustin Stoltzfus trying to
He's
pull
got
off
it.
the upset.
He's got it.
Mansoor might tap. Mansoor might
He
tap.
got it.
Tapped.
He got it.
Stoltzfus.
Yo. Dustin Stoltzfus.
Dustin Stoltzfus pulls off the upset. Fucking hell.
That was
What a
fucking sick.
scrap.
That was fucking sick.
Fuck yeah, Dustin Stoltzfus.
That was
Holy
sick.
shit. Wow. Yo, what a war that was. Dustin
He needed that
Stoltzfus.
bad, man.
Fuck. Yo. That was an unbelievable fight, man.
I think Abdul Malik is very obviously a talented guy, has great like power, speed, the things that you'd want. The mental lapses, the lack of awareness is going to prevent him from excelling. He needs to fix some things.
Man, we're looking at the trading, obviously, trading at like 85% pre-fight.
Yeah.
But if you look at the actual odds, to get it into American odds, minus 700 Mansoor Abdul Malik, plus 475 Dustin Stoltzfus.
Crazy.
That's now Jeremiah Wells winning as an underdog, like a plus 725. Dustin Stoltzfus as a plus 475. And then Joel Alvarez.
What was Chidi? Yeah.
Losing to Chidi and Jaquani, who was over a plus 200. I mean, how about these blue corner fighters, man? How about Dustin Stoltzfus?
Hell of a win.
Obviously not the biggest name. I said 1.5 in terms of excitement. That might end up being the fight of the night. That
absolutely
was a tremendous fucking fight.
I thought the tide was turning middle of that second round
For Mansoor.
Yeah, where
me too.
Dustin seemed to be gassing out and Mansoor was keeping him at a range. I think the critical mistake there was when Dustin was down, he kept trying to engage on top on the ground, and then Dustin turned that into a single, turned that into getting up, and from there he just didn't have answers. He has to fix some of these errors that he's making because the talent is very clearly there. But when you're facing a guy as good as Stoltzfus, as well-rounded, as veteran, now granted, it has been a very bad run for him lately, but he is fighting, listen to these names, Kelvin Gastelum, Nurulstan Ruzabayev, Marc-Andre Barriel, Bruno Fajeda, Punahele Soriano, Abos Magomedov. Like, these are veteran UFC guys, right? Like, he has been in there with top-level guys. You need to be better prepared against a guy like that. And Mansoor just did not seem to have answers today. Incredible win by Dustin.
Give that man $100,000,
Yeah,
bro.
please.
Because he dogged that shit out. That was a hell of a win, man. Obviously he's not been on a great run. He doesn't have the name value, and he's on the main card, so it's kind of been a point of like, this guy's on the main card. That's crazy. He fucking earned it.
Yeah.
And then right off rip, you get the speed difference, the size difference, the athleticism.
Yep.
Shout out to Dustin. You got a fan in me, baby.
He's got a dub over Joe Pyfer, don't forget.
Greatest UFC fighter named Dustin ever?
Dustin Jacoby. You can't knock him off the perch. Come on.
2. Biggest win of his career. Wow, man. I mean, dude, if you ever wanted to do it, it was right here, man. That's how you make fans. Oh, Dustin cleared up his nose. Like DDP. Showing love to Mansoor. Kind of ended the sentence abruptly there.
He's saying he wasn't trying to knock him out in the training, so it's different.
Yo, the body slam was sick, bro. Yo,
Yeah, that punch rocked him.
That double jab into the straight and then that right hook, that's where he started getting stunned. That shot right there,
Yeah.
if you're watching the replay, where he had his knee on his chest and he just, boom, just dropped a bomb on him, that was the beginning of the end for Mansoor. And then to lock in that choke, man, he was squeezing his ass off. It's also saying he feels out of place a lot. Saying to do this close to his hometown is amazing.
Shout out to Dustin. That was a great win. He just seems like such a nice dude. Like just like a humble, nice dude.
You know what he kind of looks like? He kind of looks like Tom Hardy.
He definitely looks like Tom Hardy. Even
Tom
down
Hardy will be playing Dustin Stoltzfus in the Dustin Stoltzfus doc. The story of him beating Mansour Abdul Malik at UFC 330.
No, they made that movie. It was called Fighter.
Yeah. Get this motherfucker a bonus, 150,000.
Yeah. That's a bonus. That's a bonus worthy one right there. 1.5. What's wrong with you? Come on.
Ryan Hall and Jared Gordon. Hasbulla in the house. Hasbulla with his whoop on.
Yair
Rodriguez. Hasbulla, Russian social media personality.
Eddie Alvarez.
Let's go.
And the boys. Hey, Frankie.
Hey, Frankie Edgar in the house. Let's go. Sean Brady.
Oh!
Whoa! 5-round main event. UFC Apex. Man, get fucking Sean Brady out of the Apex. And Gabriel Bonfim. November 7th. So I guess
damn, all right. So we were cracking on Brady not having a fight. Now he's got a fight.
I'm getting proven wrong for left, right, and center tonight. Man, fucking Apex, though. Fuck.
Gotta fill it somehow. Now there's tickets.
We should go one week. You say you feel like we got it. That's an easy one, bro.
I feel like we got it.
Islam Makhachev getting his hands wrapped in the back. I know how that feels, bro. I had to get my hands wrapped before this. All right. Who's next? Callaway Fernandez versus Jalen Turner?
That's it.
Yo, they're really advertising this 331 card. We got the press conference.
Let's see. What are they trading at right now?
Callaway?
Yeah.
Remember.
Ooh. Nearly a 50-50 here.
If you want to trade on Kalshi, use code UNCROWNED. Get $25 when you trade. $25. Support us. Support them. They support us. You know the deal. KLSHI. Download the Kalshi app.
What do you think?
Joshua Van promo. 52-48. I'm going with Jalen Turner. I'm a big tarantula guy.
I thought he looked good in the last one. He's always been very talented. I think he's gonna be good here. But it's been a bit of a wild night, huh?
It has been, man. This always happens with these cards. It's just kind of a weird one that you look back on in a few months and you're like, that was kind of a fever dream, huh? You remember when Dustin Stoltzfus put on Fight of the Year?
Yeah. All right, but Fight of the Year is actually going to be Van versus Pantoja.
I hope it is, because I cannot fucking wait.
If we see Pantoja go into zombie mode against Joshua Van, it's gonna be cinema.
God, I hope
we got fucking Marty.
I hope it delivers. I
cinema.
hope it fucking delivers, dude. I hope it fucking delivers. That'd be so sick. Yeah, man. I'm loving this heat roll from Josh Van, dude. It's got me getting emotionally invested because I fucking love Pantoja, and to see him getting disrespected in the way that he lost his belt. Look at this stats on Josh Van. It's fucking crazy.
8.43 is nuts.
Highest in UFC history. It's nuts. The guy puts up volume at unprecedented clips. He's a savage, man. It's going to be such a sick fight. Get the dude some custom Myanmar shorts, man. Shout out to the people of Burma. I know they're supporting right now. Co-main event's good too, Armin Hoofi.
It's good. It's not what I expected for Armin, but it is a fun fight. Like
stylistically not.
It's a big opportunity for Hoofi, right? Like
if he wins, yeah.
If he wins, you automatically become a top contender. You automatically become a title-worthy guy. So,
I mean, dude, for him to go from the White House to this, like, big year for Hoofi, man.
Huge opportunity here.
Hoofi, big fan of the President's Own Marine Corps band. People forget that.
He's got good taste.
Last time we were in here was White House.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can't believe we stayed in these costumes this whole time.
Costume?
Oh, there it is. That was my IFB. So as long as we still got the microphone.
Anik just called that a title eliminator, I guess. You really do look like Tyson Fury.
I know, that's what I was gonna say. I'm trying to do my best Tyson Fury impression. All right. Lost the IFB there. Unfortunate. Jalen Turner. I'm getting that right, yeah? Kawe? Didn't we learn that? Kawe Fernandez?
I'll take your word for it.
You a big Rocky fan? Huh? Big Rocky fan? I thought it was.
I'm more of a Creed guy.
I might be a hater, but I thought it was all right.
I respect Rocky more than I like Rocky. Is that fair?
Yeah. Someone says, we need a counter on how many times GC puts on and takes off the gloves. I mean, I can't lie. They're not that comfortable. Someone says, holy shit,
like
Helwani.
Weezer is the best kind of like MMA music. That doesn't feel like a fit.
Helwani boxing.
New album, man.
Chance. Yeah, honestly.
Is that right? It's a new Weezer album?
I believe they have a new album. I think it's the Gold album now.
All right, shout out. Do you like Weezer?
Did the parlay just get
liked
ruined?
Weezer at some
No,
point.
it did
yeah.
not. I ruined it with Joel Alvarez. Creed is AI, Rocky is the GOAT. How stoned did GC and New York Rick get before these?
Wait, what?
How stoned do we get? Not at all. I can't tell you how little I would want to be on camera in front of over 1,000 people.
It's crazy how well you lie to the audience like that.
With these fucking lights on me as well, I would not want to be high right now. GC Zelenoff? Top 3 favorite strains of weed, Rick.
Dirty regs from a fucking sack when I was 12 years old. I have no frame of reference for this shit. Bam Bam Buds.
Bam Bam Buds.
Bam Bam Buds.
Bam Buds.
Bam Bam Buds. Is that weed though? What's that? It's something else. I'm the last person to ask about this bullshit.
GC, how sweaty are the hands in those? Oh, that's Josh Markowitz. Yeah, they're getting a little bit sweaty. That's why they keep coming on and on.
Shout out to Josh. Ask Josh what he thinks about Josh. What do you think about this Philly? Josh asked me 2 days ago or yesterday. I forget when. Josh asked me if I had anything Philly planned, and I was like, nah, don't worry about it. I got nothing. Little did he know, I had this little number.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Philly cheesesteak signs that you find out of like a shitty restaurant go very hard. These are sick. Shout out to the cheesesteaks.
You brought these from home, right?
GC, can we get some Vaseline on the face? No, bro, I'm already shining enough, man. We don't need any more. We don't need any more shine going on here. We don't need any more Vaseline. I can't lie, man. We just don't need it. How you doing, boys? Stanford train station, shout out.
Hey.
Stanford, Connecticut? If so, man, respect to you, man.
Safe travels.
Safe travels. I hope I never go there again. I was eating Philly cream cheese with a spoon today for breakfast. Yeah, that's sicko fucking shit. Oh, that's Markowitz? Jesus Christ.
Throw that joint on a bagel. Make it a schmear. No, just spoons full of cream cheese, Josh.
You might have smoked a joint if you were eating it straight out of the...
Is that some college kid shit? What is that?
Pineapple Express said everything is better when you're stoned. Yeah, you know. GC, what did you do for your 21st? It's a great story. I went and stayed at my friend's grandma's house who wasn't there. So we had an open house down in Savannah, Georgia. And then we went to a strip club that was BYOB. And so the B that we brought was a full keg. It took us like 20 minutes bartering with the doorman because he was like, you can't bring a fucking keg in. And we were like, it's BYOB, we're bringing a keg in. Eventually we were able to bring the keg in and we tapped the thing in there. The strippers started drinking it with us. We were doing keg stands with the strippers. And then on the way home.
Did the strippers do keg stands?
Yeah. Strippers were doing keg stands. It was like a Wednesday night in the middle of the summer, so no one was there. On a side of the road fucking shitty strip club outside of Savannah, Georgia. So no one was there. So yeah, we were just fucking partying it down. Way home, stopped at a gas station, got the bomb burrito, a microwave burrito, bad choice. And then passed out over the covers in my friend's grandparents' bed, and like their AC didn't work, so I woke up sweating my ass off the next morning. Couldn't find one of our friends, and he was sleeping in the back seat, sitting upright, buckled into my grandma's truck, into his grandma's truck. Like we walked outside.
Buckled in.
I thought he was dead when we walked out. He was just like, we were like, yo, dude, are you all right?
Did he remember?
It's like, huh? He barely remembered, and we were all fucking sweating our ass off because it was a grandparent's house, so it was set to like 81.
Safety first. Didn't you tell me, though, one of your boys, he crawled into the room, it was dark, and he started feeling around, and then he wanted to kiss his mom goodnight, and then he...
Yeah.
wanted to kiss grandma goodnight.
Yeah, someone said you were in Georgia and didn't do Magic City. Dude, Magic City is in Atlanta. I was in South-ass Georgia. Georgia's a big-ass state, man. Y'all sleep on it. Yeah, sounds like the Hangover movie. Yeah, it was. It was.
Keg stands strippers.
Also, I had such a good crew. It was everyone who was down at the school I was at the time, Georgia Southern, for the summer. So it was like 15 of us, and yeah, it was a wild-ass night. It was a wild-ass night. Yeah, it was amazing. Shout out. When I was 13, pissed drunk, I'd get the bomb burrito all the time. Yeah. Being
13.
pissed drunk at 13 is a little aggressive.
Rough, bro.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, shout out to the bomb burrito, man. All great party stories lead to Frank's mom's ass. Every great party is like the yellow brick road and the city of Oz or whatever the fuck it is.
Emerald City.
Emerald City is Frank's mom's ass. The card is not moving that slow, but it feels like it's moving pretty.
It is moving kind of slow, actually. Like, they're just not, like, they're not hitting terminal velocity here.
I know, I guess we're seeing two finishes. 2 second
could have been
finishes, right?
Yes.
I was
Could have been faster.
I was halfway home from PFL New York at this point. Welcome back, Tarantula. Let's go. I know GC's hands are sweating in those gloves. Yeah, you're correct. Full head of hair or Francis physique? That's tough because if I had a full head of hair, I could work towards the Francis physique. There's nothing I can do to get the hair back. So I think I'd take the full head of hair. Like I'm talking like...
Okay, but realistically, can you work toward a Francis physique? Francis physique is not attainable.
Yeah, sure. Francis physique is also pretty fucking sick.
Yeah. Like, that's an unreal body. Like, that's the comic book shit.
Speaking of, hey GC, I'm new to baldness. Do you raise your head? I use the same clippers that I use to shave my pubes. It doesn't really do the job.
Troll shit. I knew as soon as he said same clippers, I knew where that was going. As soon as he said it.
If that's actually a serious question, I use like a 7-point razor that I got off of Amazon, and it's fucking incredible. I love it. It takes me like 3 minutes. Shaves it like close enough to where I'm not just like fully like there's like a very small amount of stubble on there. So if you're into that, you can go to Turkey. No man, fuck Turkey, dude. All those guys it looks like fucking the lollipops that rolled around on the floor. Like it looks like fuzzy and weird. It doesn't look like
Trey Young.
If I was gonna have hair, bro, I want like real ass. Like look at Kawe Fernandez's hair. If I had that, like I'm down with that.
The Trey Young lollipop with the hair stuck
bro.
on it.
Yeah. GC, you big into gambling on table games? No, actually not. I'll do like roulette. I'll do a little bit of blackjack, but like it's only to hang out with my friends. I'm not big on the table games.
All right, we saw Turner odds-wise go up to 53, so a little bit more, but still a very close one.
Embrace the bald. I'm with y'all, man. It's the best part about being bald is that you can tell other people to embrace the bald. Being bald ain't that bad. Go to Turkey, get the head poked.
How do you feel about the Kawe mustache?
Mustaches are sick. I'm actually thinking of doing a mustache this November for Movember. Do the Strickland. Mongo beefing with the boys. Connor, how many American spirits so far tonight? None. But I do respect a good American spirit. Fucking hell. That's how you know it's a good night, if the American spirits come out.
You kiss Frank's mom's ass and you get an American spirit. That was a good night.
Yeah.
Life
Frank's
was
mom
good today.
gives you the American spirit after you kiss her on the ass. That's how I got all my American spirits growing up. You try Phillips One Blade? No, I haven't. Have y'all seen the new Doomsday trailer? Rick has. I have not. I'm not watching it on purpose because I'm going to see the movie anyway. I don't want any of it ruined. I'm hyped for it.
It's so far away, though.
Nah, fuck it. Fuck it. Here we go. We're on our way. Jalen Turner. Got away Fernandez. Ooh, nice leg kick from Fernandez. Jalen Turner, as usual, looking big in there. Got away Fernandez, not a small lightweight, though.
Ooh.
Oh, huge left hand from Jalen Turner.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, he's drumming on him. That's the fight. Jalen fucking Turner. God damn.
Oh, my God.
Knocks him out in the first round.
Holy shit.
Woo! That left hand was crazy.
God, Jalen Turner just killed that dude. Holy shit.
Yo, Jalen Turner.
Yo, he's scary, man.
He does not win every fight. We know that much is true. But, man, is he a violent ass dude.
God damn, man.
On the ground and on the feet. Fucking hell. Yeah, they're talking about it on the broadcast right now. He's very religious.
Wow.
He's a very nice guy. You know, we all saw the video this week. He was like obsessing over the Alabama sauce. Yo, he just ethered.
Talk about a performance bonus. That's the one right there. Jesus Christ, man.
Let's see this one more time.
The body shot
he goes for a spinning back fist.
And then this.
Oh, just a left uppercut. And then once he's on top, he's just drumming on him.
I love this because he hits him in the ribs first and then bop. And then once down here, that one. Ooh.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Yo, Fernandez's body just crumpled, man. Fucking hell.
Turner is
sick.
Turner,
sick.
like Joel Alvarez, is a guy that at lightweight, he's going to be very hard for people to match up with because of the size and the speed.
Wow, man.
And even once he has you down and he's on top like that, the leverage that he can get with those long arms, man, nasty stuff by Jalen Turner there. Meanwhile, we're going to have to wait 40 more minutes.
Oh, no, I was actually just thinking that. Wow. That was
impressive.
That was an absolutely insane knockout.
I mean, who do you give a bonus to? Dustin Stoltzfus. Maybe that's a fight. That's a fight of the night. Turner had a absolutely blistering KO. There was a Scottish Twister. Dante Johnson, fucking nasty nuclear KO.
Yeah, I guess.
Ninja choke after being down 2 rounds on oral by.
And then we still have
we still have 2 title fights.
Yeah, 2 title fights to go, man.
This is tough.
This card has not been bad.
There's been a lot of very impressive performances.
Wow. Wow, man. Yeah, we're getting a lot of rotating screen here for old.
Yeah, what happened to our medical commercials?
Whew. Wow. Don't your guys' ass fall asleep for sitting so long? Nah, we get up in shadow box every once in a while. Don't forget, bro. Don't forget. Wow, man. Jalen Turner, dude. Stepped away from the game for a little bit. That was an incredible performance right there. Yeah, fucking hell. How long are we going to have before Mackenize Dern walks? Fernandez looks distraught. Big smiles from Jalen Turner.
Big time win by
Monster Energy can. Whew.
39 seconds, the official time.
Fuck, man. All finishes so far on the main card. Whew, he steps in with the Prince of Peace, but he doesn't bring peace to anyone. He absolutely ended Cowboy Fernandez's night. Drew Dober, 11 knockouts in lightweight history. That's
Dober to be ahead of guys like Gaethje and Barboza and shit is nuts.
Jalen Turner calling out anyone in the top 15.
I mean, what a night of work, huh? You go in there and you just obliterate a dude, and then you go party. 39 seconds, not a scratch on him.
And you get the insane dopamine hit of knocking someone the fuck out.
Yeah, he's a fascinating dude because he said when he retired he was struggling with the idea of hurting people.
Well, he wasn't struggling tonight.
No. Well, he seemed, he's spoken to Ariel since and said like he kind of arrived at a place where he was okay with it again and
Hey,
looked
boy
inside.
Randy Brown in the house.
That's a New York's own. Gilbert.
Hey, I see Michael Morales back there as well.
Natty Ice.
Joe Pfeiffer in the back too. Raul Rosas.
Hey. Oh, are they announcing another fight?
Anthony Barcelos. Main event.
Wait, what? Main event. All right.
We were just moving on from that, just like that, just so we can show Diego Lopez.
Okay, but to be fair, Diego just got the biggest pop of the night. Hey, there's a Philly boy.
Joe Pfeiffer went to Turkey, doesn't even fucking use it. Raul Rosas versus Anthony Barcelos main event? Huh?
That's rough a little bit.
What? Yeah.
Huh?
I'd say so. I'd say so. That's rough.
That's like a good opening fight on a pay-per-view. It's like right in that range. Maybe even featured.
Has Anthony Barcelos ever had a main event?
I wouldn't imagine.
There's no way.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, wait. They're saying that's co-main event?
It said main. It said 5-round main.
No. It said main event.
On the graphic, it said 5-round main.
Gilbert Burns is currently being mentored by Ali Abdelaziz to be a fighter manager. Yeah, he's managed someone on this card. Yeah, I saw that as well. Yep.
But he's not retired, right? Did Gilbert retire? We're getting promos for the
There's a
co-main.
main event in Sean Brady's at the Apex. We've reached the final stage of the OC, yeah. Yeah. Wow, man.
Burns is not retired, right? Did he retire?
I mean, he's on like a 5-fight losing streak, is he not? What, we got a new Mark Wahlberg movie? Coming out on Paramount Plus? Is that why Mark Wahlberg is at the...
Yeah, and Yaya Abdul-Mateen too.
By any means. Whew. Yes, Burns is retired.
Okay. I didn't even remember that. What was his last fight? Who did he fight?
Yep. Yeah, he retired against Malat. Yep.
Ah, okay. Shit, I completely blocked that out of my head.
Hey, at least they're getting the names right on the lower third tonight. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Wow. All right, next up, co-main event of the evening. Mackenize Dern, Gillian Robertson. You think
You're at a 6.
Mackenize Dern's even gotten her hands wrapped yet?
Yeah. I think we're going to walk. I think we're going to walk soon.
Bruce Guffer got the name. Timothy Chalamet on the screen right now. Kalshi commercial. Shout out to
Shout out.
Kalshi. You watching Lioness?
I've heard good things, but I've never watched it.
Never even heard of it.
I'm a
this
Zoe
much.
Saldana guy.
It's the first time this show is hitting my eyes.
This is
my
like
eardrum.
season 3 or 4.
Zoe Saldana,
Saldana, yeah.
highest grossing actress of all time, yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, is that for
What?
real?
Yes.
Yeah, because she's in all the Marvel
She's in
movies.
Marvel and Avatar.
Avatar, yep.
I mean,
Yeah.
she's just unbelievably well positioned to make money.
Wait, are we...
Oh!
Volk Mosar, we getting the official announcement right here?
I was like, what
UFC
the fuck?
332 in Salt Lake City? Here we go. Piotr Jan Radulashvili?
Whoa!
Yo, UFC 332? Is this what we're getting right now? Here we go.
Okay, Volk Mosar.
Oh, and Abu
Jan-
Dhabi. Oh, whoa, whoa,
Oh,
whoa,
so
whoa.
October.
Hold on. Oh, fucking hell. UFC 333, Abu Dhabi, Volk Mosar, Piotr Jan Radulashvili, Lonnie Kavanaugh versus Ramazan Temirov, Alexander Volkov versus Rizvan, and Arnold Allen Aaron Pico. That's a fucking banger.
Oh, man.
Wow, UFC 333. So a lot of people talked about that potentially being the rematch of Cyril Gane versus Tom Aspinall. Instead, we get Alexander Volkanovski, Movsar Evloev, Piotr Jan Radulashvili rematch. Wow,
That's a pretty solid card.
solid card, man. That is
Those two title fights are extremely high level.
Yo, Alan Pico off rip too. Excuse me. Oh,
we got more.
Azamat Mirzakhanov.
Your boy, your favorite, Avis.
Avis Magomedov, my guy, taking on Cam Rouston.
All right, the card is good. The card is good. The two title fights carry. Like that's what we're here for. God, those are great fights, man.
Wow, I'm surprised it's in Abu Dhabi. Fuck yeah, man.
Those are true number one contenders right there. Merab is a true top level guy. Movsar Evloev is a true top level guy. Those are elite fights right there. I'm very excited about that.
You don't think it makes sense? Abu Dhabi, a couple of the Russian guys,
Yeah,
Australia. It's a lot easier travel as opposed to
Yep.
Salt Lake City.
What are we
I'm-
getting for UFC 332?
Yeah. And when is Tom versus Cyril?
Yeah. What is 332? Yeah, I mean, what you're saying does make sense. I mean, you're getting the Russian challenger in Movsar, the Russian champion in Piotr, obviously Georgia right there as well for Merab, Volkov, Rizvan. Makes sense. But yeah, 332 is like 7 weeks away. And I have no idea what that would be. Could it be no, it wouldn't be Hamzat Strickland.
Not that soon, right?
Could it be... No chance they would do BMF. Charles.
Why no chance? Well,
Diego?
the Charles thing is interesting because all the talk was that Charles and Armin
Yeah.
were going to fight. Unfortunately, Nascimento passes. Charles kind of seemingly fades out of the conversation. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you do.
Tom versus Cyril should be in NYC. Yeah, that's kind of what I feel like. Does Volk win if he beats Movsar? Does Volk win what? 332 Kayla versus Amanda? Yeah, that's not a bad shout.
That's actually interesting.
That's not a bad shout.
Kayla back, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a bad shout. Did these guys hack Ariel's YouTube? Yes, we did. Yeah.
We have taken over Ariel Helwani's YouTube channel.
Try and report it. He doesn't know who the fuck we are, so fuck him. We're never giving him his password back either. Does Rick know that Philadelphia cream cheese isn't from Philly? Wow, did you know that?
What?
Oh, shit. He had 2 numbered events in October. Yeah, shout out. Yeah, Kayla Amanda isn't a bad shout for 332.
Yeah, it's not.
Salt Lake City.
Yep. It's a good fight for that area too.
Tom Cyril at MSG. Not a bad shout. Biggest news is Raul versus Barcelos Apex main event. Yeah, I agree. The YouTube channel has been taken over by
UFC
Gal.
announced 3 main events.
Yeah. The Apex card on September 26th, the
Brady.
Apex card on November 7th, and UFC 333.
Yeah.
UFC Tree.
And a co-main that's Rob versus Jan, which is crazy.
Just sick.
Yeah.
Sick rematch. Rob Jan 3.
Wow. UFC making a lot of announcements tonight. They waited for us to come back from vacation, I think.
I think so too. 332 interim light heavyweight championship. Between
Okay.
who? Yuri and
Paulo.
Magomed? Who?
Paulo Costa and somebody.
That can co-mate. Can we get to the damn rod talk already? Yeah,
You want to talk rods, man.
we got a week jam-packed with rods, don't worry. Gregory Rodriguez main eventing next week. I'm going to walk around with these around New York City. Sorry, I'm very busy. Here comes Gillian Robertson
You gonna ask people about him?
walking out to 50 Cent. I don't know what heard about me, but I'm a motherfucking PIMP. With the red hair, walking out to PIMP.
I'm properly excited about this.
She walks out, fans going crazy. She gives a couple high fives, and like, she literally just said, "What's up, guys?"
Yeah.
Didn't even look at him. She was like, "What's up, guys?"
What's up, guys?
She looks ready to fucking roll.
Yeah,
I'll
she
tell
looks
you that.
very locked in.
I mean, all week I've been watching all the embedded and stuff. She's just like, "Yeah, fuck these face-offs. Let's just get to the fight. Just want to get to the fight. Sweet. Press conference is done. Let's do the fight. I'm ready to fight." So she has been ready to roll all week. 5-fight win streak. It's great. Shout out to the 50 Cent walk-in music. I mean, that's great. Someone says Valentina hasn't fought all year. Yeah,
Wow, fuck,
that's
man.
shout. Not a
The-
bad shout.
The women's fights have gone down
No,
to
right? It's so much so that I just forgot.
they've gone down to a level that I don't think is like acceptable if you want to build up women's divisions. It's too few and far between. It's not the fights we need. Kayla and Amanda would do wonders to really help that. So maybe that is October 3rd or whatever that is. That would be good to get. But yeah, where the hell's Valentina? Where the hell's Zhang?
I guess we can't do Rod talk right now, but we can't do Rob talk. Gillian Robertson.
Zhang, Valentina, Kayla, no fights. Like the top 3 that you'd imagine pound for pound women in the UFC.
Yeah. And then the fact that like they're doing one every like 3 cards.
Yeah.
Like just one woman's fight. Is this the first women's title
Fight of the year? It might be, yeah.
Can someone fact check me on that? Is this the first women's title fight of the year? And,
Well, Kayla didn't fight and Valentina didn't fight.
and Mackenzie won the belt in Abu Dhabi last year.
Yeah.
Phew, man.
Kayla and Amanda was supposed to be January. That was the plan, and then that one fell off. So yeah, this is the first women's title fight.
Here comes Mackenize Dern. Crazy graphics.
Yeah, what is the
In
graphics?
colors here. The champion making her way to the octagon. We're going to get the John Anik line. Black and gold, befitting of a champion. She looks ready to go. Always comes to scrap.
Yeah. She is a fun fighter.
Gillian always comes to scrap. Danielle Cooper's struggling. Danielle! Get
Wake up, Danielle. Stay with us.
3:45 a.m. in Plymouth, UK. Absolutely hilarious that she's in Plymouth, UK watching this. And like dozing off on her couch. Just like, oh, what's it?
Did they just announce Jan and Marab?
I'm just imagining her in the UK, no AC, just like sweating her ass off. She's like, what? Rosa's main event? No, they must have said co-main. Howdy, Marcelo. It's time for Raw Talk. Woo. Man. There's nothing funnier than someone who's falling asleep that won't admit that they're falling asleep. It's the fucking best. It's the fucking
You fight it even though you are never you've never won that battle ever. It's never in human history, nobody has ever won the battle where it's you're half asleep and trying to stay
and
awake.
like you're watching TV and it's just like you start not knowing what's going on and just like
your stupid fucking brain tells you, you're like, I'm gonna win this time. I promise I'm gonna win this time. You've never won. Nobody's ever won. It's never happened.
Bro, the funniest part is I like own up to it. If like I pass out and someone like wakes me up, I'm just like, oh fuck, I passed out, I'm going to bed. See it.
Yeah,
and I'm
immediate
gone.
bed.
There's nothing worse than the friend who's just like, and then you wake them up, they're like, what? Nah, man, I wouldn't asleep.
I fight it a few
I was
times
just resting
before
my eyes.
I fight it a few times before I give in.
I was just resting my eyes, bro. I'm good.
I never say resting the eyes, but I do fight. I do fight.
Someone said you have to walk around, don't sit down.
You're gonna fall asleep walking. You can't win.
Someone in the chat said, resting my eyes, not sleeping. Yeah, it's the best. Yo, Mr. Silas, Ariel is not on the watch party. Tune back in for the post show. God damn it. We've done like 85 of these since we launched the channel. He's in the chat. He's just like, where the heck is Ariel? Who are these clowns? We do a show every week. We always host the watch parties, bro. Ariel will be on the post show, man. All him and 3 Pac, Pizzy, Chuck, the crew, baby. Tune back in like an hour and 15 minutes, brother. Once the blankets go over the legs, you're fucked. It's a fact.
Yeah, we're trading Dern 65, Robertson 35. I think that makes sense.
I'm a notorious Dern fader, so I keep my mouth shut. I don't speak. Who was that? What was that?
I don't know, but it's small and medium.
The perfect
business.
small and medium business partner of the UFC. Is Ariel in the toilet? Yeah, he's just been shitting this whole show. He'll be back soon. Don't worry, he's just shitting.
To be fair, he was on the last watch party.
All right, that's actually a fair point. That's a fair play.
To be fair, he was on that one.
But we were also on
As was Pizzy. Yes, we were
also on the last watch party as well.
Remember when we ripped a Rudy Giuliani card in a Josh Yad auto?
That was sick.
That feels like an actual lifetime ago at this point.
Y'all got to get Juliana Pena. Actually, they were Juliana Penne to do it.
Wait, Juliana Pena, yes?
No, Juliana Penne.
Jessica Penne?
No, Juliana Penne. I think it's just the guy's cousin or something. Gillian Robertson looks ready to roll. Scratching her back on the cage. She's smiling like a child at some sort of function, and they're like, smile, smile.
Yeah.
She looks like way too excited to be there. Dern's corner behind her, clapping it up. Oh, shit. Wow. Bruce Buffer gave her the one, the only.
Fucking liar.
Just kidding. No, he didn't. Does Islam Makhachev get the one, the only tonight?
No, because I doubt he ever does because he's just Habib 2.0. Like, it's like a...
Did Habib ever get the one, the only? I don't think so.
Probably not.
Wasn't there long enough.
He wasn't in the championship fights for long enough. I think he could have, though.
The one.
But it'd be weird to say the one, the only when he's the disciple of the guy who's standing outside the cage, like right there.
Yeah.
The one, the only.
Here we go. Strawweight title on the line. Gillian Robertson, Mackenize Dern, about to get underway.
Will we see grappling exchanges here?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't think as quickly as some are anticipating. Mackenize Dern's down to just...
She loves to throw hands.
Yeah, she loves just slugging it out.
We see a takedown.
Wow.
Mackenize really stuffed the... Oh,
Dern
man.
stuffed the shit out of that.
Oh,
nice knee from Mackenize Dern.
Okay. Mackenzie's getting vicious with it. Oh, now she's going for her own.
Trying to get a takedown.
All right. This is fucking... See, this is why I was high on this one. They're going to scrap.
Elbow off the break. Man, Gillian Robertson's hair is like violently red. Ooh, nice jab from Mackenize Dern.
Oh, Mackenzie's really...
Foot on the gas. We know she can go the 5 rounds.
Oh, man. Desperate shot right there.
Bad entry there for Gillian Robertson.
That's not really like Gillian. She's not usually that.
That was a nice leg kick for Mackenize Dern.
Ooh, nice hook.
Yeah, nice left from Dern. Ooh, nice low kick from Mackenize Dern.
Mackenzie's aggression was always going to be a problem for Gillian. What Gillian can do is have much better reactive type takedowns and see where that gets her. But she has to do something to stop Mackenize from going forward.
Also, nickname Savage. She's also very aggressive in her own right. Really finishes a lot of her opponents. But if it just stays standing like this, I don't think she's going to be able to do that.
Well, her striking is not her strong suit.
She has not been able to land shit on Mackenize Dern so far.
Yeah, we've seen Dern, who primarily started as a BJJ practitioner, a very high level black belt, become more of a striker than anything. Even though she has submissions to her name, she mostly stands and throws with people.
I know, because it's like, nice kick to the body by Dern. Wow, nice combo by Dern. Wow, and then a beautiful level change by Mackenize Dern.
Wow.
Gets the takedown.
Mackenzie is firing on all cylinders right now.
Elbow from Gillian Robertson.
Hunting an armbar, but I don't think she has much there.
Trying to get one, but I don't think she's going to be able to get it there. Oh, man, some nasty shots here from Mackenize Dern.
I think the point you were going to make earlier was about Mackenize just having that BJJ in her back pocket and not needing to use it, right?
But if she needs to, she's more than happy to.
Yeah. And I think this is an example of it, right? Reactive, quick, easy double leg that was right there, dumped her, and now she's just controlling. Gillian has been talking a big game about how MMA grappling-wise, she is levels ahead of Mackenize. We're seeing here that Mackenize is still cream of the crop, right?
Far, that is definitely not
top of the food chain when it comes to this. If you compare just grappling accolades, it's not even a conversation. Mackenize is one of the most decorated.
Mackenize Dern trying to get a Kimura here.
It might be hard to finish from here, but
still got a minute to work. In half guard. They just said the stats for Gillian Robertson. She landed 2 strikes on the feet. 0 for 2 on takedowns.
No, she's getting thoroughly dominated this first round.
Man. Now Mackenize Dern's on her back.
She needs to change something if she makes it to round 2.
40 seconds to go. Oh, man, if Mackenize Dern could get these hooks in.
No, she's not going to fall off.
Oh, wow, now she's got Gillian Robertson flattened out.
Oh, did she leave her neck out?
Oh, she
left
might
her
have
neck out.
Oh, that's over.
She left her neck
It's
out.
under
That's
it.
it.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, yeah, she's going to
left
be
her neck
tapping
out.
soon. Oh, she's squeezing?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, the angle's off.
No, but she's adjusting it.
5
Does she have
seconds.
time?
I think
Does
she's
she have
gonna make it to the
time?
end. Oh, she gave the thumbs
wow.
up. Wow. I thought that was curtains. I thought that was a wrap.
Good
I
for her.
In the chin. Wow, Gillian Robertson makes it.
She
to the end of
survives,
round one.
but oof. Woo. That
Yeah, I
is
thought
that
was-
is
I
a
thought
pure
that was it right
domination.
there. Yeah, that's a
Yeah, that's a 10-8.
10-9.
No,
Oh,
that's a
10-8.
10-8.
I don't know if she did.
She
enough damage there.
beat her from pillar to post.
I'm going 10-9.
I got a 10-8 Dern there.
Yeah, there's your live odds. 92%.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like a 92. Like, Gillian has to drastically do something different here. I don't know that she has the tools to respond to this. She needs to not be chasing the takedowns. She would seem desperate to get it. She needs to have confidence in her hands and really try to get Mackenzie's respect, because Mackenzie did not respect anything she was doing. Yeah, I thought this was a wrap. Whew. She was too far off to the side. If she could just adjust. Ugh.
So close. So close.
Once she got her back down, I thought she was going to be able to finish it, but she was just out of time.
Gillian Robertson's got to be wondering what she can change up here.
She needs to earn Mackenzie's respect with her hands. She needs to be aggressive and actually try to hurt her on the feet.
I don't know if she has it in her.
She didn't show Mackenzie anything on the ground that would make Mackenzie think that she is a better grappler than her. So she needs to get her respect somewhere.
Oof.
She needs to get more aggressive here with the strike. Oh,
God. Mackenize Dern dumps her right back to the mat.
Almost right into half.
Took her 26 seconds.
Yeah, and here's another problem. Gillian is a very good grappler, but sometimes when you're a good grappler, you get too comfortable hunting some of these submissions and you waste time. You're just kind of like hunting. Like right now, she's trying to hunt stuff and she's kind of wasting time against somebody she will not pull off this submission against, clearly.
Third and a half guard right now.
Mackenzie is showing that the levels to the BJJ game are different here. Just the grappling overall, right?
Yeah.
Because this is not even BJJ per se. Like, she dumped her with double legs, which is not traditional BJJ stuff, and she's kind of passing through the different positions right now.
She's got a lot more time to work than she did last round.
Now she's in half. No, she's inside, rather.
Oh, man. Got the back. Oh, does she have the hooks
so
in?
good at that.
Oh, yeah.
Mackenzie is so good at that. When she can float and get from side to back control or mount.
Oh, she's trying to flatten her out right now. I mean, Gillian Robertson is in hell right now.
Yeah. I wonder, honestly, if she actually hit the hornet's nest a little bit too much. Like, Mackenize Dern is typically not this grappling heavy. I think she's trying to prove a point here to the next person that thinks, like, my MMA grappling is on the level of yours. Like, the reality is it absolutely is not.
Gillian Robertson trying to keep that chin tucked.
She's going to try and finish this with an arm in? Yeah.
Yeah. She's trying the rear naked with the arm in. I don't think she's got it. Gillian Robertson ends up on top in this one. A bit of a mistake there by Mackenize Dern. Let's see what Gillian Robertson can do now.
She has to land some ground and pound.
God, the 3 minutes of the round is gone.
Make her pay. Now Mackenzie's hunting a leg. She might be able to turn this into a sweep.
Yeah, she's trying to isolate that leg.
She tried to buck that.
Oh.
Yep.
Rolls. They're just kind of rolling around now.
Yeah, she wants to get her into
Tangled
a bad
up like
spot.
pretzels. Gillian landing some shots here.
Mackenzie's trying to separate that leg of Gillian that's protecting it. She's got it figured forward, and she's trying to pry that out. Yeah, now Mackenzie's back in a better position, you know?
Gillian got that foot tucked.
Yeah.
Minute to go.
She's still trying to crank this.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see if she can get it out. Gillian's doing a good job defending by keeping that leg tight. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're saying it.
DC pointing out the same thing that you did. Maybe
You
upset the apple cart.
You can't walk in there and be like, I'm a better grappler than Mackenize Dern and have this type of showing. Like, you're just not.
Yeah, you're chasing a submission record that's mine.
If nothing else, she's controlling the position. She's gotten herself out of danger, and now it's
already
Gillian
won the
who's
round,
in danger.
so.
And now she's going to seemingly abandon it. She's going to try and get herself back on top.
10 seconds to go.
She's big sistering her right now back into mount. Is she in mount? Yeah. No, she's in half.
Yeah, 10-9 Mackenize Dern.
10-9 Mackenzie. Something needs to change here for Gillian.
She's got absolutely no answers right now.
Her best attribute, her bread and butter, is the grappling, and she is showing that she's not on the same level.
It's to grapple and get vicious and land big strikes and to go for submissions and everything like that. She's had none of it so far. None of it.
I think her best thing she can do right now is try to hurt Mackenzie on the feet. Be more aggressive.
I saw no evidence through 2 rounds that she's capable of doing that.
Okay, but would you rather be on the ground with Mackenize Dern, or would you rather try and get her respect on the feet? Because neither seems great right now, but I don't think the ground is going anywhere.
She was kind of pacing her up a little bit there.
I mean, Mackenzie's a better striker, in my opinion, too. Like, she's better in both places.
All right, here we go. Round 3. Mackenize Dern looks
Dominant.
wholly determined to get a submission in.
Yeah.
I mean, she doesn't have a fucking mark on her.
No.
It does not look like she has been in a fight. It looks like she has been out for a jog in the park.
Oh, ma'am, I like it. Ma'am, are you ready?
Does he typically do sir?
I don't know. Shout out No Nonsense.
Shout out to No Nonsense. There's a little double jab for Gillian Robertson.
And we've seen Mackenzie in, like, consider the Verna Jandiroba fight, right?
Yeah.
There was some grappling, but it was not this, right? Where she was just dominating positions. Primarily, Mackenzie wants to stand and strike like this.
Like, bro, Mackenzie, I mean, dude.
That shot didn't look good.
I mean, it's just telegraphed and it's just not even close. Yeah, Joe Rogan pointing out just like Gillian Robertson, like she's it's not even about like hurting Mackenize Dern. It's about just like touching her. She cannot close the distance to land shots. Jab isn't landing. She's got to pull.
Another big issue she's going to have is, even if she is able to land, we've seen Mackenize Dern walk through hell. Yeah.
She's got to just pull the Stolzfus. She's got to make this grimy and nasty. There you go. Some short uppercuts
like that.
there.
Yeah, that was good.
Drive to the Muay Thai plum. Dern and Robertson trading some knees.
This one to me has looked like Gillian Robertson is a very good fighter, but she's not an A+ athlete. And Mackenize Dern is an A-plus athlete, right? Like Mackenize Dern, in terms of physicality, in terms of the way she moves, agility, fluidity, she is just on a different level when it comes to these things. Forget the technical side of the grappling, which she's also on another level of. But on the feet, it's not like she's like a super technical striker, but she is just more aggressive. She's a better athlete, and she keeps it busy.
Ooh, nice one too from Mackenize Dern. We are halfway through this fight, and it has been all Mackenize Dern.
Yeah.
One-way traffic.
It's been a better round, at least for Gillian. Like, at least it hasn't been like the other two, but still Mackenzies.
Another nice combo for Mackenize Dern. Ooh, nice body kick from Mackenize Dern. She is just like out-voluming the shit out of her.
And we saw this in the Verna fight. Like, she's able to do this. Ooh,
Nice
that leg kick
from Mackenize
dug.
Dern. There's a jab from Gillian Robertson.
Yeah, Robertson's having a better round.
For sure. The commentary talking a lot about waning energy from Mackenize Dern.
I'm not seeing that.
I'm not seeing that quite as much. She's, to me, seems like she's still putting up volume. Maybe not as one way, but. Whew.
I like this strategy better from Gillian. Yeah. She just doesn't have the pop.
Minute to go, round 3.
The commentary saying the same. Oh,
There's a takedown from Mackenize
right
Dern.
into it.
They're just coming
There's no
like
resistance.
butter.
Yeah, no
Like
resistance.
she just goes right down there.
No.
with her.
This is like one of those fights where you're very used to being the hammer and you haven't been the nail.
Yeah.
And now you're the nail and you just don't really have the answers. Mackenize Dern is the hammer tonight for sure.
$15 seconds left.
DC's
Definitely.
giving a very optimistic outlook on this round.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still going.
It's 10-9 Mackenize.
Yeah, Mackenize Dern on this one as well. Yeah, some nice knees there.
10-9 Mackenize Dern.
Yeah. 30-27. Oof. Still trading around 90%. Makes sense. Should probably be higher in my opinion, but you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Mackenize Dern doesn't have to take any risks at this point. She's got 3 rounds in the bag, no problem. Keep it up, do more of the same. Maybe hunt that submission that she wants. Perillo said, we get the takedown whenever the fuck we feel like,
Yeah,
which is the story of the fight.
Gillian's got to be completely broken mentally. There's just she's had next to no success.
She did have a better round, and the point DC made was Mackenzie got the takedown in the first 30 seconds last time, and it took her 4 minutes. I just think it's got to be demoralizing. Like, she is doing her best, and it's still not good enough.
I was going to say, yeah, she had a better round, lost the round, and what are we going to do, fight for 20 rounds? Yeah. You're down 3.
Smiling.
You didn't finish. Nice left for Mackenize Dern. Mackenize Dern coming out here on the gas.
I heard she was gassed out from the commentary.
The waning
energy.
The takedown.
Mackenize Dern.
There's a little fight from Gillian Robertson on this takedown.
Well, she's this time
she's
up
down.
against the cage as opposed to in space, and it still wasn't good enough.
30 seconds. She's on top again.
Oh,
man.
The way she floats from these positions to the back is just unbelievable.
She's trying to flatten her out.
I wonder what Mackenize Dern's career looked like if she did more grappling and not as much of her striking.
What was the one where she went to war with like Jessica Andrade? Man, Mackenize Dern has the body lock with 4 minutes to go.
Who's the Korean girl?
Or are you thinking Yan Jiaonan?
No. Yes.
Yeah, Chinese.
Chinese.
Yeah, she went to war with Yan Jiaonan. It's a great fight.
Let's look up some of the Mackenize Dern.
Mackenize Dern, body lock in, 3:40 to go.
Okay. Robertson trying to spin it. Oh.
Trying to get under that chin. Don't think she has it. Nope. Talking about Scottish twisters on the commentary. Is that the most popular submission in MMA right now? Every time I turn around, someone's doing another Scottish twister. Yeah, DC pointing out, like, you're dominating in this fashion, like, yeah.
Okay, well,
hunt the finish.
He's right, but there's two things here. Mackenize Dern can be hunting these submissions till the cows come home. If Gillian Robertson is only defending, they're very hard to get.
Yeah.
She needs to be doing aggressive things to get out, and she's seemingly like kind of comfortable to defend.
True. Mackenize Dern landed some decent shots there. Gillian throwing them back. Gillian kind of like laughing, smiling, just like...
What do you think she's thinking right there?
Fuck. I think you just kind of have to laugh at like the
absurdity of like, I thought I could hang with this person on the ground.
It's like, damn, this is not my night. This is not my night.
I would not call out Mackenize Dern to grappling matches if I were opponents.
Is it too soon to say I want to see Mackenize Dern fight Zhang Weili?
No, that's the fucking fight.
Yeah.
This one is a wrap, barring something absolutely insane.
Gillian Robertson would have to pull it out of the fire.
Zhang Weili back, and I want to see a Mackenize Dern fighter.
Minute 45 here. It's just been control the entire round for Mackenize Dern.
Gillian gets on top.
Gillian gets on top. About 75 seconds to go here.
Mackenzia's trying to switch it to an armbar. She actually might. It's hard with how close she is to the cage. Yeah. She's very close to the cage. Otherwise, she's going to want to. And now she has, once again, Gillian in a position where she finally had some momentum, and now she's defending.
Yeah. She's defending. I was going to say, just completely thwarted any sort of offensive attempt from Gillian here.
I don't think she's going to get the armbar from here, but she will end up in a much better position.
$30 seconds to go, round 4.
Yeah, completely neutralized now.
I was going to say, if Robertson can't do any damage, that's going to just be another Dern round. I don't even think there's enough damage she could do besides knocking her out that could win her the round.
Grabbing a leg now.
Here we go. A couple punches there for Gillian Robertson. There you go. A couple nice shots for Gillian Robertson.
Good ending to the round, 10-9.
Still a Dern round. Got it 40-36. Rick has got it 40-35 through 4 here. Yeah, Mackenize Dern rightfully trading it. Man, a lot of Gillian Robertson money coming in here. $1,500 on Gillian Robertson. Am I seeing that correctly? Are we looking at that right? Because if so, that's a hefty penny to put down on a woman down 40-36. But what do I know, you know? What do I know? Round 5, can she pull it out of the fire?
No. She absolutely cannot.
Wow, she's doing the Mark Goddard stance there with the hanging on the fence.
This is Mackenzie Dern's fight, and it was a very methodical performance.
Whew. All right, here we go, round 5.
Yeah, there's no pop, there's no snap on anything Gillian's throwing.
Aye, combo from Mackenize Dern.
All right, Gillian Robertson pushing her up against the fence. And then she just has to absolutely go for broke, whatever it is. Like, the fight is a wrap on the scorecards. I mean, good Lord, she could 10-7 her and still lose on the scorecards.
Yeah. No, she needs a finish. She's got a... Yeah, there you go.
Oh, changes levels. Shoosh. Oh, she gets the
There's
takedown.
a takedown. There we go.
She's gotta let loose.
Mackenzie just let that happen and now is trying to already search for something. Armbar, sweep.
Something to just make life a little bit more difficult. Oh, we're losing the IFB here.
Yep.
$3:10 to go.
Back into guard.
This fight sort of feels like similar to like the Hamzat DDP, the Islam, JDM, the Charles versus.
There's a
Max.
level of grappling that's just not there.
Level of grappling that isn't there, just like non-competitive one-way traffic. Not a ton of exciting peaks throughout this one either.
I mean, the commentary team's talking about...
Something about someone's daughter's boyfriend?
Yeah. Daughter's first boyfriend and stuff.
Did you do anything fun over the break?
What?
Did you do anything fun over the break?
Yeah, they've completely checked out here. Which, to be fair, like, it's been uneventful. Yeah, at no point do you feel like Gillian Robertson is going to win this fight, so...
Nah. Third longest active UFC takedown streak, though.
The slow clap.
Good on you, G-Rob. Not to be confused with G-Rod. We're talking plenty of G-Rod this week.
I will say...
Thursday, 1 p.m.
I think Gillian's going to win this round so far.
49-46. By unanimous decision. About a minute 15
They're
to
really
go.
going hard on Mackenize.
Bro, Cormier's over here like, she's wheezing. She's gassed out. Now he's like...
I don't know. They've been a little bit harsh on Mackenize and off in their analysis, in my opinion.
Sitting here for 5 minutes, she's up 40...
Likely 49-46 or 49-45.
.45 seconds to go here. Gillian Robertson still on top, landing a couple shots there. Nothing of any major consequence. Some good shots. Good top control from Gillian.
Good for Gillian for not quitting on herself. She's actually...
Oh!
What?
Keith
Oh, the
Peterson
stoppage?
calls the fight!
She lands one punch.
Mackenzie Dern's just like, what the fuck? I'm completely conscious. No, this one's over. And no!
Gillian Robertson wins the final round. She didn't give up on herself. 10-9 Robertson for me in that final round.
Same. 10-9 Robertson. 49-46 Mackenzie Dern. And still. Let's get to the fucking main event, lads, eh? I'm thinking so. Your boy's got a tinkle before the main event, and I got wires coming out of every crevasse on me. I don't know how I'm going to make this one happen. Lioness, you been watching it?
What? Which one?
Lioness?
Lioness? No. But shout out to Zoe Saldana.
I thought maybe the Lioness promo was gonna go right into a 322. The Lioness is back.
Oh, that'd be nice. Any additional interest in Dern versus Zhang from that, or
No.
same?
No, that's what I wish it was. Before the fight, that's what I wish it was now. Yeah. What's going on here? We're out of the octagon.
Bringing the family in? Yeah.
Bringing the daughter in. Okay.
No.
John Anik says no suspense in the decision. 48-47, Robertson.
They're doing a dance.
Judge Herb Dean scores it. Herb Dean's judging fights now?
She just dapped up her dad. That's pretty cool.
Got Big Gritty in the house. Shout out to Gritty. Yeah. Any 10-8s? We're about to find out.
Forty-eight, 47.
Who the fuck scored it 48-47? What one would you have given to Gillian Robertson? So no 10-8s, by the way.
Yo.
Third round?
I guess, yeah. If you were going to give her one, I guess it's the third. But nah, you're bugging. Whoever that was, you are bugging. You are out of your fucking mind.
Who the fuck did that? You can't trust these refs for shit.
40? If that was a 48-47 fight, yeah, that's just not possible.
Danielle is passed the fuck out on the couch right now. I can tell you that much.
No, she heard the 48-47. What?
Huh?
48-47.
Huh? Woo! Wow. Yeah. Someone said Salamato. AI judge. Whoever that was fell asleep and filled in his sheet by peeking over at the other guys.
You saw it wrong.
Ay.
Okay. So Mackenzie admits she did want to try to submit her. Yeah. Clearly.
Of course. All right, you react to Mackenzie's speech. I got to piss before this main event. I'm sorry, no Frank to leave you with. Yeah, we got Jordan, though. We got Jordan.
All right. Jordan, help me out here, bro.
Talk to me. Talk it through.
No, you talk to me. What do you got?
What do I got?
Yeah, how was your break? What'd you do?
My break was great. I played some tennis, played some golf with my dad, actually. Beach.
Mackenzie Dern, thanks, Philly. Beach, that's fun.
Yeah, I was waiting for you and Andy to show up. No one ever came.
At the beach?
Yeah, you said you loved the beach.
I was off in Legoland, man.
How was that?
Whoa, we're playing the Patty music. Shout out the Hammer, Mark Coleman, legend. Oh! Final Bellator lightweight champion, it said on the graphic. Wait. Are they just showing Usman on that fucking thing if they haven't signed him? If there was any chance he was going back to... Oh, Carlos Prates just lit up a cigarette. Oh, that's why they're playing the Patty music. Patty's eating a cheesesteak. It is unbelievable the amount of weight this man can put on and take off. Natalia Silva's looking around very confused right now. She's like, what the fuck is happening?
Are we surprised that they haven't shown LeBron yet?
Is LeBron there?
Probably not, but, you know. He's probably in New York somewhere.
Showing Justin. What do you think about that, Jordan? They wouldn't show Usman if they hadn't signed him, right?
Okay, definitely a little weird to show him without officially signing him. And also, they wrote Bellator, Final Bellator.
Final Bellator is a
PFL. Like, they're taking...
I do not think that they would put a free agent guy on the broadcast if there was a chance that he was about to go back to PFL. So, to me, in my mind, that probably solidifies Usman's move to the UFC, which
I feel like there was video from, like, Anatomy of a Fighter of them, like, whispering something that was, like, essentially, like,
shout out to Will, Anatomy of a Fighter, yeah.
This is a done deal.
Yeah. I mean, you have to imagine... Look, now with this MVP PFL thing, maybe they can break the bank and try to retain him. But you do have to imagine that a guy who is seeing the success of Khabib, who is seeing the success of Islam, who is seeing the success of Umar, going, this is where I need to be.
How much money do you think they need to offer for?
A lot.
All right, bro. Couple things here. I heard the Patty music before they showed him, and I was like, damn. Motherfucker's getting his music played, and like he's not even in the house. I guess he's in the house. Was he actually eating a cheesesteak?
He actually was eating a cheesesteak.
Fuck yeah, respect. And then lastly, Usman's gone. Usman is not staying at the PFL. I was watching Anatomy of a Fighter's like behind the scenes vlog this week. Does a great job. Go check him out. Usman was palling around with Hunter and Dana like they are boys. He is out.
If he wasn't signed, they wouldn't, or about to be, they wouldn't show him on the broadcast, right? There's no chance. If he's about to go back to PFL, they're not showing a PFL guy.
Bro, Dana White and shit laughing about it.
Yeah.
Also, why would he stay?
PFL MVP would have to break their budget essentially to get him out.
They'd have to offer him a lot. Yeah, they'd have to offer him a lot.
The lineage that he comes from, the success that they've had, the dreams that they've accomplished by being in the UFC. He goes from, dude, we were at PFL New York, man. They got almost the entire arena closed off. It's just like partial of the lower bowl. It's not a wildly memorable show. It's not like next level production. Then he goes to a UFC event and they want him here and he thinks he's the best in the world. Like, come on, man.
The only thing I'll say though is like, if you're Usman, you've got time, right? Kayla Harrison is somebody who played that system quite well, right? Was making $1 million checks for the years that she needed to, and then came over, right? Now, she would have wanted to have big fights before that. I know she tried to have a fight with Cyborg. She would have wanted to be able to come to the UFC sooner. But there is a path where Usman can make a lot more money outside the UFC and then still come to the UFC. Do I think he's going to do that? I don't, but I don't think it's an impossibility. They just would have to Jordan's point, break the bank.
Someone says, pay attention, rake 90-day exclusive signing period for PFL before UFC can sign him. So at least another 75-ish days.
Yes, but my point is, at the end of that period, I would be shocked now that if he was not in the UFC.
If he remains with PFL, I will be absolutely stunned. I will be.
How about this promo for Ben Garcia here?
That's a big weekend for combat sports, man. Noche UFC that weekend as well, which we found out is Yair versus Jan Silva, Conor Benn versus Ryan Garcia, Jaya Pataya on the card as well.
We never got Yair versus Diego Lopez. Is that a fucking huge
I don't know.
miss?
Now he's gone to 155,
Yeah.
eh?
Is that a huge miss? That feels like a miss to me. That was the one.
Yeah, I think they really messed up. Not doing that one.
Maybe they still can. Maybe Diego can go back down.
We're gonna get this Yair fight, and then we're not gonna see Yair for another 20 months.
Yeah, you're right. It feels like
We
don't
never
get
see
him.
Yair. He's somehow still a top 5 featherweight. It is weird, like seeing boxing promos during
Yeah,
UFC card.
yeah. Especially with guys as high profile as Ben and Garcia.
All
All right, let's move this along. Come on.
Did I hear you went to the beach during the break, Jordan? Yeah. Oh man. Yeah,
I heard him. Yes, he did go to the beach.
The first round finish, 2 second round finishes, and I know we just went 25 minutes, but this would be like the equivalent of what? 12:30 on a normal one? Here we go. IM versus IMG. Who will come out victorious?
I am.
Ian Machado?
No G.
No G. Are we dropping the Gary if we become champion?
Yeah.
I've been watching everything this week, and I feel like I've seen it all now.
What do you mean by that?
I watched Embedded.
Oh,
Countdown,
you've seen all the content
Pressers,
pieces.
ceremonial weigh-ins.
Got it.
We're not there to take part. I was going to say, bringing the echo to McGregor. Yeah, I've seen this. This is the takeover part 2.
Did you see the promo earlier where they were running back the Habib-Conor rivalry to then transition, and like Islam and Ian had buried
Shovels,
things in the dirt?
Yeah, I saw it all. That's when they've run that like 2 or 3 times this week. When y'all were in the chat earlier, being like in the group chat earlier, being like, "Oh shit, like y'all seeing this?" I was like, "Yeah, I've seen this."
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, fucking ridiculous. Like buried it, and they have to go out into the woods. At least they actually got him to do it. It wasn't AI.
Yeah.
Little do we know.
Yeah, they buried the time capsules to bring back the
Bilal fight
Ireland
was
versus Dagestan rivalry. All right, what do we got Kalshi-wise? We're trading Islam at 74, Ian Machado Garry at 26.
Showing Islam's run right now, Dan Hooker, Charles Oliveira. A lot on the line here, man. A lot on the line here. 17 wins in a row for Islam Makhachev if he's able to win. Break Anderson Silva's record. Defend the belt at 2 different weight classes, both 155 and 170. Join elite company. Only Amanda Nunes, John Jones, Daniel Cormier, and Henry Cejudo have done that before. That's not a bad list to be a part of. Ian Machado Garry, obviously, a chance to become an undisputed UFC champion and dethrone the pound-for-pound #1 fighter in the world. It's all on the line. That's what Ian Garry told Islam Makhachev, and he was just like, yeah,
No.
for you, bro. For you, man.
No, he was like, this is like the biggest fight. And Islam was like, no, it's not.
No, it isn't, man. It's not 7, not 17.
What do you think that's... Islam's never really hinted at the more than, like it's going to be many more. All of a sudden, he's on this like it's going to be a lot more. What do you make of that?
I think people are just asking about him.
Too much of like are you going to walk away soon? And he's just like...
No, I think they're asking a lot this week about 17, breaking Anderson Silva's record. We've seen...
Oh, I see what you're
Marab felt like he was going to do it, and then he lost to Jan. Usman felt like he was going to do it, and then we got the head kick KO.
I see what you're saying. He's saying like, you're focused on 17, I'm focused on 25.
Yeah, I'm not
like,
worried about
don't worry about
17,
that.
man. I'm going for 30.
Yeah.
Eventually he'll move up to 185. Or it just all ends right here. And we get the 3rd retirement of the night.
I mean, fighting Michael Morales is basically moving up to 185.
Yeah,
so
essentially.
Just fight Michael Morales. How about Michael Morales actually weighing in?
Dude, and like cutting like 23 pounds in like 2 days as well. He's a fucking animal, huh?
That's the fight I really want. So let's see if Islam can clear this test with Ian. I wouldn't mind Michael and Ian either.
No. Because if Ian's able to beat Islam, then like the stock goes way up.
In. Although I will say it seems like Carlos is the one. He seems like the favored son. Carlos feels... by the way, you missed Carlos lighting up a cigarette.
Ah, fuck yeah, in the arena?
Yeah.
Sick. Hell yeah. We should all light up a cigarette in here now in honor of it. Big fan of the Layla walkout?
It's become his music. I like it.
Yeah.
It's a bad boy right there, Damian Maia. That's a bad boy.
One of 3 active Irish fighters, UFC fighters, Conor McGregor, Ian Machado Garry, and...
Shauna Bannon?
Fucking nailed it. Good shit, man.
Shout out to Damian Maia. We're talking about Mackenize Dern's jiu-jitsu. You talk jiu-jitsu. Damian Maia is a different level.
Ended the legendary Neil Magny run in 2014.
The legendary Neil Magny run.
10-1.
The
10-1 in
legendary
11
Neil
fights.
Magny run.
Y'all sleep on that Neil Magny run. It's a ball knowledge type question. This welterweight fighter went 10-1. That big passionate smooch from old Layla and son. What is his son's name? Does anybody even know?
Yes, but I've forgotten it.
Ian Jr.?
No.
Tapped up Michael Morales?
Beach was good. Thanks for asking, by the way, guys.
Sorry, what was that?
Beach was good. Thanks for asking.
Oh, sick, man. Glad
Yeah,
you
won a
enjoyed it.
few
You're
times. One in the
you're looking
ocean.
Tan. Yeah, I hit the pool a couple times.
Leo.
My friend's son's name is Leo.
He jacked up Michael Morales?
Yeah.
Wow.
Knuckle bumped him.
All right, fair enough. Fair play.
Who's that handsome man with that bald beard look?
In before the GC, GC's doing corner.
Is that you, bro?
Doing the prep point shit now?
The amount of notifications and messages I get of just, yo, is this you, man? And it's just generic bald white guy with a beard. It's great stuff. Keep them coming.
I mean, at least you're not getting the other guy behind him, you know? You're still at least getting the younger.
Hey, come on now. All I need to do is talk to a...
Yeah, the clerk at the
clerk at the gas station.
At the gas station.
32! Your son could be 32, you old fuck. You windbag?
Oh, fuck.
Apollo Creed, yeah. Oh, I like that. Instead of Apollo Creed, a Baldo Creed?
Yeah. I don't like that. Also...
GC, from all the watch parties y'all have done, which moment do you remember the most and what result has shocked you the most? I mean, it's got to be the Max one for UFC 300. That's like the craziest I've ever gone.
What about the Yuri?
The Yuri was fucking great. The
comeback
was
insane.
There's been a lot of good moments, man. There's been a lot of good moments over the years. I can't believe we've been doing this for like 4 fucking years now. I've watched like 50. The first one I ever did was UFC 280. So 50 straight UFCs on stream.
There's more because White House didn't count as a number.
We've done a few boxing.
We did we do non-UFC for anything? No, just boxing.
Yeah, just boxing.
Jake Paul fights.
Yeah, a couple Jake Paul fights. Yeah, so I said today, I was like, I love doing the watch parties, but I will not mind having people over, like doing
watch
food, drinking a few beers and watching the fights and just like chilling and relaxing one day.
We hope you're having a good time watching with us.
Yeah, I hope you're having a good time. Danielle, you up? Yo,
Danielle.
Big D. Get up. Get at him.
The way people beat to death some of the things we do, we're beating the wake up Danielle to death.
The Yuri, do you mean Olberg? Nah, bro. Yuri against Khalil Roundtree. Learn ball. Islam walkout lame as fuck.
Nah, no.
I bet if you're familiar with this music, it goes hard as shit.
Yeah, no, this is a great walkout.
The shirt's kind of sagging, bro. The tits are looking kind of saggy. There it is. This is the angle.
Holy shit. You just yoked up.
This angle right here. I'm fucking inflated, baby. Yeah.
You look great. You
Who's
never
Apollo
looked
Creed now, huh?
Baldo Creed.
Islam Makhachev, the pound for pound #1 fighter. Yo, Habib, give him his moment, man. Let him get out of it. Come on. Habib, bro, move, man. Javier Mendez in the corner. Khabib Nurmagomedov. I love, Habib goes full coach, man. He is shirt, hat, sweats, everything.
No, he's just Coach Habib right there.
Islam, always looking dialed. Cameraman snapping right there, huh?
Yeah, no, I couldn't disagree more about this walkout and the song. When you've seen it for as many times as we've seen it with the high level Dagestani guys, like this is next level shit.
I just wish there was a little more fanfare, you know? Like you know, maybe like lights go down or something like that.
You mean like you just want the patty, right? You want the participatory, like you're in it.
Patty is quickly becoming my #1.
It's a great one.
That.
I mean, they did it in the arena when he's not even fighting and people were.
That's how you know, bro.
Yeah.
That's how you know. I just woke up. Has Connor and Max fought yet?
Is that Danielle?
Hank with the stank says instead of a Baldo Creed, a bald old creep. Yeah, pretty much. Damn, GC putting work on the vacay. Yeah, you fucking right, bro. Izzy KO. Oh, yo, the Izzy KO of Alex. Shout out.
The Islam pink.
Islam double champ pink American flag is quite a choice.
What is that? Many matches on tour.
King Naughty 17 is begging for a site to watch the fight. Paramount Plus, dude. It's easy. ParamountPlus.com. You'll be able to just tune right in, man.
Ever heard of it?
Yeah. Let's go.
Here we go.
Someone says, did Raul Rosas Jr. fight Leone Barcelos at the Apex yet? No, he's fighting Edson Barbosa.
Congratulations to Leone Barcelos on the retirement.
Yeah. Shout out to Leone Barcelos. 6'3", 5'10".
I have some.
Here's the cow sheet. Make sure, trading at 73%. Make sure, use code Uncrowned. $25 when you trade, $25. Download the cow sheet app. Support them, they support us.
Does it look extra bright in there? Like
Oh yeah, they look like they need to hit the white balance. This might be a drone though. Uh-oh, Herb Dean on referee.
Nah. We got faith in our boy Herb. We got faith. I say that like we're on the Herb Dean. Like,
all right, this fight is gonna be sick.
yeah.
My last fight maybe should have been my 1.5 instead of Dustin Stoltzfus. Dustin Stoltzfus feels like an eternity ago. Shout out to a legend, man. Wherever you are out there. Shout out to you, Dustin Stoltzfus. Thanks for everything you did for us, man. Bruce Buffer,
You know he's alive, right? He didn't die. Like,
Rest in peace to DS, and I ain't talking about the Nintendo. I'm talking about Dustin. Ian Garry looks ready. He looks primed. I have to say, I drew that poster. I did fuck up. I realized like halfway through the week he's got that fucking neck tattoo.
oh, you missed that?
Missed it. I drew his tattoos, by the way, and butchered the fuck out of them. Bruce Buffer ripping in its time. This fight is so fucking sick.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
For everyone out there that obviously Islam Makhachev 16-fight win streak, we've been gassing him up this whole time. Ian Garry can absolutely win this fight.
No doubt.
Biggest evidence is Sean Strickland beat Khamzat Chimaev, Justin Gaethje beat Ilia Topuria, but also Ian Garry is an incredible fighter. He is 17-1 for a reason. He pieced up Carlos Praches for 4 rounds. A guy that many believe is the best striker in 170. He absolutely pieced him up.
And took Shavkat Rachmanov to the brink. Like he was one round away. Yeah.
Almost got a choke in on Shavkat Rakhmonov.
He was one round away.
Solid grappling. Big wins in his career.
I love that.
Incredibly talented.
Nose to nose with Buffer.
We still don't fully know how legit Islam is at welterweight either.
Yeah, the Jack matchup was very good for him.
I'm picking Islam Makhachev to win.
Same.
But Ian Garry is very live in this fight. There's no doubt about that.
This is a real test of Islam Makhachev.
28-1, favorite in all 19 of his UFC fights. Is this a big night for Adriano Martins? Is he at the bar right now?
Doing what Izzy said about Alex?
I feel like if I'm him, I'm getting people together and I'm like, yeah, 28-1.
Yeah.
That one's sitting right here, baby. That one is sitting right here. Whoo!
All right, here we go.
We are now meeting in the center of the octagon. Welterweight title on the line. Double fist bumps for the boys. Yeah, now that they're barefoot standing in the octagon, we can confirm Ian Garry is much taller than him.
Yeah, he's taller.
He's like 5 inches taller. All right, here we go. Been waiting for this one for a while. Kind of ends
here we go.
that summer of UFC. We got to see a Hamzat main event, an Ilya main event, a Conor main event, and now an Islam main event. And now that I say that, those fighters that I just listed off, those big superstars, are all losers, 0-3. Will Islam Makhachev break that trend? Let's find out right now. How quickly do we see a takedown attempt? A leg kick there for Islam. Islam chants raining down at Xfinity Mobile Arena. Ooh, leg kick for Islam. Wide stance for Garry. Garry rocking the green. He's typically a purple guy. Islam with the custom shorts.
Just kind of staying at touch range.
Yeah, first minute is a big feeling out process.
A few kicks from Islam, but ooh.
Head kick from Islam.
Ian gets the hand
short.
up.
Oh, there it is. Islam in on a single.
Ian trying to hit the switch.
Oh.
And I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Yeah.
Ian trying to fight his way back up. Now Islam's really got a hold of him.
So even though it's a small victory, when Ian said, I can't wait for him to grab my legs, I think he was thinking he was going to be able to switch, and he unfortunately was not, right? He's going to see the levels now.
Ian trying to work his way back up, crawling over to the side of the cage, trying to work up on the fence.
Yeah.
Knees to the
Joe
top.
Rogan saying what I was thinking. He wanted to test that. He left that leg out there waiting for Islam to shoot. He wanted to show that he's going to try and switch this. He wanted to show that it's not going to be just one-way traffic. I think Islam also showed, like, I am still Islam Makhachev.
Islam takes his leg out from under him.
Habib, Islam, these guys are so good at making sure you can't really, like, post and recover. Yeah.
And I mean, Islam said all week this was the game plan. I'm going to grab a hold of him, and I'm just going to be relentless until I finish him.
They're talking about just the pure strength of Islam, that when people feel his grip, they can't break it. I truly can't even process what it must feel like. I can't count the number of times I've seen Habib in this position where it's just like a side ride, wrapping up legs, making sure nobody can get comfortable, and just working to damage.
I trained with Casey the first time he grabbed me up. I was like, damn, Casey, you got some fucking strength. Imagine Islam fucking Makhachev.
Habib, Islam, Hamzat, those level of guys, yeah.
I cannot even fathom what it's like. Islam just kind of wearing on him right now, hanging on him.
He's trying to drag him down.
Yeah,
Ian doing a good job so far not getting dragged down.
Yeah. Nice knee there for Islam.
Always trying to secure something with the legs, the feet. You kind of wrap the leg around. You do a little foot sweep like that. You just off balance him to the point that he can't recover.
Kind of wear at that confidence.
Oh, that's it. Because now he spent this entire round with, as they said, an alligator on him. He's tying up the leg now. Yeah, Garry stayed very composed and very calm, but he's not been able to really do much of anything.
But also, as we saw the last time Islam Makhachev fought, JDM was, he looked composed and he was defending well.
Yeah.
Obviously, Ian Garry doing better than that, but you can't just sit here.
Ian trying to fight the hands now.
Minute to go here, round one. Islam landed some knees to the thigh.
He's trying to wrap that leg back up now.
Ian Garry elbowing down, raining down elbows on Islam's hands, just trying to break those hands. Just trying to get free. 30 seconds to go.
I will say I don't think Ian used much energy here, which is good, right? Like he wasn't panicking, he wasn't freaking out. Islam's got that leg wrapped up now.
10 seconds to go, round one. All right, man, so this is a 10-9 Islam.
10-9 Islam.
Really no damage done.
Nice round for Ian to show, like, okay, Islam's not going to just, like, walk through me, but he's going to have trouble if he can't get his hands separated.
Also, just out of pure selfishness, and especially from the last fight, like, I need some.
You need a finish. You need some action. Yeah.
And not even necessarily a finish. I need some more, man. I can't do 5 rounds of that.
Yeah.
If it gets too long into what we just watched for the last like 3.5 minutes, like Herb Dean's gotta give us
Ian's corner saying, "Don't let him get confidence. Let's show him something."
Yeah. Also, his corner telling him to be careful when he's standing up. So obviously the game plan is to get this shit down.
Still a long ways to go.
Here we go. Round 2. Garry throws a high
Head kick attempt by... Ooh.
Oblique kick, huh?
Fast. Yeah, I'm with Rogan. I don't know why Garry is standing so flat. He's usually more bouncy. He's usually moving around more. He's kind of just like leaving his leg out for Islam.
Is there an argument to be made that like it's in his head thinking about it? Thinking about that takedown coming. The Silly Gilly Goose MMA show scoring that 110-9 Makhachev. Shout out.
Does he want Islam to shoot?
I don't know. Islam fainting on the takedown. Because, like, again, we're already into 1 minute of round one. Man, that uppercut from hell from Islam barely
fired that off fast.
Yeah, I mean, he's only thrown a few strikes in this round, man.
It's not a usual Ian Garry style. I'm wondering what he is thinking here.
I'm not saying something's wrong with him, but he feels like he's gun shy. It feels like mentally, there we go. He throws a body kick. It feels like he's having a hard time getting the engine going.
He's usually so high volume, so like aggressive. Even though it's not like maybe like straightforward linear aggression, he's circling, he's bouncing, he's throwing. Man, you forget sometimes when Islam explodes into like a leaping hook, he really can put some power and speed on it.
See, like even that.
Yep.
It didn't even hit him. And like he's like, thumbs up. Islam's like, yeah, bro, come on. Oh, knee by Islam. Now they're tied up.
Oh, nice body shot by Ian.
Yeah. Knee by Islam. Ian pushes him up against the cage. Oh, Ian unloading a few body shots there.
Is Ian going for a takedown? No. He's going to underhooks now.
Ian working on the clinch up against the cage. Oh, shit! Head kick by Islam Makhachev drops Ian Garry temporarily. He's back on his feet, but oh shit, he was hurt. Oh man, lands another shot.
That fucking hook to head kick was
Holy
insane.
fucking shit, and then he throws him on the ground. Wow. Holy shit.
That fucking hook to head kick was nuts.
Oh man, now he's trying to transition here. He's in half guard.
Whew. Ooh.
Now he's
That
in
is
side
not
control.
a good spot to be in. You're rocked and Islam
fuck.
is on top of you in side control.
He's got a minute 56 to work.
He's trying to hook that arm.
They're showing the replay right now. Oh my God.
Clean
just
clean as can be.
Shoo!
Man.
Shout out to Ian Garry's chin.
This to me is the big difference between Khabib and Islam. His striking is something you need to be aware of much, much more than Khabib's ever was.
Whoa. Are we getting fuck you Garry chance, I think? 90 seconds to go, round 2.
I'll say Garry has done a good job kind of like staying composed and recovering here after a very, very dicey moment.
Dicey as fuck. I can't, like, the replay, the fucking foot to just...
Islam trying to sneak into mount, gets trapped in half.
Couple shots here for Islam. Still just riding in top control.
Oh,
Big elbows there.
Yeah, he's Islam's kind of like faking it and then trying to go for it.
Yeah. Obviously in like a north-south sort of setup right now.
Yeah, he's in north-south. He's working on the body for now, but Islam, when he tries to go for that Darce, he can snap it up. Oh, his hands started creeping.
Quick.
His hands started creeping.
He's only got 20 seconds.
Now he's trying to go to the back. He's trying to make Ian feel his weight, ride him down to the ground. Ooh, nice knee.
Yeah, nice knee by Islam.
All right.
That's another 10-9 Islam.
10-9 Islam. That was a great kick.
Oh, man.
I want to see can I see the whole sequence? I want to see the fucking punch before it. Because here. Boom.
Fucking hell, man. I'm surprised they didn't sleep his ass, dude.
Good recovery by Ian.
Wow. Man, that head kick was nasty.
That was, I mean, not for nothing, like Volkanovski, like he is capable of that.
1,000%, man. 1,000%.
You need to be aware at all times.
Man.
On the exit, Ian was just a little too laissez-faire,
All right, here we go. Round 3.
Ian
Garry's got to get moving here.
He does need to steal around somewhere in here to shift the momentum. Yeah, they're saying something that I feel as well, which is Islam controlling lightweights is a man amongst boys. Islam controlling welterweights is a true fight, right? Yeah. He can't just ragdoll Ian in the way that he can do that against 55ers.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that obviously Islam has had the advantage on the ground, but so far in the striking as well, which I did not expect.
Islam's striking is, look, it's not like should be surprising. The evidence is there. He stood there and boxed with Dustin Poirier. It's not like the guy is he's not Khabib. Get it out of your head. He is not Khabib. The striking is there. The grappling is there.
But man, Ian Garry
looks different.
Anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure what, but he looks different. He's very planted on that front foot and is just looking for one big kind of strike, it seems like. He's been launching that head kick a lot. That hand is the right hand is chambered, but he doesn't fight like this normally.
We're a minute 15 into the round, and like he's not throwing.
He's normally taking angles, bouncing, springing. You know, he's just. Is it the threat of the takedown? I'm not sure. I'm not sure why. This is his approach.
90 seconds, and we've just gotten a couple feints from him.
He's been blasting that same head kick. That's the only weapon he's been really throwing.
Has not come close to landing. There's a bit of a jab. Honestly, you know, neither guy has really done much this round.
For Islam, he's really trying to just hit that one explosive shot.
Yeah.
For Garry, it seems like he's trying the same with that head kick, but that's not normally his game.
And there's the single leg by Islam.
He's trying to...
Level change. Oh, sweeps the feet out, gets the takedown.
He might try to hit a switch here.
Got him up against the cage. Oh.
There you go.
Now Garry's on the back of Islam. 2:20 to go. Landed some shots here. Got him pushed up against the cage. Now they're back at distance. Rogan talking about Islam losing energy and being tired.
That feels maybe premature, but it's a good sign from Garry. It's a good sign from Garry. The problem is he's not doing much else, right? Like, he was able to escape the takedown. He was able to reverse, but he hasn't done anything with that.
Body kick from Garry. Another kick for Garry. See if he can get something going on this offense.
All right, now he's starting to pick up the striking. There we go.
Maybe getting up that quick off of a takedown is helping him build some confidence. 90 seconds to go, round 3. Front kick comes up short. See if Ian can start getting this jab going. Oh, there's a head kick, lands partially.
Islam just got the hands up.
Yeah. DC calling for an Islam takedown. It's a close round, man.
I've got this for Ian so far.
45 seconds to go.
He's doing all the damage.
Oh. Garry might be getting some confidence now. Islam feints at a kick. Ooh, nice body kick by Ian Garry. Low kick for Ian Garry. 10 seconds.
Ian has really turned it on in the second half of this round.
Oh, spinning shit misses for Ian Garry.
Very nice. That's a 10-9 Ian.
Yeah, I'll score for Ian as well.
10-9 Garry.
Man, interesting now.
Yeah, the market tightening a little bit.
2-1. What's the chat got it? Yeah, much better for me, but he needs to have the uppercut or knee ready. Yeah. What do we got? Islam getting tired? Yeah, it does feel like he's starting to breathe a little bit more. Opening up that mouth a little bit. Yeah, he's getting it going.
DC doing a great breakdown of the technique from Ian there.
Yeah, Ian Garry able to work his way up. Yeah, 29-28. I'm seeing a lot of 29-28s. I think it's pretty clear.
Yeah. These have been pretty clear rounds so far.
Yeah, 2-1 Islam. Okay, here we go. Supposedly Ian Garry was talking to his wife and son in between the round, so the confidence seems to be rising. 10 minutes to go. Bleak kick for Garry.
This has been a great fight so far.
People on threads pointing out Garry seems to be gaining some momentum. Macy Barber got it 2-1. Shout out. Oh, yeah, Korean.
Ooh,
Body kick for
that's
Garry.
a great body kick by Ian. Now it's Islam who seems to be a little bit gun shy, right? Like,
Yeah. Low kick there for him. Getting some sort of chant. Can't tell what it is this time. I don't think it's fuck Garry. Ooh, left hand barely misses for Islam. A lot of feeling out just throughout this entire fight.
they're playing a very, like, interesting game.
Right hand barely misses for Garry. Ooh, Islam in on a single. Garry trying to flip it on him. Oh, Garry landing a couple shots there. Trying to get that foot out. Islam's got it trapped. Oh, man, Islam puts him back down again.
Now he's got the hand.
Oh, now he's on the back.
He's going to ride.
Oh,
He's going to try and get a hook in.
Garry pointing to something in with Islam's foot. Maybe saying he said he's grabbing the fence with his foot. Clear.
Feels like the wrong thing to focus on in that moment,
Yeah.
but fair enough.
Islam got him pushed up against the fence.
This looks more like one-on-one, right? Like where he's got him in a ride position and he's just kind of keeping him off on the side.
Islam a couple more knees. Still pushed up against the cage.
Ian trying to break it. Nice body shot.
Elbow to the body by Ian Garry. Oh, man. Rib roasters here from Ian Garry. Oh, Islam picks
To
him
the
up,
back.
dumps him down. Ian Garry right back onto a knee. Just blew a kiss at someone.
I feel like he's got to get his head a little bit.
Probably his
like it's
wife.
weird, right?
Yeah, I mean, like pointing out the foot.
Pointing out the foot, blowing kisses.
kisses.
He might be losing this round, which would lose the fight.
In my opinion, he's definitely losing the round. He did nothing of substance to win him it, while Islam has been hanging on him and landing some damage.
Nice body shots,
Yeah,
though,
nice
by
body
Ian.
shots and work from Ian there. Oh, nice shots here from Ian Garry.
Yep.
Every time Islam gets it down, I mean, Ian Gary's been
Ian's
doing a good
doing
job of
great-
being able to pop back
Great
up. It's
to
kind of-
defend, yeah.
It's kind of just a lot of hanging by Islam.
Yeah. I don't know. I think this is an Ian round so far. Is he going for a choke here? Islam wasn't really able to do much with the takedowns, in my opinion. The knees were good, but then Ian started landing better shots. I think this is going to be a controversial round. I think this might be one that causes a lot of dissent.
Honestly, the body shots that they showed in close and these that he's landing,
Well, Islam is holding, but he's not landing.
Fuck. Islam's bleeding bad.
I've got that for Ian.
All right, I'm going to go Ian as well.
I got 10-9 Ian.
Not a great round from either guy. A lot of just like holding and...
Yeah, Islam trying to control. Ian doing a good job on defense.
Yeah.
Not much early, but then really good body shots and punches later.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat now. I think that one's going to probably be pretty contentious on how people scored it. Flavor, boys, I miss you guys. We miss you too, Flavor.
Look at Islam's face.
I know, that's what was the ultimate decider. Ian was landing some shit there, man.
Islam doesn't usually look like this in a fight.
Yeah, man, he looks beat the fuck up.
And look at his ribs. They're all red. They're roasted. Ian looks fresh as a daisy. Nothing on his face.
All right, here we go, man. I think it might be 2-2.
I think it's 2-2. I think that last round is going to be the difficult one for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because the Islam odds didn't really change much.
Islam's odds
you can
at
see it on
72.
Kalshi. It stayed in the 70 range. When he is trying to control Ian, he needs to be busier because Ian was aware and busy himself.
No matter what ends up the scorecards being, this was nowhere near as dominant as the Jack Della Maddalena performance.
No, absolutely not. Nor as dominant as the first two rounds looked.
Ooh, nice right from Ian Garry.
Rogan's bugging. He missed that punch, but
oh shit. Yeah, DC pointing out that even with these takedowns, nice right
punch by Ian.
Ian has not been held on his back. Another oblique kick. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like that. Oh, another nice body kick for Ian Garry. Islam doesn't seem to really have much of an answer right now other than going for the takedowns.
He's waiting. He's biding his time until he can shoot for a single.
Yeah, and there it is. He's in on the single.
And now Ian's going to... Oh. Islam needs to get very aggressive here.
Yeah.
Now that he has this position, he cannot afford for Ian to land those shots that he landed last round.
This is the place where Islam can win himself the round and win himself the fight, in my opinion.
Yep.
He just has to act on it. We can't just have what we saw in round one.
Ian is harder to control than I think, anticipated, or maybe not. Maybe they knew that this would be hard. But he needs to do something different, because if he stays here and just lets Ian... Oh, that's...
Gets a throw down to the ground. Oh, wow, and he gets the back.
Now that is nice.
Oh, man, and he almost got the body lock. He's got both his hooks in.
He's got two hooks in. He's threatening on the neck. Now that is interesting.
7 takedowns now. This is huge for Islam Makhachev with half a round to go. He needs to work from here.
He needs to control Ian, and he needs to work from here.
Hey, shout out to our boy Rush MMA to the right there. In the denim, man. Looking good.
Okay, Ian's fighting off the choke here.
Oh, man. 2 minutes to go. These are massive moments here for Islam Makhachev.
Oh, body triangle now.
Oh, man. He's got it locked in.
Ian going to try and turn. I think he has to turn on the other side, but still.
Ian Garry throwing punches too. Still back to Islam, trying to stay active. Throwing some punches to the back.
This is a very good spot for Islam right now.
Yeah, I mean, a minute 20 to go.
Now he's landing
now
shots.
He's landed some shots. I mean,
He's got the control.
God, in a fight that
Ian,
seems to be 2-2, man. That Ian had the momentum going into this round after, in our opinion, taking 3 and 4.
Yep. It all came down
go.
to this one for us.
If he can keep this body triangle, I don't know how you can score the round for Ian Garry.
No, and especially because Ian's not doing quite the work that he did the last round, right? Like all those body shots, all those punches.
Right now, the damage to the face, especially.
Oh yeah. Right now, it's Islam who's matching Ian punch for punch and controlling him.
Yeah. I mean,
if Islam wins this round, no matter what happens, that's a 3-2 Islam. He secured the fight if he wins this round, and it looks like he's on his way to do it.
He's doing good work here, landing these shots.
Despite the fact that we scored 3 and 4 for Ian, there are people who might not.
Yeah.
This 5th round secured Islam the fight 3-2.
I think 1 and 2 are fairly clear for Islam Makhachev.
No, 1 and 2 is a wrap.
Oh, some big hand fists. Yeah,
what a
massive moment.
What a moment for Islam, who gutted that one out and needed it.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah,
I've got that 3-2. 10-9 Islam Makhachev. What a performance by Ian. Extremely impressive. Let's see what the scorecards read. Very, very admirable performance by both guys. Like, they left that all in there.
Wow.
I think that the scoring is relatively clear outside of round 4.
So there's like a real world where...
Or was it 3? I forget.
There's a real world now where... No, it was 4. That was the
outside of 4.
one. There's a real world now where Ian Garry has 2 losses on his record, and it's to...
It came down to the final
Shavkat Rakhmonov and Ian Garry, and
Islam.
they're both... Shavkat Rakhmonov and Islam Makhachev, and they're both 48-47
And it
losses.
came down to the final round. Yeah.
It's crazy. That's crazy. The Shavkat one, it was 39-36.
We agree, though,
39-37.
if Ian won this fight, it would be quite shocking, right? If they scored this for Ian, it'd be quite shocking.
Oh, if the scorecards are Ian Garry, yes, I would disagree with
it
him.
It would be very shocking.
Like, I just don't think you can find
1,
3 rounds
2, and 5 seem very clear.
I think 3 and 4 were Ian Machado Garry.
Yeah.
Islam held on for dear life.
No, come on.
In that last round, man, he had him in a body triangle the entire time, and he was landing punches. I'll give you 3 and 4. He head kick dropped him in round 2.
Yeah.
And then he dominated him in round 1. Ian Garry did nothing in round 1. I think the more I'm thinking back on the fight, I think it's crystal clear. It's 1, 2, and 5 for Islam Makhachev. 48-47 is the proper scorecard.
I will save my other thought till after we hear the scorecards, but great fight. Great fight.
Interesting notes in the chat. Don't go anywhere. Remember, 3 Pac post-show coming up right after this. Let's get these scorecards. 49-46.
Ooh.
49-46.
Okay, so then that's Ian. I mean, that's
48-47.
Islam.
So yeah,
49,
probably
46. So
3 or 4.
Did he not win round 4 on most people's cards? That's crazy.
Yo, man, Islam looks beat up, man. Islam looks beat up.
And that's all round 4. Ian punched his head in round 4. The more I think about it, the more you have to score round 4 for Ian. But that was a hell of a fight.
Yeah, man. So actually 2 49-46s, so it really didn't even come down to round 5.
It did not. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. How much more interesting does a Michael Morales fight become now? When you think about him dealing with that size.
Very interesting.
I love Carlos Praches. I think Michael Morales
Carlos
is the
Praches
fight
lost
I
to
need.
this guy. Let's see Michael Morales.
I think we need to see Michael Morales.
Longest active win
All
streak
right,
in
let's
UFC
hear
history.
from Islam.
Islam gives love to Ian. Great fighter. Good man.
Damn. That's a fucking gangster right there, huh?
Yeah. 5th fighter in UFC history to successfully defend 2 championship belts.
Joe Rogan asked him if it's the most difficult fight. He said maybe the first Volk fight in Australia was also a hard one.
Yeah, I mean, he's given love to Ian Garry. Says that he works with one of the best fighters and coaches, obviously talking about Ian Garry's team. That head kick was fucking nasty. That was the highlight of the fight. Everyone in the chat is very upset with Islam. I'm never watching Islam fight again, the worst ever.
Islam admitting he feels like the guys are stronger and more powerful at welterweight. He says there's a difference.
It has to.
Okay, but consider that, right? To be as great, though, that even at the higher weight class, it is harder and you are struggling, but you are still winning against a guy who is a number one contender. It is crazy what he has done, truly.
Oh, they're showing Michael Morales and Carlos Praches.
Give me Morales.
Carlos Praches in a shirt that says, I'm next.
I love Carlos Praches, truly. He is one of my favorite guys.
Give me Michael Morales.
I want to see Michael Morales.
In giving respect to them.
A moment with Habib.
Valiant effort, man. I had 48-47.
49-46.
Says nothing surprised them. 17-2 now for Ian Garry. He's not complaining, no excuses.
Best camp of his life.
Islam won. He says he's proud of everything he's done.
I gotta admit, man.
He's gracious in defeat, man.
People give this guy such fucking stick. He's really just a solid dude.
Go home, regroup, get better. He's pointing to Gaethje and Volk, who've just won belts.
He's only 28. They're 38. He's only 28.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. He's giving a nice speech here.
It's a fucking great speech.
Now he's speaking Portuguese. He says no one can stop him in his mind. Shout out to his fans in Ireland. Says to all the fans that doubt him, he'll be back.
I like that at the end there.
Yo, respect. He said to everyone that doubts him, go fuck yourself.
I like it.
Back.
I like it.
Man, that might have been Ian Garry's best mic work I've ever heard.
Great.
He was gracious in defeat. He said he's not done. He's 28, long way to go. Islam took a bit of a beating, huh?
He sure did.
He's bruised up, man. Shout out to Ian Garry, but ultimately 1, 2, and 5 I think is the right score for Islam to come out victorious in this. Obviously, it is not done by what you look like at the end of the fight. It is scored round by round, and he maintains his welterweight belt, becomes the 5th fighter in UFC history to defend the belt in 2 divisions, and breaks Anderson Silva's record of 16 straight UFC wins. He now has 17. Unbelievable stuff for one of the best fighters to ever live, now 29-1. Do not go anywhere, though. That does it for us here on the UFC 330 Watch Party, presented by Kalshi. Post-show starts right now. 3-Pac, Ariel Helwani, Chuck Mendenhall, Pete Carroll. Take it away, guys.
Hello and welcome to our UFC 330 post-fight show. I'm Ariel Helwani, and first things first, let me just say, I've missed you. We've missed you. Oh, how I've missed you. It's been 2 long weeks, more than 2 long weeks, since we've done all of this. So much has happened over the course of those 2.5 or so weeks, and we're going to leave all of that stuff, all of those pleasantries, all of that dilly-dallying for Monday's show. We'll have plenty of time to talk about everything that we missed, our vacations, my beautiful trip to Hawaii. If you thought I was annoying after Italy, just wait to see how annoying I am after a beautiful trip to Hawaii. But we'll save that for Monday because we have very important things to talk about. UFC 330 just wrapped up seconds ago in the Philadelphia, as the cool kids say, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. First time since 2019 that the UFC held an event there. That was a fight night event headlined by Justin Gaethje versus Edson Barboza in March of 2019. This time around, they come back with the #1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world, Islam Makhachev, who makes history. 17 wins in a row for Islam Makhachev. He retains his welterweight title. As GC just said, if you were watching the post show, and the watch party, tremendous job by both GC and Rick. A, for the watch party, but B, for like actually doing it in those outfits for the entire time. I mean, the dedication to the bit. Primo, fifth fighter to defend a title in two different weight classes. Perhaps most importantly, in my opinion, 17th win in a row, breaking Anderson Silva's record, which was 16 wins in a row. He did not break any title defense records or anything like that. Dana White was kind of confused about those records throughout the week. But interestingly enough, same building that Anderson Silva beat Forrest Griffin way back when, UFC 101. Now, that was just a 205-pound fight, but it was one of his greatest performances ever. Same building, same city, of course. Here's Islam Makhachev against Ian Machado Garry in a fight that I think a lot of people were dismissive of Ian Machado Garry's chances in the fight. And it was looking very early on like it was going to be another Islam Makhachev masterclass, certainly after the first two rounds. But a funny thing happened in the third and fourth. Machado Garry got his confidence, figured out how to stand and trade with him, was defending takedowns. Islam was pretty much at about 50% throughout. And even when he did take him down, wasn't inflicting much damage. Fourth round, going to be very interesting to see how that would score. Now, ultimately, two judges gave it 49-46, one 48-47. I suspect those judges who gave it 49-46 for Ian had that fourth round for Islam. I vehemently disagree with that, and I can't see anything here. Let me just, I see it up on the screen, but my eyesight is horrible. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm looking at it right now. I'm seeing fourth round to Islam. Eric Colon is the only one to give it to Ian Machado Garry, and he was right. It was 2-2 going into the fifth. Now, on Twitter, I did say 10-8 round for Islam in the second round. A lot of people disagree with me, and so ultimately 2-2 going into the fifth. Ian said it afterwards, no complaints. I thought Ian was phenomenal in the fight. I thought the right man won, and I thought Ian, especially afterwards, was phenomenal as well on the microphone. That was the toughest fight of Islam Makhachev's career, certainly as a champion, since the fight 3 years ago against Alexander Volkanovski in Australia, which he alluded to one Joe Rogan after the fact. As you can see, I have missed doing this. I have missed talking, but I'm not here alone. Obviously, of course, when we do the post shows, 3-Pot comes together. And so first, let me just say hello to the man in the hat, a.k.a. the mayor of the Nutmeg State, Mr. Chuck Mininol is here. Chuck, how are you?
Ariel, you look positively radiant, my friend. It's good to have you back. It was very lonely here without you.
Thank you, Bretta. Thank you. I appreciate that. Also, let's go. Yes. Let's go across the pond to the one and only, the patron saint of the Emerald Isle, the host of the critically acclaimed podcast, The Crack, the one and only Pete Carroll's here as well. Hello, Pete. How are you? What is The Crack?
Slightly crestfallen. Thought Irish MMA was getting another world champion there. Right down to the wire in the fifth round. I thought it'd be close. I thought Islam would get the job done, but as you said, Ian Machado Garry, very, very good performance. After really everything going wrong in the first two rounds, right? He rallied back, got himself back into the fight. 2 losses on his record, very narrow loss to Shavkat Rakhmonov and Islam Makhachev. Not too bad, as he says himself, 28 years of age. I'm sure we're going to see this guy back here at some stage.
Oh, 100%. So let's dig a little bit deeper, guys. I don't know. This is maybe TMI. I'm not proud of it. But at 44 years of age, I'm still a nail biter. And if they were watching me in the control room as I was sitting here watching the fight, I bit off every single nail. I was so locked in on that fight, not because I was nervous, but I was just like so into every single thing that was happening. That was one of my favorite fights of the year so far. I don't know about fight of the year, but the drama, the theater, the comeback from Ian was phenomenal. Chuck, what did you see? What are you thinking in the immediate aftermath?
Now, did you start biting your nails when Ian finally started to come to life in this fight? Because that, to me, it was like the thing, right? Like, we're waiting to see if that's going to happen. He's playing almost like a nullification game to the best of extent he can. He's playing mostly defense. It almost felt like he was going to be like the co-main, a little bit where you might have regrets, from the Gillian Robertson. From that standpoint, that he wasn't throwing enough, like he wasn't doing enough. And then he comes to life, and we've talked about this many times, man. We're lucky when we get these kind of fights. This was very reminiscent of those big fights from the boom days, of Anderson Silva and those types, GSP, and that there's a plot switch. And as that's happening, this becomes like an engrossing thing, a collective experience. That I love when we enter into this sort of thing. So when that fourth round was playing out, it was just one of those, you're having one of those moments. You're like, dude. Especially the fourth round, because the way it played out was it was very dramatic, and it really was almost nuanced to the point where you're like, okay, do I understand scoring? Do I understand the scoring of this? Because if you understand the scoring and the damage and the kind of like, the criteria, you're like, well, I think that Ian Garry just tied this thing up. And when you get into those kinds of things, heading into the fifth round, especially when you have a champion who's on the cusp of doing something like what Islam was doing there, just becoming like the fifth guy to defend in 2 different weight classes. Dude, does it get better than that? I mean, I'm with you. I'm a nail biter too. If it just has enough things going for it, like the magnitude and all of the things playing in the way that this one did, that was great. It was almost, guys, a little bit like a symbolic feat. Like the fight played out symbolically, almost how the perception of this fight played out, right? Like the perception of this fight was immediately like, Ian has no chance. This was what most people, why would he get it? Why not, one of these other guys, whatever it was. Ian gets the shot. Perception kind of changes as we get, closer to the fight. Mm-hmm. So like, pretty soon people are like, well, I don't know, man. Ian's got good defense. Maybe he does have a chance. You know what I mean? And then like they come back around, but Islam should win. And that's almost how this fight played out. Just like the people, like when you contemplated it, it almost played out exactly like that. What could be better?
PT, I'll be honest. In the group chat, I said it about 2 hours ago. I said, I think Ian is going to win this. I was getting the impression all week long that Ian was supremely confident and that Islam was sort of not really giving him the respect that he deserves. There was this exchange yesterday, and sometimes we put too much stock into these things, but there was an exchange yesterday at the weigh-ins where Ian was like, this is the biggest fight. And he's like, it's not the biggest fight. He's like, it is the biggest fight. And they're sort of arguing about it. And obviously for Ian, it is. And for Islam, there was a lot at stake. There was history. And I just sort of felt like Ian was going to rise to the occasion. I think one of Ian's best attributes is his IQ. He's a very smart fighter. And I thought he did rise after feeling him out in those first 2 rounds. You've been watching him. I always like to talk about your history with Ian and covering him and watching him because you've seen him truly evolve from amateur, debutante to here. To see him perform like that on these on these types of stages, on this grandest of stage, what did you think?
Yeah, we've seen this from him before. He had a fight in Cork, and I can remember Cork being in the South Ireland. And this was a big kind of homecoming for him because he's had his debut in Cage Warriors. This was kind of his first fight back home, and the buzz around him from Team KF, since his amateur days, it was like, this is the next guy. This is going to be the next guy who's going to go the whole way in the UFC. He had that fight in Cork, and he got chin-checked by Figlak, who he fought that night. And it's one of those moments where you kind of find out about someone, right? Like, you can go either way when that happens. And he fought back and won the fight by submission. I was kind of thinking about that when he went down in the second round there. Like, this is... I'd be the last one to admit it. I was poo-pooing all this Dagestan v Ireland 2 bullshit that the UFC were pushing. But I was kind of like, it's kind of playing out like the fight with Khabib and Conor in that. Khabib kind of dominates grappling position in the first round. Then he gets a knockdown against a striker later on. Then the third round, Ian wins one back, but he managed to sustain that comeback and really make it a really intriguing contest right up until Islam got that takedown in the fifth round. And even at that, like in the fourth round, the one that we're debating, I think we've all scored it for Ian because Islam may have been in a dominant position. He may be the one in the better position in the clinch, but Ian landed more damage. He was landing more shots. And as we've heard the likes of God, I'd say over the years, getting the position is its own reward if you aren't scoring from that position. So I think that's why we had it that way. But you say his IQ is his best gift. I also think his mentality of... there's people screaming, fuck you, Ian Garry, after he gets knocked down in the second round. Like, this is a horrendous situation. Can you imagine being in that situation and somehow mounting this comeback? I think his self-belief, his inability to just stop believing in himself is like a special weapon for him. It's like a secret weapon. And we saw that at play tonight. And honestly, like, these are the best fighters in the world that have defeated him. Shavkat, the boogeyman of the division, and Islam, a guy who are now going to be entering into the GOAT conversation based on everything I've heard on the broadcast tonight. These guys are beating him by inches. Really, really by inches when you look at those scorecards in the end and how it was scored. And right down to the 5th round, I'm with Eric Olin by the way he scored it, but incredible that he rallied in that situation, given the environment, given everyone wanting him to lose. Let's make no mistake about that. This is a very one-sided, partisan crowd for Islam Makhachev in Philadelphia, a state that's famous for Irish diaspora. It's pretty incredible.
No, it really is, and I'm actually supremely impressed with both guys. I was thinking after the second round. Which, by the way, anyone think I'm crazy for the 10-8? Was that just completely off? I mean, I'm no
judge.
They
changed it again. Like, remember, they were like really emphasizing the 10-8s for a while, and then they kind of reeled it back a bit. So I understand the confusion.
I definitely didn't think you're crazy, though. I mean, you could make that case that it was a 10-8 for sure.
Dropped him, and then the damage afterwards. I know it started early on as a somewhat Ian round started, but I just thought that was a very significant moment in the fight. I was thinking after that round, Ian Garry is going to regret this because he had to work so hard just to get this title shot. Of course, let's not forget about all the drama with the matchroom stuff. I'm sure that doesn't help. Although I heard that there were no issues this week. Frank Smith was there, all that stuff and more. But let's be honest, there's like a pretty good queue of fresh opponents for Islam Makhachev to face. 2 of them were in attendance. We're going to talk about those 2 guys in a moment, Michael Morales and Carlos Praches. Those are very juicy, fun matchups. Like, he is going to... We saw what happened with Gillian Robertson, and I think Gillian Robertson is going to regret her performance against Mackenize Dern. Mackenize Dern, spoiler, won the fight rather convincingly. Back end wasn't great, but point is, she's going to regret that performance. And I was feeling like Ian was going to regret his performance. And you were starting to feel like his corner was getting frustrated with him as well. And so to see him come out in the third and kind of figure it out and fight the way in which he did in the third and fourth, I give him a lot of credit for that post-fight interview. In the post-fight interview, he was very complimentary of Khabib, of the team, almost in a way like too complimentary, but it doesn't seem like he's going to have regrets. What do you think, Chuck? Do you think he should be regretful? Because I think it's going to be a while before he gets back in this position, just when you consider Carlos, Michael, Shavkat eventually is going to come back, and I know he has, a history with some of these guys. I just think they're not going to rush to put him back in there, even though this was such a great, fun fight. I would love to see it again down the line if Islam is still a champion. I just didn't want him to leave anything, on the table, so to speak. I wonder if when the dust settles, he will feel that way.
I don't think so, man. I mean, I'm with Pizzi when he's up there and he's basically saying, his grasp of his situation in the big picture is very impressive. And we've been saying this a couple of times. There was like this groundswell about like who he is and everything that was going on in his private life. But over the last couple of fights, he just keeps emerging. But in that post-fight, interview, he's basically saying, I'm 28 years old, and he's pointing to guys very rationally, very clear-headed, like who are 38 and winning titles. And he's like, I got 10 years, you know what I mean? I'm going to learn from this. I'll be back stronger. I mean, it's hard to kind of be that rational in that kind of moment. And I thought he was extremely rational, not just there, but just kind of in the fight week. And did you see his calm kind of going into that environment? Like Pizzi was mentioning, he's kind of being treated as public enemy number 1 there. Crowd's definitely not on his side, but his self-belief was transformative in a weird way because he was just completely calm, completely within himself. And when he started to figure it out, and they were mentioning this on the broadcast where he's like, he's gaining, right? Like he's building, and you see him hit those body shots and you could kind of feel it. You could kind of see it. And I was like, dude, this guy, like he is wired different. And I think it's very important to remember yes, there are contenders in that division, but at 28 years old, I feel as convinced as I've ever felt about a guy like this that he'll be back. He'll be in that same situation. I don't know how long it'll take, but he will be there. That type of mentality with his talent and his kind of IQ and adaptability and everything that he's doing with his coaches, and you could tell that Damian Maia, like you could just tell that, amazing. It's like you can tell that he has all of this working for him. He'll be back.
Okay, so on the flip side, go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to ask you guys, do you think the record played on Islam at all coming into this week? Do you think it added to the stress in there for him? Because the credit we're giving Garry must be given back to Islam in the 5th round. the panic, like I felt genuine panic, right, in Islam's corner in the fourth, with Habib telling him, we need to win this round. In the fourth, we need to win this round. And as we saw it, I know two of the judges didn't have it this way, but we come out of that round thinking Gary's won that one as well. For Islam to come back out there and get the takedown in the fifth, even though he kind of seemed like his best takedowns were behind him in this fight, I think that's incredibly impressive, having seeing out the fight in that way. But what I was going to ask is, do you think Islam was affected by this history in the lead up to this fight, Ariel?
I don't really think so. I don't think it was made out to be that big of a deal. Like, this wasn't, I don't know,
you won't get.
Well, you won't get the reference, but like, it didn't feel like it was Cal Ripken breaking Lou Gehrig's record. I don't feel like the UFC made it out. I think that it was Iron Man. It's a long story. Point is, I feel like they could have used this as part of the promotion. Like, if you weren't paying attention, you probably would have missed it, that this was a thing, that the most wins in a row streak was on the line, that he was tied with the great Anderson Silva. It was interesting that Ian Garry seemed to have said something to Anderson. I don't speak Portuguese, but maybe he said, I'm sorry that I couldn't stop him. I don't know. I think it's a combo of, maybe he didn't have the most amount of respect for, maybe, or if it's like, I don't know, maybe it's different at 170. I think we were so blown away by how he looked against Jack Della. By the way, let me be very clear here. That was an amazing performance. Like, he looked great in the first two rounds. I thought the second round was a potential 10-8. And then, third round was probably his worst round. Fourth round, clearly two of the judges gave it to him. I don't agree. And then he comes back and he rallies, busted up, and wins the fifth. So I'm not taking anything away from Islam whatsoever. I do think there's a strong case to be made that he is among the greatest of all time. I still think, like, that was his seventh victory in a title fight, his sixth title defense. A reminder that John Jones had 16 title fight victories. DJ's record is 12 in a row as far as title defenses are concerned. And so while he did surpass Anderson's record, I still think there's a little bit more work to be done. He did tie Khabib's victory record, 29 wins. He does have the loss against Adriano Martins. So these are things that are all adding up. I don't think he is the GOAT per se. I don't even think that matters. What he's doing at 155 and now 170 is incredible. But it does, like, Chuck, let me ask you, does it not, like, you see Morales there? I know they're different fighters, and I know Morales is a judo guy, and he's a really big 170-pounder, and Carlos is a pretty damn big 170-pounder as well, and he looked amazing against Jack Della, who, of course, Islam beat. But does it not give you a little bit of pause that, like, you know what? It's not going to be as easy as he gets older, of course, as the body, continues to take this damage throughout fights. It's not going to be the easiest ride for him. Like, he's not, like, these next few title defenses are really going to tell us who Islam Makhachev is, in my opinion.
100%. And if you were to say what would be his hardest, like, in this fight, like before this fight, he's going to defend. So who's going to be the hardest? Probably you would have played. I don't know. Would you have placed Ian Garry? I probably would have put Morales as harder in the sense of how big he was and all of the things you're talking about. But you probably wouldn't have had Ian Garry. But to see Ian Garry come out there and I guess put some tape out there on how to maybe, like, do some things, and now you're talking about these two monsters that are in attendance and they're waiting out there. When you were talking about, like, the whole Anderson Silva thing and his leg is, like, where he's at and GOAT talks and all this, I mean, if he's got it set up now, if he wants to actually take that throne, like, he can leave no doubt, right? If he goes through those types of guys in his new weight class, I mean, to me, that would be phenomenal, because these are, in each one of these cases now, you're going to be like, well, I don't know, can Islam beat this? There's going to be big doubts. A lot of the times when you're talking about John Jones, Anderson Silva, they were in JSP, they were so kind of above the playing field that almost every matchup you felt like would have to be an enormous upset to see them go down. You know what I mean? Maybe toward the end things started getting different, but dude, Makhachev, like, right now, those fights look like huge impositions. You know what I mean? They just look like huge roadblocks in his way. So if he's able to kind of defend that belt a couple of more times, I mean, he'll make himself undeniably in that GOAT space, right?
Yes. Oh, 100%, especially against this murderer's row coming up. I know they're not the most, like, proven title contenders, but they are damn good fighters. And so both of them were right there, Pizzi. There was a note from someone, I think it was Nolan King of MMA Junkie, who tweeted that there was a camera on Carlos Prates throughout the entire fight. And usually that's an indication that they're trying to set something up. He was wearing a t-shirt that said, "I'm next." But then at the end, they gave us the split screen with Morales and there it is, right over there, the t-shirt. They gave us the split screen with Morales and Prates. And so what are you feeling right now? Prates continues to allude to the fact that he's had conversations. I know he was in Vegas. His manager took a picture, and Prates did with Hunter Campbell this week. Worth noting, Morales was the backup fighter. He did weigh in yesterday. That's not always an indication that you are next. But if you were the UFC, which way are you going?
I think we've kind of answered it insofar as the information we've been given us all indicates that it's probably Prates next. I personally am more interested in the Morales fight. Especially after tonight as well. Morales' size is such a weird situation for Islam to deal with. We saw tonight how Ian did. Ian is a very tall welterweight. I wouldn't say he is the most substantial welterweight in terms of weight. You know, he does not cut an awful lot of weight. He doesn't put on an awful lot of weight after he weighs in. Morales, on the other hand, he looks like a light heavyweight and he's in there. I'm really intrigued as to how Islam would deal with his explosivity, which he most certainly has, and his sheer size, his judo background, which makes it more difficult to take him down as well. Of course, Ian has a judo background as well. But that, for me, is the big question, because I felt as though Garry has kind of given the blueprint on Prates in the way he fought him up until the 5th round, of course, when Prates had a lot of success. Ian fought him masterfully well. For me, the more interesting fight is Morales, but I do believe that they're going with Prates.
Chuck?
Yeah. I think that because Morales is so much younger too, like you can afford to leave. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know if the UFC follows this kind of script, but like he is a younger guy who still could have another big showcase moment. But dude, how long will Islam be out? You know, that's the other question here. And will a guy like Morales, I mean, I could see Prates because he's a little longer in the tooth, like saying like, you know, I want my next one to be this. It would make more sense in that. But Morales, that's a long time for him to be off, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into that, but I just feel like I feel like he would. Yeah. I mean, Islam might be a while.
Dude, Morales' last fight was in November.
I know, man.
He's got to fight. I mean, honestly, I would love to see Morales versus Shavkat. I feel like it would be tough to give Shavkat the title shot. There's no momentum whatsoever, and I know you're killing off a contender, but like, what are you gonna do? I think Prates just fought against Jack Della, so the timing works out a little bit. I know it was 3 months ago. Morales' last fight was in November. What's he going to wait a year and a half at this stage of his career to get a title shot? I mean, I feel like a lot of fans don't even remember his last fight anymore. Yes, it was a great win over Sean Brady, which, by the way, at the time, Dana White did kind of say it was a number one contender fight, if you recall. But we all say things. I feel like based on the clues, based on the pictures with Hunter Campbell, all that stuff, that's the direction they're going towards. And I'm really I'm very curious now to see. These guys are going to be confident afterwards, right? Like after watching this, they're going to be like, "Oh, Islam at 170. This is not the same type of puzzle." I think it's only going to make their confidence grow. And by the way, one or two fights, I'd love to see Ian get another crack if Islam is still the champion. Like as he said, 28. Look, think about the fact. I know I'm jumping around here, but like the last time the UFC was in Philadelphia, the main event was Justin Gaethje versus Edson Barboza. Edson Barboza retired tonight. Looked very, very old, but is an unbelievable fighter. Justin Gaethje's the lightweight champion of the world, the undisputed lightweight champion of the world. That's 7 years ago. Like the juxtaposition of these two careers is crazy. And so all to say, like people lose. GSP lost his first title fight, for goodness sakes, against Matt Hughes, and came back and won the belt and had one of the all-time great careers. So a lot is going to change. A lot could happen with Ian, and I think he had. I was watching him, and he's blowing kisses to his wife and kid, and I was like, Ian, please, this is your chance, man. You worked so hard. By the way, worth noting, Dana White is at the press conference right now, and this is a quote from Aaron Bronstetter, who does a great job of recapping Dana's thoughts. White says that if Machado Garry, this is the tweet, had even an ounce of killer instinct, he could have won. Did not like how cordial the fighters were with each other. Feels Ian will regret his approach when he watches it back.
Well,
So-
listen, right? Okay. Here, hang on. Is this right? You say it's all gone well with the matchroom thing, but I think we're entering a very interesting time in terms of.
Well, by the way, when I
what
say
are-
gone well, I mean like there were no fist fights. I'm just saying like I was
No.
wondering. If
Oh,
it was
well, I mean
frostiness,
that's.
you know.
Well, I think we're entering a very interesting time in terms of what impact has it had on Tom Aspinall, on Ian Garry signing for Matchroom Talent Agency. If Ian had a won tonight, of course, he would have had more leverage. Ian, I think, in his position, right, we saw it after the loss to Shavkat. Like he was actively calling out people left, right, and center. He wanted to get back in there, get back in the win column as soon as possible. I'd imagine he'll want to do the same thing, provided he's not injured or anything like that. He'll want to get in there as soon as possible. We're talking about Pratchett is probably next in line for Islam. So, is there any way that the UFC would match him with Morales to bleed him into the title situation, and if not, have a second run around with Ian? But I always remember when you had Ian on the show last, you were asking him about the list of contenders, and he was talking about he beat all these guys, and I absolutely believe that he believes that. But when it got to Morales, he was saying he needs to move up to middleweight. That suggests to me that he can see a bit of trouble with this guy too. So is there any way that with this new matchroom situation, the UFC give him the bum steer and they say, oh, you fight the dude that everyone is terrified of, the guy who's at a loose end, Mr. Michael Morales?
Okay, well, two things to say about that. Number one, how's the matchroom thing going? Well, let's see. Tom Aspinall has said that he'd like to fight in Paris. He ain't fighting in Paris. Then it seemed like Abu Dhabi was the next slot. He ain't fighting in Abu Dhabi. They announced that card today. And so is he going to fight at MSG? Are they going to give him that honor? We'll see. So I don't think it's going very well. And yeah, we'll see how it affects Ian moving forward. There was just a clip that was posted seconds ago on Twitter. I believe it was via Full Send MMA, where it's Ian and Michael Morales talking to each other backstage, and Ian is like, yo man, I don't know why you keep talking shit about me. We never had an interaction in the past. You keep talking these things. Good luck to you. Do your thing. Stop talking shit. I feel like that's the seed. And so, yeah, that could make a lot of sense right there. Like, it seems like there's some tension. Morales is a freaking beast of a guy. Maybe that's the seed. I don't know what you do with Shavkat. He's the big question mark, because you can't have him just like go all the way to the back of the line. I don't think that's fair. He beat these guys. Like, he's still undefeated and all that stuff. But yeah, we're gonna see. Look, Dana's comments. He's continuing. By the way, he's saying, White says Makhachev controlled Garry and shut him down. He did exactly what he needed to do. He says that Ian is a classy guy. This is, again, courtesy of Aaron Bronstetter's tweets. But when the fight starts, he needs to flip the switch. So it's not like Dana is coming out here and saying, like, I was blown away. What a performance. It was razor thin. He's kind of showing his cards a little bit, in my opinion, based on, what is being written about right here.
Yeah. I thought Pizzi was going to answer this.
No, it's okay. I'm just throwing it up. It's like
I'm very
it's like a jump
interested
ball.
in this whole thing. Because look, from my position, Ian had the promotional rocket ship strapped to his back. I thought he was. It made way more sense for Tom to sign with Eddie Hearn, given what happened in the Gan fight and given Dana's reaction to it, than it did for Ian for me. Not to say it's not a good move. I think he had that great media day, and that did him a lot of favors here. He was back in the news cycle here. He had 100 fans waiting for him to sign things. Like, that went down really well. But these guys are giving up something if they align with Dana White's most vocal nemesis in years. Even though they both are saying, it's not that big of a deal. It certainly seems to be. So I'm really, really intrigued. And as we see, we see the white smoke from Atherton there. Tom Aspinall ready to go. Something has to give.
Yeah, well, that's why, by the way, I was thinking, like, man, he's going to regret this, because it's going to be a long-ass time before he gets put in this position again. I thought he did enough. I thought he did enough by the end to put himself in a position where you're like, okay, this guy's a true contender. This is what we want to see out of him. This is the type of fight that I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of talk online that people hated the fight, so maybe I'm completely wrong here. I really enjoyed that.
I enjoyed it too, man.
That was not DDP Hamzat. That was not Islam JDM. That was riveting stuff. Yes.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, you got like quintessential Islam, right? Like, you kind of saw everything that he does in that one fight. I mean, that second round, I was about to say, you brought up that Philadelphia thing with the virtuoso performance of Anderson Silva in his second fight up a weight class, against Forrest Griffin. When he catches him with that head kick, didn't you get that feeling like, oh my God, Philadelphia is going to see another crazy ass performance, like some crazy, like it came out of nowhere, because it was kind of like it was a little bit like contested up until that point, and then it was like boom, it opens up, and then from that point on, man, I thought it was tremendous theater. Let me ask you guys this though. I wrote about this a little bit. Makhachev to me, he strikes me as like so like we've been in a UFC that has always had some kind of dominant champion, a guy who looks right on the poster. It's a guy that like basically when they're pointing out like, you know, Islam gets introduced to Philadelphia and everybody cheers. It doesn't matter where he's from, like everybody, because they like he's that champion, right? He's a guy who's breaking records, could be considered the GOAT. They feel historic being in the building, watching him do this, right? Like, we're this close to him like slipping out of that position, and then what would the UFC have? I think it would be the first time that the UFC would not really have like one of those types of champions at the top. If you went down from all the weight classes, it would be like the first time that, you know, kind of guys who've either been proven, like their invincibility has been proven, or they've, you know, whatever it is, their journeys have been through all kinds of things, and now they're there. But like, you would not have that guy anymore. That just is that traditional champion. That's what was going through my mind in that 5th round. I was like, dude, we might be in the like truly in a world of parody at this point, where it's just like any given, you know, Saturday, somebody can upset somebody, you know, which it would be a different terrain. So I felt like there was something preserved in the end when Makhachev got his hand raised, and that's what, I don't know. There was something about that was kind of cool, because now we're talking about, you know, these potential fights with Prochas and Morales, and they feel much bigger because he did it. He's on to the next level, and we've never seen people hitting these levels, you know. So I feel like that's something the UFC just doesn't have a lot of right now.
Yeah, no, it's 100% true. Parity is the word. Also, I don't know if this has ever been the case, but as of right now, there's only one champion, male or female, in their 20s, and that's Joshua Van, 24. Had Ian won, that would have been the second one. Everyone else is like, there's dudes 38, 35, 36. Mackenzie is 33. So not only is there a lot of parity and there's not a lot of dominance, I feel like the young guns, we're not seeing those, like, you know, obviously John was a special one, but even GSP back in the day and stuff like that, like we're not seeing people come in and then go DJ on these long runs as champions. So I don't know what it says about the sport, what it says about the product, what it says about the athletes, but it's definitely interesting. And I don't know if you guys felt this way, but I felt like this particular week, Islam kind of really came into his own as a superstar. Like the interviews, the videos of him talking about like his famous lines and memes, like it kind of just feels like he gets it. I never felt like Islam had the same aura as Khabib. He didn't have the same mic skills. He didn't have the same lines. He didn't have the same sort of presence. This week, I felt like he had it. Do you know what I mean, Pete? Do you agree? Like it just felt a little bit different this week.
Well, I tell you, I think that was kind of assisted by the public's attitude towards Garry. It made it easier for him, right? Like he doesn't really need to win these people over. Like they're already kind of naturally on his side. I noticed at the press conference, he's kind of like, that was his whole tone to it. Like, he was misunderstanding what Garry was trying to say during that Abdullah map thing. And he was saying, shut up, and they're all going crazy. And then afterwards, he's kind of saying, he's talking to the UFC cameras like, oh, this guy can't get any fans. I think leaning into that kind of helped him too. I think that made him come across like this sensation. And as Chuck said earlier, a guy from Dagestan just being treated like a hero in Philadelphia is absolutely incredible. I do feel like this is the first time we got the playful side of him that we used to love with Khabib. You know, when Khabib, like people would be saying the lines, like, you know, remember they used to have him reacting to the movies, the various rom-coms and things like this. They'd be doing that kind of content with him. That I agree with you. That was the kind of Islam we got this week, and we haven't really seen that before.
By the way, speaking of Abdulmanap, what about this stat, this factoid? This is from ESPN MMA. I haven't verified it. I suspect they're right. The combined record of Team Khabib, which they're picking Usman Nurmagomedov, Islam Makhachev, Khabib Nurmagomedov, Janko, and Umar Nurmagomedov, 109-2. Their combined record. An unbelievable. I mean, like that is an unbelievable legacy. And there's other guys, but they're just picking those particular five.
I legit didn't think they'd let Umar back into the sauna after that loss. You know.
Yeah, I mean the two losses, the title fight against Merab and the Adriano Martins, unbelievable.
Paul, you should have a couple on there, in my opinion, but we won't get into that. That's not what.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of like, I feel we haven't had a chance to talk about any of this. Usman is like signed, sealed, and delivered, right? Like there is no free.
I mean, they showed him on the.
Yeah,
they showed him on there. Interesting.
Doesn't seem uncomfortable. Doesn't seem uncomfortable. In
last
that
Bellator champion. I thought they'd go with the dig, but maybe they don't want to put them over and say current PFL lightweight champion. They had him fonted as last Bellator lightweight champion. I felt like from the moment he won that fight and got on the microphone and said, Jake Paul likes to say Dana doesn't pay. Let's see if he pays. I was like, you're reading off the Ali Abdelaziz script, and this is Ali's dream. This is Ali's dream. He could say, Dana, here he is. F that Jake Paul, that Benedict Arnold who turned his back on you and all this stuff. I don't even know. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to stab them.
Ollie wouldn't do this.
Here he is for you. Usman is signed, sealed, and delivered. Hey, it is fait accompli, as they say in the business. It is fait accompli. He is signed. I don't know what they're waiting for. Just do it now. Just make the announcement now. That's what I feel, and that's with actually like very little inside knowledge. It just seems so obvious.
Are they gonna wait? Are they gonna make Ali's boys go against you to put a Gaethje against Usman? Or are they gonna let things play out a bit? I mean, that's interesting in itself.
It hasn't happened often. It's true.
By the way, do you think that Adriano Martins is like feeling like the 72 Dolphins at this point each time? You know, like each time he keeps...
Yeah, he wants to be the only one. That's right.
He wants to be the only guy, right? Whoever pulled off the trick of beating the great Islam Makhachev. I mean, I always wonder about that sort of thing when you have a guy who's like, he's part of the trivia question, you know? Like, he was the one who beat him.
Who is... Like, what's the equivalent to Adriano Martins? And by the way, does the Adriano Martins loss affect the GOAT? Like, if that loss didn't happen and he was now 30-0, would he be the GOAT right now?
Probably more, it would help, that the mystique around Habib 30-0, Mayweather 50-0, all that kind of stuff. Is he Buster Douglas, Adriano Martins?
No, because that happened when Tyson was at his peak.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
That loss was not like a seismic loss at the time. It was just a thing that happened. I was like, oh wow, that was kind of shocking. I'm sure he was the favorite and all that, and we knew he was the disciple of Habib. But it's just such a weird one, right? Like I don't. Is it Anderson Silva Rio Chonan? That's what it is, right?
Oh,
maybe something like that, like the blind scissor thing, or whatever. Yeah,
remember that one? Or Okami, right? Wasn't the Okami?
Okami beat him right before he came to the UFC.
But that was the weird up kick. It might have been the Chonan one where it was like, this actually happened? You know what I mean? Yeah. And like he went on you know what? I'm going with Chonan. I've decided I'm going with Chonan.
You know who could catch up is you were talking to Salkild and he was talking about that kid who beat him. He kind of sees it around his hometown there. I mean, that could end up being something like this too.
This is great. We're doing a whole refresher on the last 2 weeks. This is amazing. We're just gelling in. What a win for Salkild.
By the way, for a second I was like, what does Salkild have to do with it? No, I know what you're talking about. The he has at the other gym that he sees. Yes, that's a great one.
You know, I drag left field into the show, man. Come on.
I love that. How I missed all of this. How I missed it so much. Usually I'm actually super tired, by the way, but I don't know if you guys know this, but
you're genuinely
Hawaii is 6 hours back, so I could go for
I've never seen you take on so much color, by the way, man. You're like,
it's crazy.
Well, it's been 2 weeks, guys. It's been 2 weeks, plus the Knicks are champions. I don't know if you guys know this.
This is probably, there's no way you've even made it through like a tenth of your, like all of your new gear. I feel like you're still just you're still pulling tags off of that shit. Like
1,000%. If I decide to wear only Knicks merch from now until December 31st, it will be just one outfit a day. Like I will not go through anything twice. This is a new one.
That's an awesome one. Fucking hates you, Helwani.
No.
Postman open your gaff every day with packages every day. Still sending shit, I'd say.
Still haven't gotten everything, by the way. Just want to let you know. Still waiting on a few items.
Now that you're back, I mean, you can get back.
All right, I'm not calling anyone out. There was a whole freaking thing that happened last time, but a bit of a problem. Okay, we talked a lot about the main event. Shall we talk about the co-main event? What about Mackenize Dern? She defeats Gillian Robertson. People weren't happy with this fight. PT, tell me what you thought, because there was a lot of talk going in. The submissions, the jiu-jitsu. Oh, she's a BJJ jiu-jitsu player. I'm an MMA jiu-jitsu player. I got the more subs. I got this and that. And in the end, it didn't feel like there was much of a test that was presented to Mackenzie. Now, as the broadcast team did state, like they did say, like you don't want to end the fight the way in which Mackenzie looked towards the end, but I don't know if she just sort of like stopped caring. I don't know. What did you make of all of this? There's the scorecard right there.
Yeah, I guess I kind of agreed. My sentiment about this fight was Robertson and Dern's jiu-jitsu would cancel each other out. I did think Dern was a better jiu-jitsu player than Gillian, but I just felt as though when they'd fight, it would cancel each other out and it would play out on the feet, which could make it very exciting because we've seen Dern get in kind of rough spots, right, in the striking before. Early on, the striking looked very good. In the exchanges, Robertson really wasn't at the races there. And then when it hit the ground, she showed levels, like tremendous levels. I think I gave Robertson more credit. I thought she would be able to handle. I thought she'd be able to handle what Dern was bringing to the table, but over 4 rounds she just couldn't. I agree with the lads on the broadcast. Gillian won the last round. It's not the way you want to go out, essentially, but really I think Dern looked much improved again. I don't think she'd beat Wiley if she decided to come back to that division and wanted to fight, but she looked much improved and she very much deserved to win the fight.
What do you think, Chuck?
Yeah, I think that I was prepared almost to like eat some crow because I've been one of those people, especially in our rankings and stuff, when you're mentioning, Dern in the top 10 women's pound for pound list, you'll say things like, she should take as many pictures as she can with the belt because it might be a short-lived type thing. And I mean, you're trying to be a little bit funny, but there's a little bit of truth to this. Like you're like, I just don't know if she's on caliber of other champions. And obviously this follows her into this fight. I was ready to eat some crow. Like the first round or two, when she was just the pace she was putting on, just kind of destroying, Robertson all over the place, especially on the feet. I thought she was, lighting her up there, and it just looked like I was like, okay, this version of Mackenize Dern looks like the best we've seen. But then it started to become, I guess that the narrative of that fight became, where's Gillian? When is she going to try? Where's she showing up? You'd hear her corner pleading with her. And I think that it was just because she didn't show any kind of like path to victory, any kind of hope to a path to victory, that it lost some steam somewhere. And then like the way the fight ends is why it glares at you, because you're like, well, come on, Dern, your leaps and bounds above this competitor. You should be able to, you've shown that you can dominate, but you can't finish the fight strong and you can't put her away. And I mean, that's going to be tough. So I thought Dern was doing great up until, it started to plateau for her. And now I walk away a little bit with a complicated feeling on her. I thought she looked good for the most part, Dern. I thought she probably looked better than she has in pockets of that fight, maybe ever. But that those optics do matter in the end, because I think, you just mentioned Zhang Weili. Like if she goes in, who are you guys picking in that fight?
Absolutely,
Yeah, I think a lot of people still think that Zhang is the #1 strawweight in the world, one of the best female fighters in the world. Women's MMA is just having like a rough time right now, but there's, I think there's things to be excited about. Fatima Klein was out there saying like, I'm going to save the strawweight division.
She may well do it.
Big fans of her.
Frank has been saying it since day one.
He's been on that bandwagon. If he were here, I don't know where he is. He's gallivanting around the Brooklyn music scene tonight, I'm told. But if he were here, he would co-sign that. That's a big time fight, and that's the fight that I think we all thought we were going to get in the summertime. It didn't go down that way. I think Mackenzie's still a very, very good fighter, but until she beats Zhang, it's always going to feel like a somewhat interim title, if you will, because let's be honest, Zhang had no reason to give up that belt. Like, she moved up. She didn't have to vacate the title. I still think that's a bit of a silly thing that the UFC does at times. And so it's going to feel like, if you're a pro wrestling fan, it feels like Chelsea Green with her title, if you get what I'm saying. And that's not trying to take anything away from her. That's just, I think, something that the fans sort of view as like, yeah, we know that this person over here is really, really good. You haven't beaten her yet, so we're not going to like give you that full respect. That being said, I think Mackenzie is popular. People are fans of hers. She has a fun style. I didn't hate the fight. I think it was, it was more, like, to me, impressive that Mackenzie was able to neutralize everything that Gillian tried to do, was able to be so dominant. And I kind of liked the spiciness at the end, by the way. Like, she was not giving her any love, any credit, any respect. Like, she was not doing what Ian did to Islam or even to Khabib and the team. Like, she was like, yeah, everyone's kind of good at jiu-jitsu. And like, you know what I mean? Like Rogan kind of gave her a few chances to sort of bury the hatchet. And I felt like she didn't want to take those opportunities in any way, shape, or form. So I didn't hate it, but it just feels like there's a sentiment right now with regards to women's MMA where at least the fans online, the vocal ones, the vocal minority, just they're not loving it. And I think that's going to change. I'm not here to say that they should be getting rid of any weight classes or champions or anything like that, but it just kind of feels like that was just another one for them to say, like, you see, this is what we're talking about.
Was Chelsea Green the one who won the ladder match at
Yes.
Okay.
And she broke her orbital, but it was an interim belt. It was a whole thing.
I was there, by the way. I know you guys weren't around, but I was there.
So
I just was pointing it out. I mean, you were in Hawaii, I was in Minneapolis. I mean, they get compared a lot. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. As you can tell by my moon face, I was in Minneapolis.
No, you look fantastic. You're glowing as well. I was going to say, Pizza, you too. There's a lot to be excited about. There's a lot to catch up on, but we're going to stick to 3:30. So yes, obviously it's going to be Mackenzie versus Zhang. By the way, if it's not, who the heck is it? Like, is there a chance that Zhang Weili is just going to go out and do more of that modeling stuff that she's doing? Like, who the hell is there for her to fight if it's not Zhang Weili next? It has to be, right? Zhang, Virna Jandiroba, Tatiana Suarez, Yan Xiaonan, Fatima Klein, 6.
Yeah.
There it is.
Fatima.
All right.
It just takes so long to make a division matter when someone as big as Zhang leaves without losing, right? She lost to Shevchenko in a different weight class. And we're seeing a heavyweight now, right? Like when it doesn't change hands, it leaves everybody with these feelings like, oh, well, what would have happened if they had made this fight? So it's on the UFC to make it happen.
Yeah. So let's see. Let me run down the rest of the results, and then we could talk about certain things that kind of caught our eye. What about Jalen Turner? A 39-second knockout win over Caio Fernandez. This is a guy who not that long ago retired and was very emotional afterwards. And since then has come back and won 2 fights and looked great. And it was, at least to me, almost more impressive than the knockout itself. It was like the intensity on his face. Did you see the look on his face?
Yes.
Not that look, not the smile. It looked like when he was walking around after that knockout, it looked like he was like possessed. He's usually the big smiley guy. He's usually very happy. It looked like he was possessed. This version of Jalen Turner to me is supremely impressive. I'm very, very excited to see how
he meant business, man. He meant business.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, maybe we should all retire for like 2 or 3 months, and then come back as strong as him, 2 weeks, whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, 2 Thursday. What about
that was
guys,
impressive though, man.
At the end of last year, I had Mansour Abdul Malik as one of my can't miss. This guy is a future title contender, and that may still be the case. Again, people lose all the time, but all of a sudden, he's losing to Dustin Stoltzfus, which, let's be honest, this isn't a fight that he's losing this time last year, in my opinion. What the hell? This was an unbelievable win for Dustin, who's a Pennsylvania guy, wins via second round rear naked choke. Just incredible, shocking stuff. Dustin was phenomenal on the microphone afterwards, so likable, saying, hey, I'm just a regular guy. This is all a bit weird to me that I'm getting to fight here in front of all of you. But I was shocked, PT. I was absolutely shocked by the result for Mansour. I did not see this coming. I was so high on him not that long ago, and all of a sudden it seems like he needs to figure out a few things.
Well, Stoltzfus kind of gave us the reason why we're so shocked. He is, compared to someone like Mansour, he is an ordinary guy as far as we're concerned. We think that he should be ran through. I'm off the hype train completely now. It's 2 losses in a row, 2 bad losses to be fair. He has a lot to do to be kind of considered the future of the division. Where he was at, I was in agreement with you. Probably at the end of last year, I think he had a fight that December. We're all very, very impressed. I'm as turned off by what I've seen the last 2 as I was beforehand in terms of being enthusiastic about him. I think he has to rebuild from the ground up here. And I think a lot of fans are going to think that. You saw a lot of heavy favorites go down tonight, but I did not expect him.
Yeah, it seemed like they're setting up the Pennsylvania guys to get slaughtered.
Yes.
And both of the 2 biggest underdogs came through, but I did not see that coming, man. I mean, it was almost that was almost like a whole different fighter we were watching, totally different determination. That was very strange to watch. And I mean, I'm with you on I love his post fight where he's just it's almost Rocky-esque. I know they're in Philadelphia, but it's I'm not even supposed to be competing in here, and here I am having a fight at like this kind of fight. So
yeah, it was great.
Kind of cool to see that, man.
He was an underdog, a plus 475 underdog. Mansour was a minus 700 favorite. That's now 2 in a row as far as losses are concerned for Mansour, who I think will be back as well, but did not see this coming. And he is 28, Dustin 34. What about Esteban Ribovic defeating Edson Barbosa in the second round? It looked like they were maybe going to stop the fight in between the first and second. This one kind of made me a little bit sad. Edson's been around. It's always the case with these guys who are there. Like, I remember being at UFC 123. I remember being there, Palace of Auburn Hills. That was the night Jose Aldo got the belt, the featherweight title. That's Rampage versus Machida, his debut against Mike Lulo. Obviously, the Terry Edom fight. I was not in attendance for that one. That was in Brazil, UFC 142. But this is a guy who just feels like he's been a staple, a fixture of the UFC, for what, 16 or so years? And still in unbelievable shape. Holy crap. Like a 10-pack he's sporting over there. But just didn't see, obviously Father Time undefeated, and to see the emotion, people upset he didn't get a video. Who gives a crap? They gave him his moment. He got to put the gloves in the middle of the cage. He was very emotional. I felt emotion. Like Edson's always been a class guy, and it's just sad to see the guys from that era finally call it a day. It always gets me a little bit choked up.
Yeah, you see him crying as he's walking into, and I mean, the whole thing was like,
yes,
yeah, it was just the whole thing was tough, man. And I was actually kind of rooting for it, but I'm like, they're feeding him, and I don't know if I'd say feeding, but they're giving him a guy who's like a buzzsaw. We know that Ribovic is going to stand with him, and that's where I was like, and it's when it started to play out like that. That's when it gets sad, right? Like it's tough. Pete, you were at the Chelsea, right? The Chelsea Theater at the Cosmopolitan when he fought Tony Ferguson. I mean, I'll always remember the sound of that fight because it's such a small room.
Crazy.
It was just it was like sickening. Like the way they're hitting shit was like butchers, like just going at meat. It was crazy, man. And I'll never forget that. And it just because at that time I thought Tony Ferguson was like, dude, this guy's a future champ. He's sadistic. He'll do anything to win. And there's Barboza taking his best shots and just returning the fire out. I'll never have more respect than I did for him that night, man. That was awesome.
It's an unbelievable fight, and I think it makes it worse when it's like these guys we know as destroyers. You referenced the Terry Edom knockout on X, like that's one of the most violent KOs ever. When you see the lads who used to be the great destructors being destroyed, like he was against Ribovic in this fight, I think that makes you a bit emotional too. Like, look, it kind of reminds you of how finite life is, how these careers are, So sad to see Edson go out like that.
I was going to mention, Chuck said the word butcher, Brian Battle winning last week, but that's, we'll talk about that.
That was an exciting fight.
No, that was a big one. You didn't think the butcher was going to lose in Charlotte, did you?
Oh, my God.
Hell no.
See, I want that guy back. It's like, I feel like they're blowing it. But
yeah. Okay. What about Chidi Njokuani defeating Yoel Alvarez? What the hell happened to Yoel Alvarez? Moving up to 170.
Destroyed so many parlays.
There was a lot of blown up parlays before this, though. I mean,
yeah,
there was so many things going on here. But
actually,
that was not.
That was why I was thinking, like, is there something in the air here? Is Ian going to pull it off because of the upsets? That's probably part of the reason why I was thinking it. But Alvarez, another guy who I thought was on the fast track, and then moving up to 170, it just hasn't. Like, Chidi's a good fighter, but it feels like this was designed for Alvarez to win. Minus 365 favorite, plus 290 underdog, and I don't know, just one of those.
His approach to the fight was bizarre,
Yeah. Why do you say that?
I don't know. It just
Alvarez should have. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I thought you were talking.
No. Who are you talking to, Ariel? I'm sorry. I was probably butting in.
It was Chuck who said his approach to the fight.
Okay. It just felt like they pointed out, like, he was like, where was the MMA portion of it? Like, he was just kind of like, let's kickbox, let's stand here and at range and tag. It was almost like a video game. It was very weird. I was just waiting for something to happen. I guess if he kept this impending for all those three rounds, it was very strange. Like, of past performances, I was expecting him to do something. I don't know if he was nursing an injury or something. I didn't hear anything about that, but it just didn't look right. So I'm hoping this isn't like a signal that he's kind of, on the downside here, but because he had so much promise,
Yeah. Surprising, very surprising. Maybe a move back down to 155 needs to be considered. I don't know. What did you want to say, PT?
I was just saying, I thought Alvarez should have been more of a favorite. When I was looking at it going, wow, I think this line is completely wrong. And then Chitty goes out and does that. So what the fuck do I know?
Especially coming off of bad performance. I was like, he'll rebound in a big way, I don't know.
And he's a so much better grappler. He really is. That's what was missing, as Chuck said. You can completely change this fight. One successful takedown. Did he even attempt one? I'm not sure if he did.
I don't remember one.
You know what I remember? Everyone's pulling off Scottish twisters these days. All of a sudden, it's like a takedown in MMA. Yeah. Charles Johnson pulling off the Scottish twister against Eduardo Chapelain, who's a fighter of one Daniel Cormier, which is a little bit of a weird thing, but I think DC actually kind of was a little bit quiet.
He did. I noticed that too. Yeah.
In that fight. Charles Johnson, the hair is wild. His fighting style is fun. It was a crazy fight. A very, very fun fight. Flyweight, as much as the women are enjoying a tough time right now, the flyweights, I feel like, are enjoying a moment. I mean, yesterday with Joshua Van and Pantoja, that press conference was incredible. Charles is fun. I don't know if he ultimately ever gets to a title shot position, but he's always going to be there, giving people problems, being in fights, being in fun fights. And that was a very impressive performance. I don't know what to do with the hair.
Should Stevie Ray get a few quid every time someone does a Scottish twister? Like music, if you own the royalties to the song and they play it in a film or they play it on the radio, you're getting a bit of a dropsy. You're getting a dropsy. Where's the dropsy for Stevie Ray? Everyone doing his moves all the time. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what's annoying about it? Like the Von Flue choke, you always had to mention Von Flue. Here, why is it called the Scottish twister? It should be the Stevie twister or the Ray twister.
The Stingray.
Stingray. See?
He's got to have his name mentioned. I do agree. It's not fair. It's not fair. Shout out to Charles Johnson. Shout out to the great Stevie Ray. Dante Johnson had an incredible first round win as well. This seems to be someone that the UFC is high on. Said he's never had a proper weight cut in his life. Doesn't need to cut weight. Is just doing it au natural. And he
never had a proper haircut either.
9-0. What about Trajan Gore? That was unbelievable, right? His teeth missing and all.
Oh my God, that was nasty. They show the tooth. They're like, hey, check it out. Oh my God. Ugh.
Unanimous decision win for Gore over the veteran Vicente Luque. Lucas Fernando. I know
love this guy.
Excited about him. Okay, tell us. Why are you so excited? He defeated Rafael Tobias. Brazil on Brazil crime. What do you think?
This guy's debut. He has Pedro Hizzo in the corner. He's kicking like a fucking mule. So good to watch. Like, do you know one of them kind of elongated executions you get sometimes where you're like, first 30 seconds, you're like, I'm pretty sure I know who's going to win this fight.
I know.
But then he just keeps styling on the dude. Tobias, God love him. I felt sorry for him, but he is a joy to watch this dude. Cannot wait to see him fight more.
Do you remember when John Jones did, he took out Stephan Bonner? Was hitting him with everything, spinning things, suplex type. It was
trying some new shit here.
It was like everything he tried worked. That's what this was. It was like everything that guy did looked beautiful. It was like fluid. It was crisp. It seemed like everything connected. That was a wild fight, wasn't it?
Yes. Beautiful. Very, very fun. In a weight class, by the way, that could use a little bit of fun, could use a little bit of excitement. And he had a really nice moment in the post-fight press conference where he talked about thinking that he was going to retire. He lost on Contender Series 3 years ago, and he was telling his wife that he's done. He doesn't think he has it in him anymore. And she's like, "No way, you're not gonna do this." He ended up losing his next fight in LFA, and since then he hasn't lost. So a name to keep an eye on at 205 pounds. That's Lucas Fernando. Shout out to Neil Magny. Holy shit. It looked like Neil Magny was going to lose this fight against Ramiz Brahimaj. And then all of a sudden, it was almost like the broadcast was setting it up for Neil to kind of just lose. Okay, he's just getting up there. By the way, another one where it's like 3 years ago, Neil Magny is fighting Ian Garry on the prelims. Now Ian is fighting for the belt, and Neil Magny is all the way at the bottom, about to lose an early prelim fight. And then some way, somehow, he pulls it off. This dude, almost 40, most wins at 170, inching closer to Jim Miller's record of most wins, period, in the UFC. Blown away by this guy. I don't know. He's a timeless wonder. Oh, look at this. How embarrassing is that?
Your books.
I knew this was going to happen at some point. I've just been exposed to everyone. You on air, Jordan.
Helwani exposed. UFC 330. So many videos coming our way.
By the way,
no.
I hate to do this to you, Chuck, but speaking of exposed, your boy, what do you have to say about Miktabek?
Oh, God.
Oh, shit.
I mean, was he exposed against Jeremiah Wells?
You know what pisses me off, by the way? Like you're like, okay, can I talk? Can I tell him? I went to you and I said,
oh yeah,
I want to talk to Earl By, you know, and you're like, well, talk to Uriah, you know, he's the one who handles. So I'm like, all right, I've talked to Uriah in the past, obviously. So I sent him. He's like, hell yeah, that's all he says, hell yeah. And I said, all right, well, give me a window.
That's exactly what I'd expect him to say.
I'm like, give me a window that works for you. And I'll make it work. You know, it's like, because the first one was like this long text, like, hey man, I want to do this, blah, blah. Hell yeah. And then nothing. Like it just goes radio silent on me. I'm like, what the hell, man? But anyway, now why
did you tell me?
I wanted to talk to him. I really thought that I was the one complaining that he's kicking off this card on the prelims. I'm like, why would they put Oral By on? I mean, this dude to me is like, you know,
he's
like he was fascinating, right? Like he's fascinating. He's winning his fights. He's already beat Hermanson. I mean, he's shown that he can fight. So I was really shocked. He was like the biggest favorite on this card, wasn't he? Like, or at least one of them. And for him to lose like that, damn, dude.
All over now. No more Chuck Mendenhall feature in his.
No, I'm done. You know how I am. They lose once, I'm out.
That is it. Yeah, you were bigging him up all week. I was seeing you bigging him up every chance you could.
I
and
feel
it
like
didn't
I'm
seem
just
like
destroying these guys' careers whenever I talk about them. Now I gotta shut up.
Sometimes
whenever
it seems like you're doing it in jest, but in this one actually seemed like you were legit excited about him.
I was excited. You know, my son loves him. My son was the first one on like immediately. You gotta see this guy. My son, he loves him.
Blaze loves him. Why does he
loves
love
him? Like from the first, I don't know. He just caught his first UFC fight or whatever, and he's like, dude, you got to, watch this guy. And since that time, you pay closer attention. It's just one of those type of things. It's like Shamit, like your kids love Shamit. Now you love Shamit, right? Like it's like one of those.
Blaze is some deep cuts though, man. Like Arnold Allen when nobody was on the hype train, and now Oral Boy. I mean, this is pretty fucking cool. Fair play.
Respect. He knows ball. Yeah, that's what they say, right?
He does. He does. He knows all these.
That was an incredible finish, by the way, for Jeremiah Wells.
That was
very weird sequence afterwards.
Very, very.
The gloves, and then says, "Okay, I'm done. I'm here in Philly. I'm going to retire unless they give me a top 15er." And then, which is weird in its own right. And then when he does interviews in the back, he's like, "Yeah, I'm not actually done. I just really want."
He's retired from facing shit opponents. He's retired from facing shit opponents. That's what it is. He's like, no.
Why do people fuck around like this? It's like, remember when Clay Guida took off his gloves and all that, and they're like, they ask him, and he's like, no, whatever. He just took off his gloves. What a jackass.
Cejudo, famous backfire of a retirement.
Yeah, well, there.
Oh, yes. That's the point. Does he think the UFC would be like, okay, now we get it?
Please, Jeremiah, please don't retire. We were just about to inject you into the title picture. What are you doing?
I hope the meta rankings take that into consideration when they're compiling their 15.
God, it's such a weird thing. But that was awkward. But it was a great finish. So let's not take away from the finish.
Fair play.
Let's circle back here because things are happening. There's post-fight press conferences and whatnot. I do want to mention that Dean Thomas, who's the head coach for Gillian Robertson, announced afterwards that he is retiring from cornering. That's it. He's done.
Wow.
He's been doing a lot of media stuff. He's on the broadcast as sort of like an Eddie Bravo type, if you remember that from way back in the day, would explain things, some judging, some scoring criteria and whatnot. So he announced that he's retiring after leading Gillian Robertson to a title fight. Also on the post show, Islam Makhachev says that he believes Carlos Prates deserves the next title shot. The quote is, Shavkat is not fighting. Prates still fighting, still active. Morales also is good, but I don't remember the last time he fought. If you ask me more deserving, I think Carlos Prates.
Same night.
Plus, he should be at middleweight anyway. Let's,
Oh, wasn't it? Prates women.
Yes. Mackenize Dern, by the way, guys, has said that she doesn't feel like she needs to beat Zhang Wei Li to feel like she's the true strawweight champion. I mean, what is she going to say, right? In that case,
fair play. I disagree. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, Durand man didn't need to beat Cyborg. You know what I mean? Like, it's just one of those types of things.
Dana White is not giving the Islam Makhachev GOAT talk any more sort of credence. He is saying that it could be undeniable by the time the career is over. This is the quote, just let the guy's career play out. The records he keeps breaking will all speak for themselves. This is not something like he didn't do this with John Jones.
John Jones?
I know. That's what I'm thinking.
Yes.
Yeah.
He said that calling him the GOAT would already be a no-brainer, but with Makhachev now talking about fighting another 3 or 4 times, Dana wants to see his career fully play out. You could still be the
fights
GOAT
left
right
on
now.
that contract. Yeah. No negotiation in sight for Islam, if that's the kind of talk we're getting, I'd say.
Yeah.
Locked in.
There's another question about AJ Fury, which has to be like the stupidest storyline in all of combat sports. I did not miss that one. I'll be honest. It seems like there was some type of drama between Morales and Praches. Nothing big, but they did have a little tete-a-tete in the crowd afterwards. Nothing to really write home about.
I'm next. No, you're. No, I am. No, I am. No, it's me. Yeah, actually, yeah.
It was something. Not much craziness there. I'm just scrolling. Clarissa Shields won tonight, so shout out to her. She's a unified champion once again. Just looking at this. By the way,
Joe Saunders very excited about that fight. I saw.
Oh yes. I saw that as well. Okay, opening lines: Islam Carlos. Who's the favorite?
Oh, come on.
Okay. I know. Okay, more fun. Who is a smaller dog in the opening line? Morales or Praches?
Morales.
PT? Wow, yeah.
Morales.
Both of you got it right. Plus 180 Morales, Praches plus 207.
Wow.
I guess that's kind of like, well, that's kind of like what you guys were saying, right?
Yeah.
Weren't you saying that?
Yeah. Yes, but I'm surprised. I thought it'd be a little closer than that, but maybe it would be once the fight gets closer.
When do you expect? Do you think he'll fight before Ramadan? Like, what are you thinking, Helwani?
Ramadan. It always kind of changes, but it's around like March, April, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got to, right?
And he's kind of
August.
Yeah, the last fight was November. They usually he's good for one a year. He ain't fighting again this year, that's for sure. My guess after
March.
My guess is after.
Oh man, then Morales has got to stay busy. Like he's got to fight.
Oh, 100%.
Match him with Garry.
And even if it's like an April, May, that will still be a year for Praches. But yeah, it's a long ass time. It's weird. Dana White did say, by the way, that if he didn't have that lone loss, it would be 100% that he would be the GOAT as of right now.
I thought they weren't having it. I thought he wasn't having this conversation.
I'm reading
the
things.
career play out,
I'm reading things. No update on Kayla and Valentina just yet. No update on Zhang Weili. There were some very exciting things that were announced. Can we mention these things real quick here?
Yeah.
A whole host of things were announced. Okay, like I said, UFC. Okay, well, the first thing that was announced was that Raul Rosas Jr. is going to be fighting Helwani Barcelos on September 26th main event. Kind of thought that Raul Rosas would be on the Noche UFC card on September 12th, but he's getting a main event fight on September 26th. You like this, Chuck?
Well, I just see that Barcelos is kind of like this prospect killer, isn't he? Like, it seems a little. I don't know. I'm. It makes sense. So I'm happy to see Barcelos get it, but that seems like a risky proposition for Rosas, right? To me,
we'll see. Okay, UFC 333, October 24th. Saturday, Abu Dhabi. That will be one of 2 numbered events in October. Earlier in the month, we'll have the 332 event in Utah. That would be on the 24, 17, 10, 3rd, I think it is. Yeah, I think it's on the 3rd, if my memory. I'm still on island time here, guys. So throw up your shakas. Anyway, they didn't announce a main event for that one, but they did announce a significant number of fights for UFC 333. Volkanovski, Movsar Evloev, title fight, main event, obviously for the featherweight title. Pyotr Yan, Merab Dvalishvili, number 3 for the bantamweight title. Lonnie Kavanaugh against Ramazan Temirov on that card as well. Tremendous. Who was that? PT? Who reacted like that?
The game comes at you quickly, doesn't it? Fucking hell.
That's a tough.
That
rebound.
is, fuck me. I mean, Kavanagh, like, this looks like an amazing prospect, but like he is right there after he beats Moreno. He loses once, and we're like, here we go. We're putting you in with the guy who is like a human, rocket launcher. Let's just put him in with them and see how that goes. It is, you get one fight to do the job they expect you to do in this sport, and then after that, you're fucked. You are absolutely fucked. Unless you can win, and then maybe you get another chance. It's incredible.
Alexander Volkov fighting Rizvan Kuniev. Arnold Allen, Aaron Pico. That's a fun one.
Yeah,
I like that one. I like that one a lot.
Yeah.
Dominic Reyes against Azmat Mirzakhanov. GC's guy, Abu Magomedov, fighting Cam Rouston.
Huge.
Nikita Krylov against Abdul Rahman Yakhyev, and Grant Dawson against Nurulo Aliev. Nurulo Aliev.
Faded off a bit there towards the end, but strong.
Yeah.
It was a strong card. They did give us the whole lineup for the 331 card. That's September 19th. I cannot wait for that. Van Pantoja 2. That is going to be an unbelievable night. That is a really good pay-per-view card. Van Pantoja 2 and Armin Tsarukyan against Mauricio Hufi, even though it's not the fight that we want Tsarukyan to be fighting in. Was there another fight that was announced? Oh, yeah, Sean Brady against Gabriel Bonfim. I like that one. November 7th.
Great. Yeah,
at the newly renovated.
By the way, can I just say, I know it's the, en vogue thing to do, but it is actually quite different now. Like
$25 for a ticket, mate.
No, I'm just saying, like, the atmosphere, even the way it looks with the crowd, it does feel significantly better.
Yeah, you can't tell.
Raving about it.
Yeah, you can't tell actually on a lot of those shots. You can't tell that they're in the apex anymore. That's a big plus. And I mean, there was ambient noise now. So it was good. And I thought the lighting was dialed in. So I mean, it was a lot better, I thought.
Yeah. I think it's, I mean, just to hear a pop when something big happens, it's a little like the old Hard Rock or the Palms, one of those two back in the day. So I don't hate it. I don't love it. Don't hate it. Sean Brady should have been fighting on this freaking card. He is like,
yeah, it's so true.
Is he not the most famous Philadelphia fighter right now? Or him or Joe Pyfer? Joe Pyfer wasn't even on the damn card as well. So weird. But they didn't need either of them because.
Asked about that?
No, I didn't.
Dana was asked about the press conference. There must have been a local journalist like, is there any way, like, was it difficult to get more Philly guys on the card, or what happened here? I think he was told it was a stupid fucking question or something, and he moved on to the next thing.
Oh, he just ignored it?
It's a stupid fucking question.
Stupid fucking something like that. Yeah, I hate these fucking questions or something to that. A classic Dana. Anyway, yeah.
He doesn't seem to like any of them. $6.7 million gate, over 19,000 fans in attendance. The last time they were in Philadelphia back in 2019, $1.1 million gate, 11,000 fans in attendance. So what a massive jump. That was pre-pandemic, of course. By the way, way back in the day, UFC 101, $3.55 million gate. And then UFC 133, headlined by, who remembers?
Rashad.
And?
Ortiz, wasn't it?
Yes. 1.5 for that one.
Don't get mad, Pizzi. Hate the game.
I was impressed. About it. So cool.
As we round third here, Pizzi, let me just ask you, final thought on Ian. Do you think he won fans? Do you think he has won people over by his performance, by the mic, work afterwards, what he said, all that stuff? Or is it always going to be F you, Gary?
I don't think anyone kind of doesn't think he's a brilliant fighter, I just think it's something about him that people don't like. He gives them ammunition to supply the feelings that they already have. And I think they're already entrenched in those camps. I don't think anyone's disputing that he's a brilliant fighter. I don't know how you could after the fights he's put on. He is absolutely fantastic. It's just, he always said out that, he says, I have this dream and my dream is about to happen. And, he'll say now that the dream was to be a world champion. But initially, The dream was for an Irish Invasion Part 2 to be the best on the mic. He used to say all this kind of stuff to you when he came into the UFC first. I think that part of it probably won't happen. I don't think he's going to have a whole country behind him. I don't think he's going to be adored as the greatest microphone machismo in the UFC ever. But I think he can definitely be a champion. And I think that would be a hell of an achievement for him and for Irish MMA.
Yeah, I would like to think, based on the performance, based on how he handled himself all week long, I would like to think that people are going to start backing him and supporting him. I'm curious. I think it might be one of those things that it will take some time. But he's a great fighter. I don't get it.
Brilliant.
Like, what he doesn't.
You know what it is? It's like you're sitting at a poker table.
Yeah.
All the dudes are around the poker table are smoking cigars and drinking whiskey, and he's like, guys, check it out. This is my girl, or this is, whatever. And he's like, he's that guy. That's what it is. I feel like it's got to be that. Like, it's got to be part of it. Like, there's something with
problem?
this demographic.
He loves his wife. He's like,
demographic. I know, but this demographic, like Chael pointed this out too. Is like, defended his wife. I don't understand what's going on, but I feel like this demographic just hates this kind of thing. I don't know why, but they do.
I had someone reach out to me, just like a friend who's an MMA fan, and she said, "Oh, I hope Islam kills Ian." And I said, "Why?" and also, by the way, isn't it amazing? Like, we're in Philadelphia, and Islam, the Russian, is getting cheered. Like, "Let's go, Islam," which just speaks to how popular he is, and also just how interesting the sport is and the fan base. But what I said to her was like, "Okay, I get it. You may think he's inauthentic. You may think that he sometimes tries too hard, this and that. But you know what? We need Ian Garrys in this sport because Ian Garry makes us feel something, good or bad." Mm-hmm. I think he is someone who elicits emotion, and a lot of it right now is negative. People want to see him.
And he put Islam over too, right?
Yes, I just think like, give me more Ian, give me more Ian Garry types, right? Like we need those characters. There's a lot of
dude never says no to anybody. It's like it's crazy. I mean, they should love him, but
yeah,
I don't think he's happy that it's working the way it is. It works in that when this guy gets interviewed, everybody wants to watch it, but not for the reason that we usually watch an interview. You know what I mean?
I know.
And look, I agree with you.
I'm not saying it was a grand slam, by the way. Like, he shouldn't be up there being like, "Hey guys, let's keep it to the fighting." Like, no, man, it's fight. Like, people are going to ask you questions, and let's be honest. Like, you're not up there, talking to the '90s Yankees beat writer crew. Like, they're not going to hit you with the hard stuff. Like, with all due respect, so he doesn't have to put that out there. But when he puts that out there, it does make people think like, well, what are you hiding, or what are you ashamed of, or what don't you want to talk about? And so I just think that.
But it's also stuff he's brought up, right? Like, it's also stuff they're asking him about things he said most of the time. Like, that's the reality of the situation. Like, it's kind of like they talk about controlling the narrative, but the things that people are feasting on are all stuff they've offered up themselves. So I don't really understand, like, oh, let's not do this, when a lot of the time it's stuff that Ian or his team have brought to the forefront themselves.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, but ultimately I think that the MMA fans are most attracted to the ones who they feel like are the most authentic, right? And I know that's like a very simplistic way of putting it, but they look at the guys that they've always loved. The Diaz brothers being the perfect example. Like, they just feel like they are who they are, and they love them for that. And when they feel like you're trying too hard, or when you're trying to put on an act, or trying to be someone who you're not, all that stuff, they just. And then there's a woman involved in all this, and it just gets a little bit weird. It's just a weird thing. Like, you see the tweets. It's all very weird. Anyway, let's see how he bounces back. You can't deny the fact. You may not like him as a person. You cannot deny the fact that he is an unbelievable fighter. And let's be honest, probably succeeded like a hell of a lot more than most people thought when he came into the UFC. I think a lot of people thought like, oh, this guy's going to get, weeded out, and that has not happened. And he's got 2 losses now, and one is to Shavkat and the other's to Islam. So not too bad. Chuck, any final thoughts?
I wanted to point out, but I've got an obstructed view at the new Highmark. No, I'm just kidding. What do you think of the stadium? I wanted to know what you thought of the stadium.
I At first, I was like, "Where are we going with this?"
I slaughtered that, but like, I wanted to know what you thought of the new stadium.
Well, first of all, I
don't know if you've seen all the criticism that's been.
Oh yes, I've seen it all.
Okay, all right.
I have an algorithm that feeds me, mainly Knicks, MMA, and.
Is this new stadium the Ian Garry of the NFL at the moment? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's what it is. It's the internet thinking. It's like Pat McAfee puts out an album. The internet is now going to decide that they're going to try to take him down. Our friend Ariel Oladipo has a bit of a come sa hot take about George Foreman. God bless you, Ariel. The internet decides we're going to take him down. So here's this new, beautiful stadium in Buffalo. The internet decides we're going to take it down. That's just what they do. All to say, the new jerseys or the alternate jerseys are sublime. They're the most beautiful jerseys I've ever seen.
Fucking gray ones?
Oh, the gray ones are class. Are you kidding me? Yeah. They're class. The gray joints with the thing here, they're phenomenal.
They're gray joints.
And by the way, the fact that that Josh and the squad wore those for the first game, I thought was amazing. I thought it was a touch of class. It was really so great. Like who would want to see them wear the old red helmets? It was great. We won today. We beat Carolina. Keon Coleman gets a touchdown, first catch, beautiful. DJ Moore, tremendous. There's nothing to complain. And so those photos, I actually am friends with some of the Bills, staffers. I have confirmed, doctored, photoshopped, AI'd, ChatGPT'd. So much ado about nothing. I have been invited. Maybe to do the ceremonial coin toss for the opening game against Detroit, but
no way.
I feel like no, I have not been invited.
Is that the first game? That's a great game. Detroit Bills is the first game.
Yes, it has.
Oh, that's a great game.
It is that game. I'm reading.
Look at Christmas Day and tell me who that's going to be a good one. Christmas Day.
Who is Christmas Day?
That's a big one.
I haven't seen the schedule.
Buffalo comes to town,
Buffalo,
shit.
Denver, part 2, the rematch. Hopefully your boy, and his foot is his foot all good? Is the foot all good?
I mean, they're saying it. He didn't play in the first preseason, but we'll see.
Okay,
we'll see.
By the way,
I'm praying.
Bills are must-see TV. We got Thanksgiving and Christmas. Unprecedented. Unprecedented.
If you get 2 titles in 1 year, man, after everything this is not going to be.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
You can reverse Ariel him then. You can be like, I just don't want to hear it. You've won them both now.
I know. No more. I don't want to hear it anymore.
Chuck, I believe now more than ever because I witnessed it.
Yeah.
I wish you could talk to my kids right now. All I did, I brought 3 books. I brought all these things that I wanted to do. All I did on this trip was sit and watch old clips from the past 2 months. I can recite verbatim Mike Breen's closing 5-minute essay at the end of the broadcast. 53 years is a long time to wait, especially when you've been wanting and waiting for something for so bad. I could recite it verbatim because I've watched it so many times. I can't get enough.
Damn.
So all to say, I am going to be insufferable. We're going to do it.
Be.
And by the way, February 14th, the first time ever that the Super Bowl is played on Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
What is it? 5 million? No, there's probably more than 5 million Bills fans out there, right? What would you say? 10 million? How many Bills fans are there? Forget it. A generation
some between those numbers, I think.
A generation of broken hearts.
Dude, there's a ton of them in my town. I'll tell you that. We got Bills flags.
Valentine's Day. Wouldn't that be perfect? Wouldn't that be perfect? It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
You got it all planned out.
Delayed with that, Ariel. What are we doing for Valentine's Day, honey? Listen.
Christmas too. Christmas, Thanksgiving, all the holidays. They're taken.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm Jewish. Christmas. And by the way, what a day for me, by the way. Knicks Spurs.
You've been gone so long,
Day.
I forgot you're Jewish.
Yeah, that's right.
What? Hang on a second.
There it is, boys. Is this our first time doing a show since the Knicks are champs?
I think, did we do one? No, I appeared on your show. That's what it was. I appeared on the Monday. I talked to you about it there. This is the first time together doing it. Yeah, you're right. That's cool.
Sorry.
Hey, man.
Is he going to do this with every garment he has?
I've still got it in me. I still have a victory lap going of my own, and it's been 3 years, so
I know.
You're going to have it for a while.
I was talking about that. What happens, like opening tip, can I stop being annoying? Like when do I stop being defending champ? Like right now I'm still the defending champ.
I think this is good. I think you're the whole year until someone claims the trophy. That's when you stop.
Okay. I just want to know. I'll be there. We'll opening
see if
night.
You stop that tune midway through the season, PZ. I don't know if I have the stamina, but we'll try it. We'll see. Just keep doing it.
All right.
They have to put every T-shirt he's bought. Like, I mean, it's gonna be like 5 minutes of every episode him just holding up another T-shirt because he bought thousands. Let's be honest. It's a really short.
He posted like a ton of shit already.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. You have no idea. Well, let me just show you guys something real quick. I have it right here. I just got this.
What'd you do if he pulled the book off that shelf?
This is the newest edition.
What? My whole life is a lie.
That is something right there.
Oh man.
For fuck's sake.
That is something. God bless the guy. That's my boy.
Beauty.
By the way, I didn't buy it. This was.
Oh, that's the one you got signed in person?
Yeah, come on.
Oh, dude.
At the Garden, right?
Yeah, at the Garden. All right. Now that I'm breaking out the memorabilia, it's probably time to go. I'm fresh as a daisy right now. I'm on island time, guys. I'm sorry. That's how they do.
Yeah, it's only 7 a.m. here. This is good.
I got some poke waiting for me downstairs. It's gonna be phenomenal. Okay.
Like happy hour in Hawaii right now.
Yeah. Oh my God. By the way, it took me like 8 days to figure out that they're 6 hours behind us, not 5. I thought it was 5 this whole time. 6. I was loving texting PT. PT's waking up. I'm going to bed. I'm like, how is it? How is tomorrow? Is it all right?
He was fascinated by this. He was genuinely.
Wait, so you're telling me it's 7 o'clock there? AM?
7 a.m.
What?
7 a.m. AM.
Wow. All right, guys. So good to be back. Thank you to the whole squad back in New York. They probably want to kill us. Hang loose. Throw up the shakas. Thank you so much to GC and Rick. Tremendous job with the watch party. Tremendous. Thank you to Kalshi as well for their support. We are back Monday. We have a lot of exciting things. We have a full lineup of guests already booked for all of you and much more to come as well. So the hiatus, the summer break, it is all over. Your long international nightmare is over. Much love, peace and love. Congratulations to Islam Makhachev, Mackenize Dern, and all the big winners tonight. For PT, for Chuck, I am Ariel. Thank you so much for watching. We shall talk to you on Monday.